In entertainment, Tyler, Lama, Bad Bunny, and others make Grammy history. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People Television, and on other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. You witness news happening near you. We want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814 606 4057. Can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto.
And I'm Vivian Oguche. Thank you for watching.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing at all, please just go.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Ọ bụrụ na m bụ ezigbo nwa afọ Naịjirịa, ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche.
Nwanne m nwoke,
Adanne,
m ga-akwụ chi n'eziokwu, kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugwu ma lekọta obodo anyị anya.
gbam!
Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m, obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha, anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị.
N'ezie, ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ.
Asaa bụ asaa bụ
Onye ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma.
Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwezuenu o! Ọ bụrụ na bụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa aga m eme. Na-edosa ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile. Na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu. Na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere. Ndị ọchịchị gara ụzọ ọma na-abịa. Nwa ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra. Menugwu ka ọ dị nchebe ihe n'abalị. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo. Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie. ka anyị bulie Naijiria elu. Nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza, ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naijiria gaa nke ọma. Ndị ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike. Ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ, ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi Imo. Ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla. Asa maka asa anyị jikọtara ọnụ. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo, ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naijiria elu. Nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza, ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naijiria gaa nke ọma. Naijiria amaala mma o. Naijiria obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ. Ụzọ ọma o, ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o, ebe obibi ọma o. Igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị yọlịba. Onye agbakwala nke nwanne ya gbara. Let's go!
Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu na Imo. Anyị na-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị wepụtara.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello there, good morning and welcome to VOP this morning. I am Chukuma Okoro. Now, in the next 2 hours, we are going to take you through very interesting and trending topics about politics in Nigeria. To start off, Peter Obi accuses Tinubu government of fraudulent fiscal policy as he declares presidential bid. When we move away from that, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, slammed Senate over delays on the Electoral Act. And away from that, President Tinubu's reforms yielding results amidst insecurity and poverty. This is coming from former Zamfara Governor Abdulaziz Yari. Now, these are the major topics of discussions we have today. But there are also other interesting trending stories that we are going to talk about in the course of the show. We are broadcasting on Metro SLTV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. We encourage you to join us in any of these social media handles and be part of this program. Good morning once again, and thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us on VOP this morning. Let's move straight into the topics of today. 7 months after President Bola Tinubu unveiled 2,000 tractors and other mechanized farm equipment under the 50 billion Renewed Hope Agriculture Mechanization Program, the machines remain idle at the National Agricultural Seeds Council in Gwagwalada, Abuja, exposing yet another stalled reform in Nigeria's agricultural sector. The initiative, launched in June 2025 with fanfare and backed by Belarus, was meant to modernize farming, reduce drudgery, and attract youths into agriculture. But bureaucratic bottlenecks, lack of deployment strategy, and delays in presidential approval have left the tractors gathering dust, even as farmers lament missing plants, seasons, and worsening food insecurity. Mr. Okoro, when I saw this story, the first thing that occurred to me, just came to my mind, it's not new. We have Nigerian government is notorious for launching very lofty, grand schemes, grand
beautiful ideas.
And miss fanfare. Sometimes in this same country, we've had a particular minister launch a road networks and other things for 1 week, and they had series of fanfare. It was broadcast on national TV. But away from that, once these things happen, it's just like we just get caught up in the moment, and after that, everybody moves on. There's no accountability. Just imagine how much was put into this and just left fallow in a country where food insecurity is not even looming. It's already,
it's
happening.
Already with us, yeah.
And then you wonder who holds who accountable. So I love it when I see things like this, because it just calls them to order that Nigerians are not docile as they think, they are. What do you think?
No, there are so many things to think about. There are so many things. Good morning, Moses.
Good morning to you. Good morning.
Morning. Now, when we talk about this, when I saw this story, like you said, what readily came to my mind is that, look, we are at it again, We are not bereft of very important policies, we have the best brains, the best educated people in Africa probably come from Nigeria. If you go to the United States of America, they will tell you that Nigeria accounts for the most educated diaspora community. If you see like 10 Nigerians in America, there's every likelihood that like 6 of them will have a doctorate degree. So we are very educated. Way back in the days, we had our best people, educated in Oxford, educated in the London School of Economics and all of that. So we have very brilliant people that churn out very beautiful ideas. Our problem has always been we lack the capacity to follow through. We are unable to implement all these policies to the letter. Now, well, I know the controversy these tractors generated. I have over 2,000 of them because it was linked with one man that the president claimed we were schoolmates in Chicago State University, yes, CSU, Chicago State University and all of that. So when that hula ballo died down, the issue was at that time was that we are bringing in tractors, beautiful, good idea, because we need to go back to where we are coming from, which is farming. At least if we can't even export these things, let us even feed ourselves. Because a nation that cannot feed itself can never be said to be a great nation. So at that point, the issue was, if we have farmers running away from farms, people are no longer going to farm as a result of insecurity, what's the need of buying these tractors? And the argument then was that, let us get the tractors first. By the time the tractors arrived from Veracruz or where, by then the terrorists who had occupied some farm settlement, farm state and all of that, who have been driven away. Unfortunately, what we see today is a different story. So those 2,000 tractors are lying fallow somewhere in one facility in Abuja. But it's even good that we acquired them. We should make haste to ensure that they get to the farm, because if you pack machines, equipment like that over time, they get atrophied, and you start, instead of beginning to issue them to people to use, you start the process of repair. And in the process of repair, there's a lot of downside to it. Some of them get missing, there is more money put into that project and all of that. But talk about importing or acquiring tractors, I think it's a good one, because we need to shift from subsistence, farming to mechanized, where we are able to, we hear that Niger State alone, the landmass in Niger, the fertile and arable land in Niger can feed the whole of West Africa. So if you put like Niger and some parts of the arable north, where some crops, are meant to or naturally do well, you discover that Nigeria can do well in Africa. And if you tie this to a lot of things, that the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, we have a very large market in Africa. We are even not talking about AGOA, AGOA, the African Growth Opportunities Act, where we are allowed to export more than 23,000 products, most of them agro products, into the United States of America, tariff-free and all of that. Nigeria, I keep saying Nigeria is a blessed nation. We might be a great nation in future. We were great before, but now we have lost all of that. Because we don't pay attention to detail, little things. We miss the grand ones. That is what our problem is. So, well, it's a good thing that we have these tractors. The president, the people in charge will ensure that, well, the terrorists that have stopped people from going to farms are pushed out of the farm so that Nigerians can go to farm and fight the food insecurity that is ravaging us. We're already enveloped now. There's a lot of food. If you go to market, there is food, but people don't have money to buy. That's the problem that we have.
But I think we should also establish what is causing the delay, because for me, this is one of those...
What is causing the delay is because where are you taking the tractors to farms?
Because for me, I think they didn't even think it through. They just launched this thing and implementation is stalling. So if all of these things were put into place, like you rightly mentioned, that insecurity is one of the reasons why people are not going to farms.
No, thinking through, it was well thought through.
Okay, so if it was well thought through...
Because the idea then was that by now, that insecurity will have taken a nosedive and all of that.
Yes, thinking through and all of that, all these issues. It surprises me that this government is battling with having to provide food and provide for farmers and all of that. And I say that because at the beginning of this administration, in 2023, I had an interview with a large-scale farmer in Lagos. He's based in Lagos, but he has his farms across the country. Large-scale farmer. I'm not going to mention his name here. And then he told me that this administration, 6 years ago, 6 years to that time, had gone out and done a lot of research. They had spoken to farmers. They had inquired as to what they needed to ensure that food was rightly produced, the seedlings they needed, the equipment they needed. Like, he said, look, they even asked them to write proposals and things. And he was one of those because under the body he's part of, they wrote, submitted to this administration, and he was certain that this administration knew what they were doing. Because, I mean, if you're planning to get into government and 6 years to that time, you have started doing research on how to ensure that food was produced effectively, then one would say you know what you're doing. But here we are, some years down the line, and the only thing we've seen from this administration is provision of tractors, or whether the tractors were provided or not, and then seedlings given to people that don't even farm, and then you start to ask yourself, what exactly is the problem? Because as far as I am concerned, from that interview and other conversations I had with, farmers and the rest, I would say that these guys knew what they were doing. Is it just insecurity? I don't want to think it's just insecurity that is making it difficult for the farmers to farm and produce food. There are other things. There are other issues that have not been dealt with.
Like what? Could you name like one or two issues? Let's interrogate it properly.
I'm just,
maybe loans, maybe access to loans.
Which loan? We have BO, we have Bank of
what exactly is the issue?
We have lenders.
Do these things get to the people that need them?
The people.
Exactly, that is the problem of implementation, because you can actually, it's a problem of implementation. If they had interviewed a cross section of farmers, across the nation, then they should have data about who is a genuine farmer and who is not a genuine farmer. I think the whole problem is the problem that politics has taken precedence, or primacy over policy, and governance.
Yes.
Now, why I say politics is because now, some parts of the South, remain calm at the moment that you can distribute tractors. But you don't do that while you distribute tractors in the South, and you don't distribute tractors in the North. I mean, this nation will go up in flames. And so you have to say, okay, let's not rock the boat now. Let's not torpedo the small piece that we have now. Let's wait until things get better so that we can start sharing the tractors. If you share the tractors, now one thing is certain. If you take them to the North, the bandits and terrorists will have to levy people first before they use the tractors in those farms. That is one issue of politics. So the government might just say, well, let's calm down.
I just remembered an interview I had, just like you, I had with a woman who is into large-scale farming, but more of cash crops. And she told, this was off, oh my God, should I even say this? It was off record. But she told me that.
Yeah, still speaking off record.
I'm still speaking off record.
We don't know.
We don't know who she is. Yeah, and then she told me that, do you know that when we went to Jos to secure some farmlands and start our projects, that they told us we can't start without paying homage to the bandits and the headsmen. And then she told me that they actually brought the heads of these bandits. And
so they basically control.
Yes, they do. So after,
and
then she said that she can't even mention how much she had to pay. And then the bandits and the headsmen, they now gave her the assurance that don't worry. Throughout, they allocated a space for her and said, you and your team, don't worry. And she said they've been farming for over 2 years. So sometimes when she hears all this insecurity, bandits ransacking and, sending people off their farms, that she can't relate. So that tells you that there are pockets and pockets of different issues. It's not, like you said, it's not enough to just,
So it's not just implementation.
It's not implementation.
The issues are layered.
Yes.
The issues are layered.
No, the issues are layered, but I think all of them lead us to knowing that we have a problem of implementation.
But insecurity is also a huge...
Insecurity is part of
huge.
it. Insecurity is part of it. And until that problem is solved, I'm not sure that we'll make progress. We had a guy that spoke to us from UK yesterday on the tax matter, and he said that, a company as big as, he mentioned two companies, those two companies were working with more than 23,000 farmers across the length and breadth of this country. You can imagine 23,000 farmers, that are doing one little thing,
all the other.
All the other. Yeah. If we could harness, that asset, in a conducive environment where people normally go to farm and come back, while growing up, I said it here one day, while growing up, we had farm settlements, in my state. Then it was from East Central State to Imo State, then to Abia State. My uncle was directly involved. And when I was driving to school, when we were driving to school in secondary school, I would see those settlements. You see people, working in farms and all of that. And at the end of the day, there is food, and everybody.
There is food. You talked about growing up now, like I can remember, you know, the place I grew up in, we had ugu, that's pumpkin, right? Pumpkin leaf. We had okra. We had mango. We had palm kernel. We had a lot in the compound.
Yes.
We had pepper. So if you want to make something quick, you could just go there and get a little
table.
something. But these days, you don't even have any of that anymore.
It's quite unfortunate.
And there was something you also mentioned yesterday. I'm sure you forgot. You talked about even transporting. So let's even say they've implemented distractors, sent it. How about the roads to even transport this? That's why the roads are even bad. The hinterlands in roads, they're not good roads. So that's why by the time this food gets to the market and the end users, it's very expensive.
It's very expensive.
And I really feel for people who sell fruits and all of that. Yeah.
Oh, well, let's move on to another story now. Tension is mounting in Abuja as the Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, and Trade Union Congress, TUC, prepare for a solidarity rally today in protest against alleged anti-worker policies of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, administration under Minister Nyesom Wike. The unions accuse Wike of high-handedness and unfair treatment of FCT workers, insisting that the rally is a legitimate expression of workers' rights. However, security agencies have vowed to stop the protest, citing fears of public disorder and disruption of economic activities in the capital. The planned demonstration has sparked division around the nation, with labor leaders warning that any attempt to suppress the rally would escalate tension nationwide, while government officials argue that the protest is politically motivated and they say it is unnecessary. But what the workers are saying is, look, pay us what is due, and that I think is necessary. What they are saying is, if people who are due for retirement still in office, they prevent others from getting into office. That, of course, is necessary because they have directors that ordinarily should have been eased out of service. But because, you know, they lean towards the government of the day, they are made to stay longer. And that is not good because the longer they occupy the positions, the harder it is for somebody else. I mean, this is civil service where you climb the ladder. The harder it is for somebody else to get there. And people are upset. People are saying, look, do what is right. And politicizing all of this just, waters down the complaints of the people. And I think it's really unfair that the minister is, taking this road, politicizing and saying it's politically motivated. It waters down everything. Now, Labour, on the other hand, I understand I understand that Labour would need to support the workers there. But Labour, on the other hand, seeing that they also have a party, they should be careful not to make it into a partisan kind of thing, not to make it seem like it's they are attacking the personality of the minister. But there's a court order that says the strike should be stopped. But of course, the workers are saying, look, we will not obey the court order. And who would blame them if they blatantly disobey court orders? They've seen the leadership of the country disobey court orders. What a nation! What a nation! What a nation!
Moses, you have said a lot, and I've just been giggling.
What a nation!
When you say that in civil service there is hierarchy, promotion, and all of that, I recall in one private company there was a certain young man that went to ask the overall boss that he needs promotion. And the boss asked him, well, you need promotion. So, and you know that until there is a vacancy, I think it was one step.
Before.
It was one step short of the final, the apogee of that thing. He said, you know that we still have a general manager. Do you want to kill him so that you get promoted? Hierarchy, talking about hierarchy. And even the Holy Bible says, a laborer deserves his wages. And we also have this saying that, well, show me who your friends are, and I'll tell you who you are. And they say like begets like. Talking about having to return people that have whose tenure have expired in office.
I see where you're going to.
You see where I'm going to. We have a situation where the president has been extending tenure of, the IGP, the immigration, the custom immigration, and all of that. So, and he has a lawyer boy who is learning from him. So that is on one side of it. Then I want to talk about the politicization briefly. I understand why Wike is saying that this protest is politically motivated, because I went into it. I spoke to someone that works in the FCTA, and he says, I said, what are your grievances? He said, the major thing now is about salaries. I think the previous administration, before Wike, was owing them, they had a backlog of 18 months. I hope I'm correct with these figures, with 18 months. And out of those 18 months, 13 months have been paid, with promises to pay the remaining 3 months. Not owed by Wike administration, no. That Wike has not owed them since he assumed office as the FCT minister. Now, someone inherited 18 months salary arrears and he has paid 13. It's remaining 5 and he's promised to pay 5, outstanding. People get together and start protesting. I think there's a bit of politics in it all. You didn't protest when the previous person was there. The person that owed you, you let him go. You didn't do a protest. Now the new person has come. Out of 18, he has done 13, and you are protesting. There's a bit of politics in it.
But even if there is a bit of politics, which we all are assuming, it doesn't also erase...
I'm not assuming that.
Okay, there is
you
that we have established, right? But that does not erase the hardship. That doesn't erase the hardship, in my opinion.
Hardship how?
The workers are facing.
I absolutely agree with you. Things are tougher now than they were 2 years ago.
That's what I wanted to say. That's why they didn't protest at the time.
That's why they didn't protest at that time.
Most likely, and they also had a listening minister, a listening head at the time.
A listening head that owed them 18 months.
Oh, well, Mr. Okoro, don't put me on the spot, but you know what I'm trying to say.
How wide were his ears?
Oh, well.
you get the point. No, see, it's difficult. I know Moses is trying to grind the balance.
Yes.
That you can't rule it away. There is politics in all of these things. Considering what is the fact that a lot of people, I'm not a fan of Nyesom Wike, by the way. How can I put it now? I know that he has done a few wrong things. It's normal for people to do wrong things. Nobody is perfect, But on this, I think I agree with him that there's a bit of politics in it about the TUC and the
so the thing is
the TUC and NLC and NLC and the fact that I'm sorry, Moses, let me land. And the fact that a lot of people are not happy that we have a southerner in that position as the FCT minister. If you go back in history, this is the first time.
So are you inferring that the workers are mostly northerners?
I wouldn't know, but it could be engineered from elsewhere.
Okay.
The closest we have had to a southerner being in that position was when Chuka Odom, my old boy, was Minister of State for the FCT. Okay. That has been the last time a southerner was in that position. Every other person has been in that position has been from the north. Check out the previous administration. So they're also angling that some people are not happy that we have a southerner in that position and that he should be kicked out. Let us say it the way we say it. Because if we keep living in denial and saying, oh, let's be politically correct and all of that, we'll be doing ourselves a lot of harm.
Whether or not things are being politicized, we should, as government officials, we should be wary of the kind of language we use. I mean, coming on television to say that, look, let all the civil servants around the nation, around the world gather. You will not budge. You will still do what you want to do.
No, that's an overreach.
That is very insensitive.
It's not acceptable.
Now, that was a statement I heard, and I know you can't say this. You're a public servant. As a minister, he's a public servant. So you don't talk to the people like they're beneath you. As far as I am concerned, that is wrong, and I am not going to politicize it and say, okay, because
you are not the one politicizing it. It's already politicized.
I'm not going to toe that line and say, okay, because no. And government is a continuum.
Oh, yeah.
All right, you should pay up.
No, you should pay.
Governor
and he has promised to pay.
He should pay up.
I'm not a spokesperson. I'm not Larry Olayinka.
Governor Ododo of Kogi State he inherited debts as well, and he has paid.
Alex Oti inherited, and he's clearing.
So so pay up.
I bet he's paying.
He should continue paying.
13 over 18.
And promote those that need to be promoted. Yeah.
People that needs to be promoted. People that are due for retirement should leave service, so that they will make space for others.
Thank you. So
it's
we
as
have
good as that.
So we have an agreement.
Day,
no, somehow we have.
Then I just wanted to say, at the end of the day, dialogue. I think he should also change his strategy. All these
No, he also said, I heard him, during a press interview, he said that he has met with these people several times, but the people said we have not met him. There is no room for dialogue and all of that.
So
I know that when you close up, avenues for resolution of problems like this, peacefully, it boils over, it spins over.
Yes.
And when it spins out of control, this is what we
Yes.
get, like what is happening now.
Oh, well.
I think we should move on.
Anyway, this is very important because normalcy has returned to the Onitsha main market on Monday as traders and shop owners reopened their shops in defiance of the long-standing Monday sit-at-home directive imposed by non-state actors in the southeast. Well, Governor Cubana had last week ordered the market's closure for 1 week after traders initially complied with the sit-at-home, warning of indefinite shutdowns if businesses failed to resume. By early morning, over 70% of shops along Lagos Line, Ado Line, Mandela Line, and White House Line were open, with bustling activity reported across Egetin, Oshefu Stuff Market, and Emeka Ofo Plaza. The indigenous people of Biafra had announced the sit-at-home order, but its Directorate of State, DOS, later disowned directive, saying it lacked the approval of its detained leader, Nnamdi Kanu. While the Soludo administration condemned the practice as economic sabotage, stressing that the weekly shutdown has crippled commerce and livelihoods across the southeast for nearly 4 years. Monday's reopening marks a significant pushback against fear-driven compliance, signaling a possible collapse of the sit-at-home culture as traders prioritize survival and stability over intimidation. Now, we talked about this the other day. We already laid out, the premise of why this sit-at-home order should stop, because somehow it was crippling, or it had at some point crippled the entire economy of the southeast state. And the whole thing now, settled in Anambra State. It's good that, the main market has been reopened, but let's say it how it is. And not that early morning, it wasn't early morning because I was in the morning show, and after that, I spoke to a lot of people. They said it was only one line, the Lagos line, A-line, and it opened around 2 o'clock or so, when the governor with his entourage, came, observed the airline, and quickly went back. And after that, markets are supposed to open by 7 or 8 o'clock, and if we have a market open by 2 o'clock, that doesn't really tell us that the market was open. But that's it. I would like for people to ensure that, for the government to ensure that, they go back, to the market. The sit-at-home order, it's not no longer serving the purpose, it was initially meant. A lot of us knew that at that point, it wasn't going to solve any problem, because if you want to cripple the economy, and if you are crippling your own economy, it doesn't make sense. If you had said, all Southeasterners in all parts of the country shut down your stores and all of that,
well, I'm glad you took this story, and I'm glad we can see that markets, at least a number of the people want to get back to business.
Yes.
Whether it is one line, whether it is 2 p.m., the fact is, the day, Monday, people came out.
No, they are breaking it. They came
out
gradually.
Yes. So,
but I don't want us to run with the impression that, the markets were open by 7 o'clock in the morning.
On Monday. The markets were open on Monday.
Let's not give the wrong impression that the market opened by 7 o'clock in the morning. Yes.
To the southeast, especially to Anambra. I'd like to see business return, and then, everybody will make money. Yes. So this is a good thing. Right?
It's a good thing.
It's a good thing. Okay.
Yes, it's a good thing. And I hope it is not stalled.
I hope it is not stalled.
Because we also hear some people say it's not going to happen.
Yes, I hope it's not stalled. I hope people are not intimidated in the coming days, in the coming weeks.
Not to go to markets on Mondays, Okay. Like if you go to Enugu, the main market opens on Mondays, freely. The main market, the other market, artisan market, all the markets are open on Monday, and people just trade freely.
Let's run to the papers now. Let's take a few headlines. Jane?
On the front page of the Tribune today, Malami, how I acquired my properties. Malami asks courts to set aside interim forfeiture order. Fintechs processed 11 billion transactions in 2024 as startups raise $520 million in equity. Common food preservatives in hot dogs, sausages, bacon increase prostate cancer risk by 32%. Still on the front page of the Tribune.
Let's quickly run through the Vanguard newspaper with the window headlines. 2027, APC moves to exploit opposition's disunity. And outrage, outrage in, let's take the big story itself. State governments now to share payment of electricity subsidy. That's coming from the federal government with their riders to it. We are reviewing the situation. That's coming from the NGE SERC. funding to come in from PCAF, and there are more stories there from the Guardian newspaper.
All right. Well, we'll get into all of these stories much later in the day. That's at 10 p.m. when we get into newspaper review. So we'll be reviewing these headlines and more. In the meantime, let's get into our very first conversation this morning. Ahead of 2027, Peter Obi accuses President Tinubu's government of fraudulent fiscal policy as he declares presidential bid. Okay. Well, let's talk about this when we come back. Stay with us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Hello there, welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is VOP this morning. Now let's get into our first major topic of discussion. Former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi has launched a scathing attack on President Bola Tinubu's administration, alleging that the government is running a crafty and fraudulent fiscal policy that has worsened Nigeria's economic woes. While speaking at a public forum, Obi ridiculed the government's budgetary process, asking rhetorically whether the country is operating on the 2023, 2024, 2025, or 2026 budget, a jab that has since gone viral online. He argued that the lack of fiscal clarity and transparency is deepening inflation, unemployment, and hardship for ordinary Nigerians, while accusing the ruling party of mismanaging public resources. In a more interesting twist, Obi confirmed that he will contest the 2027 presidential election, positioning himself as the alternative voice for Nigerians disillusioned by the current administration. His declaration comes amid growing public frustration over rising food prices, fuel costs, and economic instability, issues that resonate strongly with everyday citizens. Well, we've been joined in the studio here to help us make sense of it by Prince Francis Chilaka. Prince Chilaka is a political and public affairs analyst and commentator. Good morning, Prince, and thanks for joining us. Beautiful. Good to have you, sir. We appreciate your presence. And from our Benin outstation, we've been joined by Mr. Williams Ediaye. Mr. Williams Ediaye is a public affairs analyst, and he's also an activist and a member of the Obedient Movement. Good morning to you, Williams Ediaye, and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning. Okay, all right. We will have a couple of guests join us virtually from our outstations. But let's start with the ones available, and we have the Prince here in the studio. Prince Francis, 2023, 2024, 2025, or 2026 budget, 4 years, which one is in operation? As a matter of fact, the question is, should it bother us, the budget that is in operation, if we have our monies and we get things done and Nigerians are happy? should it be concerning to us which one are we operating, if, as a matter of fact, these budgets are working for Nigerians?
Well, you know, before now, we used to have 5-year rolling plan,
okay,
10-year rolling plan. And then suddenly we woke up from sleep and we found out that those indices that were helping to develop this country have been thrown away. Now, it brings us to the budget. When you talk of budgeting, it means that a household has a plan for 12 months. And we're saying from January to December, This is the amount we want to spend. And in this figure, we want to budget some for rice, beans, plantain, and all of that. Now, if at the end of the year, you now have a surplus, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to take that surplus and put it into an account, and then you close that slate. In closing that slate, it means that you are giving room for what? Probity, accountability, transparency. But what we've had since this administration is a muddle up of issues. Don't forget that as soon as the president came to power, there was a budget already signed, which was the 2023 budget, that he was operating on. And, while he was doing all of that, something happened. They needed to buy cars for your honorable members. They needed to renovate the house of the vice president. They needed to buy a yacht, so we're told. They needed to buy a car for Mr. President. And what did the president do? He applied for supplementary budget, which the National Assembly approved. And Nigerians at that time were asking, the budget you're running, have you exhausted it? If you have not exhausted it, where are we at? And you're approving a supplementary budget. Nobody answered it. The next year, the same National Assembly said, gave the president the leeway to say, you can continue running the 2023 budget while we have approved the 2024 budget. So the question is, what are those things that are running in other budgets that are not in the new budget?
Okay, now, Prince, you said something in the course of this intervention. You said if you had a 12-month plan, and at the end of the 12 months, you discover that you had a surplus, you simply use the surplus and put into an account. That is one variable. Now, what if you had a deficit and you were unable to meet up with?
You close your books.
You close your books.
The important thing is that the books must be closed.
Okay.
In closing those books, you are giving room for accountability. You are telling us, you're telling somebody that between January and December, I wanted to buy an aircraft. But at the end of December, I didn't have enough money to buy that aircraft. What do? You move that deficit, let it be captured in the new budget. But you need to close the books. So as it is today, 2023 book is open, 2024 book is open, 2025 book is open. We're going into 2026.
What they told us in that 2023 was that they couldn't finish the capital expenditure, aspect of the budget. So they had to roll it over into 2024 for like 6 months. They said it was going to end by the June of 2024.
Did it end?
No, that is the question now. But what are the projects? Are you aware whether those projects were
What are the projects? The only project this government can actually point at is the Calabar Highway. Which other project are you going to talk about?
There's the Badagry-Sokoto Highway.
Have they started? In what budget is that? In what budget? We're talking about the budget of 2023 now. So what can this government tell us that they have been able to achieve in the budget of 2023? Pensioners are not being paid. Contractors are not being paid. Our hospitals, primary health care is gone. Electricity is out of the reach of the poor man. All of these things that are in the budget, which one can the government say we have achieved? So we cannot hold the government, we cannot say, yes, in 2023, from the budget, this is what was achieved. It's also in this same country that the president said to you, they cannot afford to pay bills with electricity. And they opted for what? Solar. But every year, you have budget that tells you how much will be spent.
Okay, all right, Prince. Thank you very much. We'll come back to you in the course of the show. Let's get other opinions. Let's go to Oka, where we've been joined by Honorable Ejiofor Egwuatu, who is a former House Committee Chairman on Information, Anambra State House of Assembly. He's also a public affairs analyst. He will tell us that, how they used to manage budget in Anambra State when he was in the House. Good morning to you, Honorable Egwuatu.
Good morning.
Okay.
I'm happy to be here with us.
Beautiful. Good. We are happy to have you. We appreciate your presence. Now, let's run into it quickly. I'm sure you have followed this conversation. We are discussing, Peter Obi says, well, I don't even know the budget we are running. Is it 2023, 2024, 2025, or 2026? In all of this, I would like to ask you, Is there any problem? Do you have any concerns about we running like 3 or 4 budgets simultaneously? If at the end of the day our problems are solved, do you have any issue with the budget that we are running?
There should be an end to a budgeting process. A particular budget has a lifespan, and the lifespan must exist within the stipulated time of the law. So if we are in 2026, I don't think we should be running a 2023 budget in 2026. I don't think that is possible. Now, if there are issues in 2023 budget or in 2024 budget that have not been handled, that were not properly executed and needed to be continued, the process of making budget, the process of preparing budget allows you to shift from this particular one to a new one. Include those services. Example, if you are doing a building, if you are doing a complete building, and at the end of 2023 you stop at the decking, it is understandable that in the next budget to complete a budget for building.
Honorable Egwatu, you have raised a very important issue, and I'd like for us to interrogate it. Now, we have a situation where you were building probably a
field of already existing building.
Okay.
So some part of the project that is supposed to. Hello? Are you hearing me well?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes. So some part of the remaining part of whatever project you're doing can be transferred, can be shifted, can be reapplied in the new budget, and then the other budget will be closed down completely, and everything about it.
Okay, Honorable, I get your drift now. I understand you, but my question now is, you cited the instance of building a house, and let's take for instance you are building a duplex, and by the end of 2023 you got to the decking level. Now you have not exhausted the funds for that particular building, and the building is not yet completed. So what do you do in 2024? Do you just say, okay, since I already have the money for this, let me move it ahead of 2024, or do you close your books and make a fresh budget starting from the decking upwards? What do you do in this instance?
Better for accountability purposes to close down and start making a new budget. Give it another what do you call it, line, whatever, and make something completely new. You see, at the end of 31st December of every year, unless there are funds already released, that you are monitoring, I do not see any reason why any matter in 2023 cannot be comfortably 2024 budget. There's nothing bad in doing that. Instead of having an open budget, the budget is still running after 1 year or two. It wouldn't sound so nice.
Okay, now you're a member of the House of Assembly. What is the implication of this that we are seeing, where we don't even know the budget we are running? Like, is it 24, 25, 26? We even told that some parts of 2023 is still on. What is the implication of it all?
Processes. The Office of the Accountant General is supposed to have an auditing process. There are checks and balances that are supposed to have come before a new budget, and these checks and balances, these auditing processes, are supposed to look at the previous budget implementation completely. So when you still have the budget still open and still in operation, it becomes very difficult for the accounting process to be balanced, and the legislator will find it difficult to take decisions.
All right, then, thank you very much, Honorable.
That's what it is.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Ejiofor Egwatu. Now let's take this conversation to another guest who joined us virtually from our Benin station, William Sejaye. Good morning to you. Welcome to the conversation. We'd like for you to unmute your device so we can get your audio feed. Now, Williams, is this intentional? Because some people are saying it looks intentional. this administration is running budgets concurrently, different budgets, supplementary budgets, and the rest concurrently, as a way of making it difficult, for people to ascertain its expenditure. Do you agree with that assertion?
Yes. Good morning, and thanks for having me today. To some extent, we agree to that because I see no reason why you open a budget that you're supposed to give accountability for and start running a fresh one. It means there are things you don't want the public to be aware of, and which is very, very dangerous for the sake of accountability, because you can't be running public funds, public institutions, and people who are supposed to give accountability to you, put them in the dark. Is not supposed. You understand? Because now the issue then rests on the National Assembly. This is the reason why we always come up for independence of this institution. Because I see no reason why the executive arm, the president, will present a budget when the former has not been closed, when there has not been accountability for the former. I see no reason why you would give chance for another project to be presented, or for even a supplementary budget to be presented, and then you then approve without questions, without seeking answers to what happened, how were this project executed, the one that were listed in the former budget that was presented. So you see, this issue, when you now ask the question if it is intentional, I will tell you that probably to some extent it's intentional, because there are things you don't want us to know, you don't want the public to see. How do you spend it? When the first guest was explaining, I think the buying of yacht, bidding, renovating of bidding, it means there are a lot of things inside that they use that money to just do freely, that we're supposed to even channel out of what is there to putting into something that is even more better than what they're doing. So it means if we should look critically, if they should launch a proper investigation, you will see that there are a lot of things that the public will be even angry about, that you discover that, okay, these are fraudulent activities that are going on in the space of 2023 to 2025. Now we are expecting a fresh one in 2026. So I think the federal government needs to be checkmated, and the people who are supposed to do that, I would say, unfortunately, are already rubber-stamped National Assembly. People that are supposed to be the checking point for these people.
All right, Mr. Ejaye, rhetorics aside, what do you think the fiscal policy under an Obi administration would look like?
He's not in power yet, but still, I think it will be even more transparent and more. Now, I will speak based on his personality, because until you give somebody power, you really don't know what the person is capable of doing. You understand? So I would just say, based on what he has been doing or what he has been saying so far, if I think he was the one that even brought this to light, it has been there, but he just brought it to light, and then we are dwelling on it. Probably you even want to do something better, be transparent, make sure that you execute a project down to the latter, and then you give accountability for that. I think that is what he would like to do, because to some extent, when somebody tell you this is what is supposed, probably that is what the person will do if you give the person the chance to do it.
Williams, I'd like to stay with you because you have said something that is very, very interesting. You said you never can tell, what somebody will do until you give him power. Now, the person that is in power now, the former governor of Lagos State, talking about Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, when he was in Lagos State as governor for 8 years, we never heard at some point, if there was, I can't on top of my head recall, that there was some kind of, this particular budget is spilling into another year and all of that. And recall that in his tenure too, the federal government seized the allocation for the state for like 3 years or so, and he was able to run Lagos State. Now he gets into the federal level, to the central government, and we are seeing all of this. Does it look like he's been overwhelmed by what he saw at the central level? Does it look like that? Is it an issue of capacity? Is it an issue of capacity?
The only thing that remains constant is that is not constant is change. So probably along the line, something must have happened, because if for 3 years they seized your budgetary allocation and then you were able to run the state and then there were no issues, I see no reason why you be in a place where you have even more opportunity to prove yourself and character in order, and then you are not lacking behind. It means there's something wrong. Probably along the line there was some changes, and then a change of character or principle or policies. So because we'll take it or leave it. Each individuals, they have their own policies, they have their own economic style. You know, if you look at it.
Williams, my question now: do you think it's an issue of capacity? Because the person at the center of this discussion, the president, is also an accountant. You know, he's an accountant. So, is it an issue of capacity or what? Is it policy? Is it politics or governance issues? Which one do you think that it might just be? Or, like I said, does it look like he's overwhelmed, you know, by the humongous nature of the central budget, the federal budget, and all of that? Can you hazard a guess for us?
His personal control, because then this is, like you said, capacity, and then the wideness and the wide reach of the place where he is finding himself now, the federal government. You know, you are open to a lot of resources, a lot of opportunity, and then you have even more people around you. Probably it will not be his own personal issues, but probably people around him, you know, along the line. Everything's happened, and then you want to start pleasing cabals and all that, you know, because I see no reason why you are approving funds for some selfish reasons for politicians, and then what you're supposed to do, you're lacking behind. So I think probably it's not an issue of if you can handle a state where there was no allocation for 3 years, at least there's no reason why you cannot handle.
Well, a lot of people will disagree with you, William Tajaye. Some would say a state cannot be compared to a nation, and then also the argument as to taxation in the state at the time he was the governor is something that a lot of people feel, you know, upset with, and then bringing that to the national level might not really be a good thing, according to some people. But thank you very much for your thoughts there. Let me bring this back to Prince Francis Chilaka. Now, let's expatiate a little bit. Let's talk about the impact of these supplementary budgets and concurrent budgets running on the private sector. And I say this in the light of the fact that the government has continuously told Nigerians that it's seeking foreign direct investment. The president has been out there trying to woo investors into the country. You are in the private sector. How does this affect you directly?
All right, I need to correct an impression before I go to that, which is when President Bola Tinubu was governor of Lagos State, his funds were not withheld. What was withheld was funds for the local government. We need to get it clear. It was funds meant for the local government because he created the LCDAs. You know, so, you know, when people, because that's the narrative people have been selling, oh, that when he was the president and funds were held back, and no, it was the funds meant for the local government. So now, talking about private sector and all this budgeting, the private sector don't even understand what is going on. The private sector, they do their budget based year by year, and they are very strict on it. By the 31st of December, private sectors close their books, including banks. So whatever budget that the government is running that they're not closing, the private sector, they're completely confused because they too don't understand.
Does this impact foreign investors wanting to do business in Nigeria?
Does it affect? Me, when people say foreign investors, I'll ask you, what is the environment like? The environment determines who would invest. A country ravaged by insecurity right now, who would come and invest? Within the private sector, a lot of companies are closing down because of electricity, the high cost of electricity, the high cost of doing business, multiple taxations, which right now we're not even sure which tax law is being applied. Is it the one that people claim that was adulterated? Or is it the old tax law? We're not even sure. We don't even know where we're going. The confusion you have with the tax law is also the confusion you have with the budgeting. So if you do not streamline these things, it has a spiral effect. It affects everybody. So everybody wakes up, people do what they want to do in this country today. Landlords wake up, you know, they say, oh, government is taxing us this. A landlord a tenant has been paying 1 million naira. A landlord wakes up and tells you he's going to collect 3.5 million. What do? And you know everybody in Nigeria tells you it is the budget. So when the moment government releases its budget, the market woman looks at the figure, increases her price. The transporter on the other side increases its price. So that's why we're saying that we must have a budget that reflects the reality of the Nigeria of today.
How has this affected you in terms of borrowing? Companies, private individuals borrowing from banks, seeing that government is largely also borrowing from the same banks, which some would say has made interest rates higher than usual.
No, you cannot compare government borrowing and the private sector borrowing. You know,
But what if there's no money to borrow?
Well, I mean, banks are ready to give loans because they are making profit from it. They're even making more profit than anybody can imagine. But the truth of the matter is, Nigeria is a country today where you borrow. If you borrow to put into your business, you may end up becoming bankrupt. Because you have to pay high rates. And the environment, like I keep saying, is not conducive. So people are scared of borrowing. The best private sectors are doing is cutting down. They cut down on staff, they cut down on everything. They just try to survive. Because they don't even understand, the way the government is going.
All right, so Honorable Ejiofor Igwatu, quick one now. In your assessment of this administration, since we're talking about budgeting and financing, and in your assessment of this administration, how would you rate the administration in terms of ease of doing business?
Well, the situation in businesses, it hasn't been an easy thing. One of the greatest problems businesses have encountered in this administration is inconsistency in policy, unclear vision. When aside the fact that in recent times the dollar has become a little bit stable, so many other factors have not been very consistent. They have not been very clear. So businesses are really suffering. And when you have a sequence of taxation that doesn't conform really with a smooth running of businesses, it hurts businesses. Just like somebody said, if you borrow money now and put into your business, some come at 32%, some come at some outrageous percentages. Believe you me, that business might crash. So it's really been very difficult. So I wouldn't rate the administration high on that. I would rather say that the government needs to look at all these processes and bring out very clear and direct instructions, very clear and direct policies, very clear and direct laws, and see how to make them very much better than what it is today. And another thing is that banks, there is need for banks to really help individuals who are genuine in doing their businesses. When you go to the banks to get loans and all the rest of them, sometimes they will want you to get to the grave of your great-grandmother and bring the picture.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Well, let's move away from this
But
conversation.
the requirements are so outrageous, you begin to wonder. And in the same banks,
Yes, that was a bit of a delay there, so I thought you were done.
No.
Go ahead. Now you're
Some of
finished.
these the banks give us so much conditions. Some of these conditions are very difficult to meet. And at the end of the day, you now hear that from the same bank, some people are owing so much money, and you wonder how they really got the money, because if you look at them, you see that they weren't genuine in whatever they were doing. And the ones who are genuine did not really get the loan. So the government needs to do much more than what they are doing now. Focus on making sure that businesses enjoy privileges, especially loan business, especially genuine business who have tendered everything that they should tender, to have every kind of support from government. The SMEs, today I think there are fundings for businesses today. The policy the government introduced, I don't know how many businesses have received that 1 billion naira largesse. So the government should do much more than it is doing now. Thank you.
All right, government should do much more. This will be a good place to anchor this conversation. We'll pick it up some other time. But in the meantime, let's look at what Femi Falana, SAN, is saying as he slammed Senate over delay of 2027, a delay of Electoral Act. Well, let's talk about this when we come back. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lord.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. In a world where truth is the ultimate...
You're still watching VOP this morning, and let's move on to other topics. Nigeria's Senate has commenced consideration of the Electoral Act repeal bill with a committee set up already. But the process has already drawn sharp criticism from legal luminary Femi Falana and opposition parties who accuse lawmakers of deliberately stalling reforms ahead of the 2027 general elections. Falana insists that retaining the status quo undermines democratic progress, warning that an electoral act without enforcement mechanism is meaningless. Seemingly, the ADC has accused the National Assembly of playing politics with electoral reforms, alleging that delays are calculated to benefit entrenched interests rather than ordinary Nigerians who demand credible elections. The situation has ignited public debates, with many citizens frustrated that despite repeated promises of reform, the same loopholes that plagued past elections remain unresolved. Critics argue that the Senate's slow pace reflects a lack of political will, while supporters claim lawmakers are carefully weighing the implications of sweeping changes. Prince Chilaka, let me have your take on this. What do you think? Because I think the elections are just barely 14 months ago, and these issues keep coming up, year in, year out. Do you think anything magical can happen before the elections next year?
Okay, let's ask ourselves what happened in 2023, and why are we asking for an amendment? Why are we so entrenched in that we want some amendments? And then I ask again, if you are a thief and you are put in a committee to make a law to catch a thief, will you support that committee? Will you support the outcome of whatever that committee wants to do? So the problem we have is not that the National Assembly, they are worried about change. No, they're not worried about change. What they're worried about is the fact that any law they put forward, a lot of them will not go back to the National Assembly. So this whole foot dragging and everything is merely to protect their own interests. It's not about the interests of the generality of Nigerians. It's not about whether we're going to have a credible election. They're not interested in that. What they're interested in is they're looking at a soft landing for them to take advantage of. So that is why everybody's dragging their foot to say, it's like, let's go to our villages now. It's like, for instance, we from those from the southeast, you have Amadioha, you have Okija Shrine, and you now say that, okay, anybody that wants to become an Eze should come and swear. Let the government make it a law that you must swear with the deity. How many people do you think will want to swear with it? People who have benefited from it, who are currently in power, will do everything humanly possible to ensure that that does not work. That is where we are in Nigeria today.
All right, then. Okay, we have joining us Adams Atta Esquire. Good to have you join the conversation.
Yes, thank you for having
Legal practitioner. Now, let's. Do you think civil society and Nigerians in general can, put a lot of, raise a lot of dust, put some pressure on the National Assembly and compel them to, deliberate and actually pass the Electoral Act?
Yes, I agree to that 100%, because it is our right. It's our right to come out and say something so that the needful can be done. But the fact is that we have enough laws in the system. The laws are there. But the enforcement is the issue. And more importantly, that we are garbaging in and out yearly and then year out. That's not hygienic for the system. 2023 election, the last election, a lot of issues were raised up till date. Why are we always in a rush to implement and then make law? From 2023 till date, it's a reasonable time for us to have amended all the system, even with the pronouncement of the court. But what this government is concerned about is the campaign and the win of opposition governors. That's not hygienic for the system. So a lot of issues, vote buying, people decamping on a daily basis without abandoning.
What can you make to prevent vote buying and selling?
The laws are there. It's already in the Electoral Act. There's a punishment for it. There are a lot of, but who is going to enforce it? That's the issue. When those people are part and parcel of the people that drive the system. So who are you going to enforce it? When you see people that come in dollars, even at the primary election level, you see that in the last primary election, we can see what played out in the PDP primaries. So it's not a game that we're new to. It's something that is part and parcel of the system. We need an urgent change of our mindset. Otherwise, the system will continue to get polluted on a daily basis.
Okay.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. Atta, let's try and break down the proposed reforms that we are looking at. I understand that one of the reforms is that, well, is it possible for us to collapse all the elections in one day, like presidency, governorship, Senate, House of Reps, and House of Assembly, so that when one walks into the polling booth, you just have 5 voting sheets, you just print, bam, 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 and get out of it, so that some people have argued, well, it's going to help us save funds. Some have argued with the bandwagon effect, that if you do the presidency first, other states, will probably try to align with the center, that is going to affect the outcomes of the governorship, Senate, and other elections. So if you look at all of these, in what way will making elections, all of them hold in one day, in what way is it going to improve, our chances of conducting a free and fair election?
I'm not in support of conducting election in one day, and I'll tell you why. This is because of the fact that some illiterate, some people who don't even know anything. Let me give a very practical example. The last election, the election that ushered in the immediate president, the one that evicted President Jonathan, Bailey thereabouts, you see that the effect of Buhari and APC factor affected all other candidates who are not even competent. You can equally see that in the last election. Look at what happened about the obedient movement. The effect of Obi, you see that the effects affected most of the results for the obedient and the Labour Party all over the federation. So by the time you make it one day election, you see that it will be one party system. And I will tell you why. Because people will now go out with the mindset of voting APC. But if they have seen, they have a reasonable time within the first 7 or 2 weeks thereabouts after the first election, subsequently the next election, which may be the presidential or something.
I think your position is contrary. If the bandwagon effect comes when we have the presidency first and every other person follows.
That's what some people are advocating for.
Okay.
But I'm not in support. Well, I'm in support of the fact that the election should not be one day. Yeah, it should be spaced out.
Yes. So what are we going to achieve with that?
Because apparently it will give room for people to have, what is it called? I just give a practical example.
It is this person that actually drives the bandwagon effect, because if you conduct the presidency and we have an APC leader emerge, likely chances are that every other person will vote for APC.
Rather than speaking on the spacing or the one-day election, we should advocate for good electoral system. Because we have enough law, the laws are there. It is the enforcement that is the issue. We have even a punishment that is there to deter vote buying. But our politicians, like the fellow guest here said, our politicians are part and parcel of the system, and they are benefiting from the system. So they will not allow it to work. A lot of laws are there, as we are speaking to, but the enforcement is the issue. And even the judiciary is not equally helping the matters, because they are giving series of interpretation to our laws, and that is what is affecting the system as we are speaking right now.
All right, then, thank you very much. Let's take this virtually now. Honorable Ejiofor Egwatu, let me come to you. I mean, you've been in government. This bandwagon effect, that the analyst here, Adams Atta, has pointed to, could it be in the favor of the people, really? Because if the people feel this is a person that we like, and then they vote for every other person that is aligned with that person, isn't that in the favor of the people? Anyway, tell us what you think about elections being held in one day, both presidential and governorship elections being held in one day. Do you think it will make a difference? Because some people will say that in 2023, if both presidential and governorship elections had been held in one day, there probably wouldn't have been an avenue for some people to, rig the elections, because the force with which people came out on the first election, which was the presidential election, would have just been, smooth sailing for whoever, might have emerged.
For me, holding all the elections
We seem to have a bit of a problem with your audio quality, as we're missing out on some things that you've said. So if you do not mind,
if you really
you can take that
spend
again,
much
Honorable
time at the
Ejiofor
voting
Iguatu. We missed a few things that you said there. So please.
Okay, what I'm saying is that it will be catastrophic to have all the elections in one day, because if you go to the voting centers, you see a lot of people need assistance in identifying parties, logos, and all the rest of them, and then the press to understand really the particular elections they are voting for. So if you now model all of them together, it will become more confusing, and then competence and acceptability will not become the focus again. What will now become the focus will be just party logo and bandwagon effect, and it doesn't help democracy at all.
When you talk about bandwagon
it
effect, isn't it the role
going
of the
to help
parties?
a democratic system if we log all of them together.
Sorry to
Now,
pause
another thing is
okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Another fact is that, you see, people are supposed to be voted for based on their personal competence, because we have seen that really political parties do not, to a very large extent, determine how much a person who is elected into office operates. So people are we really need to vote in people because of their personal competence, and logging everybody together will defeat that aim. So there should be separate elections for categories, so that people will understand who really is contesting this one, why the person is contesting, and what are the offices involved, and so that they can understand how to vote.
All right, then, thank you very much, Honorable Ejiofor Iguatu. Williams Ndiaye, let me come to you. Do you share the same thoughts? I mean, that's one of the things that we're talking about in the Electoral Act, and that has raised a lot of debate. That's why we're zeroing in on it. Your thoughts on that one? Staggered elections or streamlined elections? Same-day elections, I beg your pardon. Go ahead, please.
I think there's really no issues about conducting elections the way it has been in this country. Presidential election, House of Representative elections, and that of the Senate. If you check properly, if you observe the last election, there were no issues with the House of Reps and Senate elections. They were being transmitted. And with technology, you can even conduct multiple elections in a day. Yes. In the foreign countries, the United States of America, they do that in a day. There's the presidential election, the Congress election, and the Senate election. But the issue is how transparent is our election. That is the major issue we are having. You can conduct multiple elections in a day. Technology driven. You understand? As votes are going, is uploading, is showing in the system, and then they're not even counted manually. You are seeing it in the screen. Because, okay, it's even in our electoral laws that electoral is transmitted. So I think there's really no issues with that. Saying the issue is we've been having, is the transparency and what do you get on the unit and then transfer. So the issue of transparency has been the problem. So the issue now we are talking about that if you must do this electoral reform, which is here, as we are talking, I actually glanced through. It's a very brilliant reform that we have. If it's followed to the latter, when you are caught buying or selling votes, you go in for 2 years in prison, or you pay 500,000. And when you are caught as an electoral officer manipulating results, it's the same thing. So you see that we have a very beautiful electoral reforms, but the implementation of this of this reform is the problem. Not even the
Is that any
itself.
different from what we have already? That tells you that if you're caught selling votes, you would also go to jail. I mean, it's there. But we have seen in times past that people are caught, altering the results. People are caught buying and selling votes. Some of them go to jail and maybe come out. Those that are doing it on behalf of the party that is not in power go to jail. But those that are doing it for the party in power, they get away with it. I mean, there are countless videos that showed individuals caught during the last election, a lot of them. And well, what do we have? Nobody knows the end result of all of that investigation.
Yes, just like you have said, even the last general election, 2023 election, we saw even in clear evidence where electoral officers were manipulating results. But the fact that it favored the particular party who are in power, those people refuse to be punished. So the problem is, if the constitution says something of such that you are, whatever party that you're doing it for, you should be punished. I think once this is done, we will not have a free and fair elections. You understand? Because now, 2020, I was in the field. In fact, I've always been in the field since 2019. You see electoral officers, police officers, all of them doing what is directly against the constitution. But the person that is supposed to checkmate this issue is right there, aiding the person that is committing this offense. So you see how the issue is so damaged that if you must correct this problem, our institutions must be what? Neutral to the extent that when whoever you found guilty, you should punish the person. Whatever you take the person into custody, and then the person could present the person in court. Is found guilty with clear evidence that this person was trying to manipulate results, or this person was buying votes, or this person was selling votes.
Okay.
So
all right, Williams, thank you very much. Let me go back to Honorable Ejiofor Egwuatu. I hope he's still with us on the show. Honorable Egwuatu, I'd like to ask you, one of the clauses for consideration in this new electoral reform that we are debating is the fact that, look, the proposal is BVAS and the electronic transmission of results, which, according to the Supreme Court, was just a guideline of INEC, which at that time they said it was discretionary, whether INEC liked to use it or not. But this time they want to move it from the position of discretion to a shall matter in the law. You know, whether it is no longer discretionary, whether you like it or not. You have to use BVAS for accreditation. You have to do electronic transmission of results. Are you a politician? Do you think that members of the National Assembly would openly allow for that clause, to be assented into law, because you understand what goes down with BVAS accreditation, with electronic transmission of results? Is there a possibility that they will just let it go so that we could have free, fair, and credible elections in Nigeria?
Well, let me speak politically. It will be in their best interest to have this law enacted. You know why? When it comes to tickets, some of them will lose tickets in that major party that they think they want that they will get tickets. So many factors will push a lot of people out of the particular political parties where they had thought they will get tickets for the election. Some of them will lose primary elections. They will have to, they will make an urgent move from one particular political party to another. Senator Abaribe is an example in this. In the last election, he changed party and he got the ticket of another party. And so, if you are making laws and considering your way in this present political party, and you make this kind of flimsy laws, when the chips are down, definitely it will affect you.
All right.
But if there is a law that states that BVAS must be and transmission of results should be part of the legal processes, it saves everybody. So wherever you are, the only thing you need to do is to get the people to support you, get the people to vote for you. It works for everybody.
All right, then.
Anything can happen during the elections. Anybody can lose tickets. Anybody can lose party. Anybody can lose consideration. And so it's better to have a law that fits everybody. Thank you.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Honorable Ejiofor Egwuatu. Prince Francis Chilaka, the issue of NIN, usage of your NIN to cast votes as against waiting for, as against being restricted to the voter's card. Do you think that's something that will fly at the end of the day?
I think we have too many identification items on us. Too many.
No, for the purpose of electioneering.
No, I'm coming. We have too many. we must decide what we want. We must decide. I think that the name is even something that everybody now has. It suffices.
Okay.
So for me, it is a welcome development. Two, you've been talking about having elections in one day.
I know you were going to say
Yes.
we're going to react.
Let me tell you the truth. I think if we want to get it right, I was actively involved in 2023 elections. And I saw, that it was seamless. The problem we have is knowing which election comes first. I think it is time we do the presidential election last.
Okay.
Because the problem we have, the rigging, this guy snatch it, grab it and run, is the presidential. So let us have the presidential election last. Then you will know that we're moving forward. But when you have the presidential election first, it affects everything. Because everybody wants to align with where the presidency is coming from. Is it party A? Is it party B? Is it party C? But I believe that we can do our election in one day. We can do it in one day peacefully. We don't even need policemen. We don't need soldiers.
The argument some people have put forward is the bandwagon effect.
Yes, see, the bandwagon effect is because you do the presidency first. If you are doing the elections in the same day, I am telling you there will not be any bandwagon. Because if I'm going to vote, for instance, I have already, the moment I'm leaving my house, I know who I'm going to vote for presidency. I know who I'm going to vote for governorship. I know who I'm going to vote for House of Rep. I know who I'm going to vote as a senator.
Well, that's you because you're educated. A lot of people don't know.
That is where National Orientation Agency has failed Nigerians.
Is it
as of now?
Is it NOA or the political parties?
No. Forget the political parties. As of now, the National Orientation Agency is supposed to be everywhere, educating Nigerians on their rights to vote, on what they should expect. Or you just have an office that is moribund. At the end of the day, people are paying salaries and nobody questions it. So for me, I am in support of having elections in one day and we end it. So that as you're voting, you're not sure who's going to be president. There will not be any bandwagon. But if you do the presidency first, that is where the problem comes from.
But Prince Chilaka, even if the elections are spaced, and like you said, the presidency should be done last, don't you think that gives them ample time to, drum up support and do all of those rigging?
No. If you space it out and you do the presidency last, I'm telling you, the ball will not be the same.
Okay.
It will never be the same.
How so?
Because if you do the first ones, nobody will tell you the direction where the presidency will come from. It becomes an all-comers event.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Adam Tata, let's get your concluding thoughts on this one.
Yes, I
want
to say that the government needs to speed up the process of what is called the amendments, because time is of essence. Okay. Election is early next year. People need to put their house in order, and that is part and parcel of what the opposition party are saying. You don't just come and then let us in their system. What all these years, since 2023 till date, why is it that we are still talking about amendments when we have experienced series of court pronouncements? Is enough guide to guide INEC, to guide the National Assembly to see, oh, this is what the court is saying in respect of this particular situation. This is what the people are saying, and this is what is obtainable. So it's not just enough for them to have this impression that is for life.
We're running out of time. I would have loved to put a question out there, but because of time. But I'll still, put this out there for our viewers to tinker with. What happens when one person is arrested for election malpractice, for votes buying, altering results and the rest, and then the perpetrator goes to jail, but the person that benefits from it is having a field day? What then should happen? Anyway, think about that question
you asked. Take time. They will just carry you.
The law is there. Aiding and abetting, conspiracy and others.
Okay, all right.
The both parties should suffer it.
That's what the law is.
But in Nigeria, only one party suffers.
No, but the perpetrator didn't say this is the person that asked me to do.
No, that is you.
Most of the time, they confess, but getting to get the person arrested
is the problem.
Is the problem.
All right then. Oh well, let's move away from those conversations. Let's go into other conversations now. Tinubu's reforms yielding results amidst insecurity and poverty. Former Zamfara State Governor Abdulaziz Yari makes the statement. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break.
Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, thank you very much for staying with us. Now let's get into our final conversation for this morning. Nigeria's economic reforms under President Bola Tinubu have been hailed by some leaders, including former Zamfara State Governor Abdulaziz Yari, as a potential model for Africa, citing renewed focus on youth investment, infrastructure, and agricultural mechanization. But Tinubu himself has stressed that no nation can thrive without empowering its young population, positioning his administration's policies as a blueprint for continental growth. However, despite these lofty ambitions, cracks are showing within the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, with party chieftains warning that something somewhere is undermining the smooth running of government. Something somewhere, they say, fueling internal divisions and raising doubts about the sustainability of reforms. Well, at the same time, in the same vein, Nigeria's economy faces what some would say is a paradox. While the government touts progress, reports indicate the country has slipped to become the fourth largest economy in Africa, trailing behind South Africa, Egypt, and Algeria. While ordinary Nigerians grappling with inflation, unemployment, and increased food prices question whether the touted reforms are translating into real relief. Oh well. We do have joining us Mr. Elvis Elimehele. He joins the conversation. Good morning to you. Good to have you.
Moses.
Yes, and we still have Prince Francis Chilaka, and virtually we have Honorable Ejiofor Iguatu and Williams Ediaye. Gentlemen, thank you very much. We have a limited time for this conversation, so I'm just going to, let me start off with you, Mr. Elimehele. You know, the policies of the government yielding results. And some would argue that it's not translating to food on our table, in as much as the price of grains, rice in particular, which this administration has been very interested in, seem to have come down relatively lower than it was in 2024, you know, but maybe not as low as it was in 2022. But what are your thoughts on this administration's efforts yielding results?
Well, it depends on who is actually giving us this report, Moses, because sometimes when I see report from Nigeria Bureau of Statistics, I get frightened. And again, when I see from APC people, the same frightened comes to me, because if you're actually saying Nigeria economy is getting better, from which angle? Because once they quote figures on macroeconomy and nobody is talking about the microeconomy, there's problem. They keep telling us now inflation is now 15.something%, you know, because they rebased it. Nobody is telling us whether that those figures they are quoting actually reflect on in Nigerian homes. This, you will agree with me now that even this U-tide that just passed, you know how much the transport fare, let's start from there, was from all over Nigeria. If you are traveling from one place to another, it never came down. It became worse. Okay, they will tell you, okay, rice has come down because they just believe that everybody in Nigeria is only rice. The biggest staple food in this nation is rice. So rice has come down because it was 120 before, and it's now like 70 or thereabouts. But they've forgotten that bringing it down now is not because this rice was produced in Nigeria. Here, it's not from our local farmer. They are imported. Are we a country of about 200 million population relying on importation, and you are saying food has come down? Have you helped them? Have you even protected and helped the local farmers who invested money into agriculture and say, okay, probably they'll be able to make out something out of it? That's another issue. Then even this local farmer with all their investment, maybe loan from bank and all that, and even braising the insecurity, at the end of the day, the importation now has come to kill their market. They don't have any market any longer. And this government does not have that policy in place that say, okay, we are as like an off-taker. Say, okay, we are buying these things and keeping our respective silos so that the farmer will still make gains. And when the price, we are not in harvest season, we can now open our silos and begin to give to Nigerians at a subsidized price. We don't have such. We have 774 local governments in this nation. What's stopping that this nation don't have at least a functional silo in all these local governments in this nation? At least we can keep these things. When the price, non-harvest season, we can ask, okay, the Nigerians must not face this high cost of food stuff. We don't have such. But unfortunately, we keep hearing that, oh, food has come down. If you go to the market and buy rice, have you thought of other ingredients that follows it? Have you thought of it? You just bring rice and cook and just start eating rice like that. Others follows is oil and the rest. Have those ones come down? So I don't believe in this Nigeria's economy is getting better. Okay. They have to let us know the area, because if the economy is better, it's people that will actually tell the world that our economy is better now, not the country now singing.
But let me tell you, foreign reserves has risen to about 46.
Is it helping you?
What
effect is it happening in your life, Moses? They quote those macroeconomic figures, but the micro that affects you and I is not affecting us.
Well, we'd like you to stay with us into newspaper review, so you get more time to express yourself. Prince Francis Chilaka. Foreign reserves risen highest in a long time.
Moses,
$46 billion.
And before I go to foreign reserve, who is the man talking about the policies of this government?
I know how you feel.
Abdulaziz,
yes,
former governor of Zamfara State. What is his legacy in Zamfara State? Let him come out and tell us one thing he did as legacy that he left behind for people of Zamfara State. What we have today in this country are men and women that have no honor and integrity. They just open their mouth because they see microphone and they want to speak. If anybody is jumping up every day, it's somersaulting. There is nothing you can even buy. Ordinary biscuit in Nigeria now, you don't have biscuit of 50 naira anymore. No. You don't have. When we say the foreign reserve is rising, what it means is that the lifestyle of Nigerians must also what? Improve. Is it happening? See, what is playing out is that the government is preparing slides that it will use for 2027 campaign.
All right,
and nothing else.
Thank you very much. I'd like you to anchor the conversation right there. Honorable Ejiofor Egwatu, are you still with us? Okay, I was going to ask him if he's honorable because you said a lot of these people are not honorable.
No, they're not themselves.
Okay, but he was an honorable member. So.
Let him prove himself.
All right then. Williams Ajayi, let's have you give your reaction in less than 1 minute, 30 seconds, because we're out of time. And then we'd like you to come with us into paper review. But go ahead, 30 seconds.
Okay, just 1 minute. I would like to see this in newspaper review. But for the fact that you are saying the policy is yielding results, I, for me, have not seen any results. I will tell you sarcastically, I tell you straight to the point, I'm preparing to work on that with my woman. But I can tell the price of things are very, very expensive. It's taking a very long term. So that is just information that. So if he's going well for that, probably I'm saying yes, it's true, it's really true. Because I've been in the market, I've seen a lot of things. So is it to even soft drinks? A lot of things are so out of the reach of the common man these days. So I cannot and will not subscribe to such things saying the policies are yielding results. No, it's not showing anything.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Williams Ajayi, for your contribution. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We've been speaking with Prince Francis Chilaka, public affairs commentator, Elvis Salimehela. We also had Adam Zata, legal practitioner, and Honorable Ejiofor Egwatu and Williams Ajayi. Well, this is where we draw the curtain on today's conversation. I am Moses Humphrey. Join us again at 10 for newspaper review.
I am Chukuma Okoro. Bye for now.
And I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobowale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector
from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
To VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review, and we do have a full house, it is. We have Dele Fanimo, a veteran reporter, joining the conversation, and a public affairs commentator. Good morning to you. Welcome to
the conversation. Good morning, Moses, and good morning, everybody.
And we also have Adams Atta, legal practitioner. He sits back. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
And Elvis Elimehele, also a public affairs commentator. He's also here with us. Thank you very much.
My
and
pleasure,
then,
Moses.
Barrister Darlington Nagumo also joins the conversation. Good morning to you, Barrister.
My pleasure.
William Zediaye joins us virtually. We'll go to him in the course of the program. Okay, I understand that we've lost connection to William Zediaye, but if he joins us again, we'll take his contribution. Now let's dive into it. Now, the big story before me from the cover page of the Punch newspaper reads, "Big money, small impact. Governors face fire over 9 trillion naira FAC windfall. Federal allocations lip 37%. Post-subsidy. Spotlight on states spending. NLC economists, opposition parties react. 9 trillion naira. It's a boom. A raise from what it used to be." Let me start off with you because I know you have an interest in this one.
It's a very beautiful story, though I've not read the content, but from the headlines, I think we are just waking up to our responsibilities in the media. And because our job is to provide watchdog rule in making sure we have a better society. I think enough of harassing, intimidating the federal government. I'm not saying we should not ask questions as to how and what the resources are channeled towards at the federal level. But the governors are the major problem of this country as it stands today. Why? The governors also pocket local government funds, added to the almost triple or quadruple money that they have started collecting since the removal of subsidy. Today, no state government receives less than 70 billion. Pre-removal of subsidy, the average was 12-15 billion. Now, what are they doing with these excess funds? And we have peer group. If you take peer review, you will know that some governors are pathetically lazy intellectually and rapacious in stealing. Mark my words, intellectually lazy, but very smart at cornering the common till. I'll give you an example. Oyo State, for instance, the allocation to Oyo State is not as much as to Ondo State. Ondo State, which is my state, has derivation, 13% derivation, as IGR because of what goes on around the riverine area. Some oil companies that operate around that belt pay royalty to the state. The federal allocation is there, VAT is there, and all of this. But the kind of infrastructural development in Oyo State is incomparable to what is happening in my state. Incidentally, I am using this as an example, and I also have examples even in the southeast. What Enugu state government that is not oil producing is doing cannot be comparable to what Soludo is doing, or even Usodima, who is also one of the oil producing states. Now, how do you defend this kind of thing? The local government in some of these states are moribund and comatose. Nothing is happening. In fact, a smart governor today, the best way to steal is to focus on local government funds. Some governors will give you just 10% of the local government allocation. Out of the 90% that is cornering, it will be the one to dictate what you need for that particular period in your local government. And it will be the one to supply the contractor to that local government to execute that project.
All right.
So it is now that we are now interrogating this that will now begin to make impact.
All right, then let me just read some excerpts from the story before we continue with contributions here. Now, an excerpt here reads, the federal accounts disbursement data show that state governments received a total of 7.315 trillion naira from the Federation Account Allocation Committee in 2025, compared with 5.186 trillion naira in 2024. The year-on-year increase of roughly 2.13 trillion naira represents a jump of about 41% in direct FAC allocation to states. When the constitutionally mandated 13% derivation revenue is added, total inflows attributable to states climbed to 8.934 trillion naira, which is about 9 trillion naira in 2025, up from 6.533 trillion naira in 2024, a rise of 2.4 trillion naira or 36.74%. Now, NLC jumps in on this one. A representative of the NLC saying that, look, the country's biggest labor union, they say FAC allocations have failed to deliver meaningful benefits to citizens, blaming weak governance, misplaced priorities, and persistent corruption at the state level. And he's quoted as saying, very few states are doing well in terms of how they deploy what they receive. And this is the Assistant Secretary General of the NLC, Onyeka Christopher. But some would say that a lot of states have borrowed monies. So when government pays FAC, there is the deduction to what they have borrowed before the money gets to them. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Now, what I will say to this is that it is not always good and forthright to blame the states. The federal government is complicit in what is happening in the states. Look at it this way. If you are talking of the money the states have received, how about the one that the federal government received? How about the debt these states are owing? And most of these debts came from corruption. And corruption is those state governors that entered into APC, leaving behind a huge debt.
Well, is it the federal government's duty to prosecute them?
I am coming. Why did you now condone such governors who left huge debts in their states from money they borrowed and the one they stole, and they ran into APC and you covered it? You cannot blame the state. How about the chunk of the money the federal government is collecting? Look at all the money you are collecting as the federal government. What are you doing with it? You are not even doing roads, no hospital. Jehoso has been on strike since 3 months ago. I have been saying this persistent that...
We're talking about FAC allocation to states.
It's the money, yes, it's the money.
To states.
It's the money. Is the federal not collecting money? Is the federal not collecting money? What are they doing with their own money? Tell me that thing that the federal government is doing with their own money.
Moses,
because if you take care of the Moses,
let me just say one thing.
Yes.
Allow him to.
Constitutionally, no, let's look at the law. Constitutionally, does a federal government appointee have any right to question a state governor as executive governor on allocation?
No.
No. You are a lawyer, sir.
You know the federal system gives room for independent of the
exactly. So can a president query a governor on his fund that has been released to him?
You see,
EFCC is there to investigate funds.
No, before the EFCC,
if the fund is not properly disbursed,
before the EFCC,
can go after whoever is the beneficiary of that fund.
Not the president or the governor.
A federal government that wants accountability should query the states on the money they collect.
It's not about query.
You should query, yes. There are ways, because you deduct this money from source. Abi? The money the states are owing, you deduct it from source. So why would you not say that they are collecting huge source of money when you know exactly that that's not the correct story?
Let me correct this ugly impression that is being pointed by Barrister, that the fact that the federal government cannot account for theirs, it is not a notion for us not to demand for good government. Yes, we can even go to politics. Government is all about you start from the local level. That entails the states and then the local government. The federal government is not exempted, but however, people have the right to demand for accountability from the state government, from the federal, and even from the local government. So it's not a matter of politics.
Fish is start rotting from the head. Fish is start rotting from the head.
You see, because the federal government, led by Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, knew so well how much goes to state these days. Remember last time when he had opportunity to speak with the governor, what did he say? He said, please go to your respective states and work more ground.
Work more ground, yes.
He told them, the governors. What is that? That's an advisory role. And that's the best he can do under a federal system. He cannot impose this or say, you must do this project, you must do this project. But you see where the problem comes from here is the party. The party ought to have a structure where they can hold their governors accountable. Because if they actually say we want to come back on the second tenure, people will look at what is on ground for that party to be considered. But unfortunately, the parties and their executive are beneficiary of this humongous amount that we are talking about. Because by the time the money gets to the state, the party chairman also have part of it to settle party chairman of that particular state. That's why you see the parties are dormant in putting it like a kind of responsibility on their respective governor to do more. The president told them that they work more ground. I remembered during PDP era in this nation, especially during the time of Jonathan, PDP set up good governance committee that was headed by the Minister for Information then, Labaramaku, who was visiting all the PDP states to see what their governors are doing on ground in this nation.
Yes.
But APC now
they
have so much more now in their kitty, and nothing of that nature is coming up. So the party must be held accountable for what is going on in the respective state. The state governors are living too larger than expected. They are living too larger than the life the people expect them to live. And that's the problem we have.
And the two, listen very well, when it is convenient for the federal government, they will now choose how to control the local and the state governor. Remember, this local government fund, who started it? Was it not the federal? Knowing fully well that constitutionally, that is an aberration.
You see, let's get clear analysis of what we are saying here. You see, let's not muddle things up. The federal government, the state and local government, in the constitution, now I'm not a lawyer, but I have read that the states superintend over the local governments. And why this problem of joint allocation arose was as a result of, in 1999 stroke 2001.
It's constitutional.
Please, let me talk.
Go ahead.
Let me talk.
It's already constitutional.
It was as a result of primary education that caused the problem of local government. You recall then, when the federal government, through UBE, when they said that local government should bring the list of teachers on their payroll, most of the local governments inflated the numbers. And so, immediately after that, they thought government was going to release more money to them based on the payroll they submitted to UBEC. And immediately after that, the government said, primary education should be within the precinct of the local government. And so, each of these numbers will be deducted at source from local government allocation. That was when local governments were getting zero allocation.
Okay, let's
have you land on your thought so we can move on. I will land on my thought. I don't want us to distort information when we are on here, because we are here to educate people. And that was when, as a result of zero allocation to some local governments that are in urban area and surplus allocation to those ones that are in the villages, they now said, instead of teachers suffering, it became a political tool at that time that local government teachers should go to their various local governments. Because majority of those in the urban area are from the local area. So they have to bring that money together. And that was what brought about joint allocation.
Let's move on to another conversation, please.
Moses, let me summarize this. The fact remains that it is constitutional.
Now, let's check out. There's another story here. There's another story here in the paper I'd like us to react to. That's about the ministry. The Punch puts it, ministry blames budget delay as South Africa cuts embassy power supply. Now, I'm going to read a little into the story here. So, the Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs has attributed the disconnection of electricity to the Nigerian High Commission in Pretoria, South Africa, to delays in the passage of Nigeria's 2026 national budget. We talked about the budget earlier today. Part of the mission was cut on Monday by the city of Tshwane, whose executive mayor, Nasifi Moya, confirmed the action on X, stating, #Shawani Yatima. We have disconnected electricity to the High Commission of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. They owe the city for utility services. That's on X, on social media. Moya shared a photograph of the embassy building alongside the post, responding to the blackout. MFA spokesperson Kiniebi Ebienfa explained that the unpaid bills were due to funding constraints caused by the budget delay. He said, if they say Nigeria has not paid in January, that means there is no money for Nigeria to pay in January because the budget has not been passed. There you have it. So, isn't this an embarrassment?
Yes,
national embarrassment.
More than an embarrassment, because you see, when government want to tell us lies, let them be intelligent about it. As I talk to you today, we are running 3 budgets. concurrently. Is that not true?
Yeah.
Last year's budget, they have shifted 70% of that budget into 2026. So there is an existing budget. Why didn't you take money from there? Instead of using this lame argument, some gullible Nigerians will fall for it and say, it's true. They have not passed budget. Oh. The one you pass, Nko. The one you pass, what happened to it? There are some arguments that are not tenable. What is delaying your ambassadors from being allocated to the country of primary assignment? What is delaying it? Do we need to go to court about that one? So when government is shooting themselves on the foot, let us not support them, please. Anybody giving that argument, they are not part budget. The one you passed before, what happened to it? It's a simple question.
Apart from the budget that they gave there, Moses, I think it's beyond that. You will see that we don't have ambassador in almost
all the countries.
So how do you expect these countries to even run well? Who is even going to present the budget of that embassy to the Foreign Affairs Ministry and say, okay, this is our budget for the year that we're going, because there have been no ambassador. But and again, now we have even seen that the ambassadors have even been, be cleared by the National Assembly, but they are still not being given their primary the country of assigned their various countries. So we don't know why is it that at every junction there is always a delay. There was a delay in even appointing them. There is a delay in posting them now to their respective countries. We only see that only about 3 or 4 of them have been posted. So we don't know what is happening to the other country while they are waiting. These people, these guys are already set. They are waiting to be posted. So all this embarrassment would have been sorted out.
My take is that charity begins from where? Home. You see what is happening now is a carryover of what we experience in this part of the world. You can't pay for NEPA electricity supply in your apartment. Is that not so disgusting and disheartening? And then you are saying that there is no existing budget, that is why the payment was not
even
done.
Aston Villa is relying on alternative energy now.
Relying on alternative energy is not a bad thing. People are even shifting from
Aston Villa. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, it's not a bad thing. I'm not against that. You can have about 3 or 4 options at a go because you can't determine what will happen at a go. But my stand is that that money that is due for payment, the government may have sent that money to somebody outside the country. And then furthermore, I want to say that they are saying that there's no money, but they are flexing muscle all around. Anytime they are going out, they go out with about 20, 40 cars at a go. Where are you getting that money to fund that movement? And then you are touring all over the federation. You can't do basic things. For how long are we going to continue with this mess?
There's a headline that even ties to that. My eyes just caught it. FG moves to share electricity subsidy costs with states. Okay.
How will that work?
Go ahead.
You see, for me, I don't see any reason why we should even subsidize electricity. Places like Togo, Ghana, and even Republic of Benin here, that their GDP is not comparable to that of Nigeria, they pay for consumption of electricity. It should be as you can afford, not government subsidizing. This subsidy thing has been so bastardized and fraught with fraud that you hardly can pin, you have a finger on some of these things. For me, in Benin Republic there, if you visit that place, you will see the way they run their electricity. You hardly see anybody putting on bulb in the afternoon. You hardly see people running electricity without compulsive use. But here in Nigeria, we abuse everything. For instance, if you run your deep freezer for 3 days consecutively and the freezer is frozen, now what stops you from putting it off in 24 hours to conserve energy? And then, so because government, now, even the subsidy you are talking
about, sorry please, I didn't get that. I didn't get that.
If you put on your deep freezer for 3 consecutive days.
That's how I manage it in my
There is no way, if you switch it off for 24 hours, that your things in the freezer will go bad.
Let me tell you why you cannot. Because you may switch it off for 24 hours and the power grid collapse. And then you'll be left with another 24 hours to wait without power, to wait, and your food will start to go bad.
It's not in all cases that such things happen.
Because
what I'm saying, yes, I know. What I'm trying to say here is that sometimes we need to be responsible in conserving energy. You don't throw everything just because you are enjoying some measure of subsidy. But if you know that you have to pay, Nigerians are in UK, they're in the US, they're in Canada, they know how they manage energy, but come home, we just feel, you need to see some places, you see their halogen lamp, their security light, everything 24 hours.
But they are paying for it under this band A and band
No,
B.
you
People are
see,
paying
what I'm
for
saying-
whatever they are consuming.
It's
no longer the old era that it's a one-way traffic. If you like, on your deep freezer, on whatever you want to on. The presumption now is that people are paying for it.
They are not paying.
Why are we silent about the prepaid meter? The government came out recently.
Mr. Moses, if you have prepaid meter, will anybody come and control how you use your lights?
No.
Can you just imagine? These other people that are enjoying subsidy because of the crude oil God gave them, are they not human beings like you and I? Please, is there no country, especially opaque country, where their citizens are enjoying? Libya here, you saw what was happening in Libya when the Gaddafi was there.
Yes.
Americans were going to Libya to do chachu, kabu. It's on record. That was what angered the Obama. That how can the GDP of an African country be bigger than that of America? Did it not happen here? Please tell me, Saudi Arabia, uncle. My brothers here, the 210 trillion naira that is missing from NNPC, do you know what that money can do to the economy of this country? Up to today, nobody talking about it. Nobody. It has gone. It has gone, and that is cash. NNPC, our cash cow. We can't render account to there. 210 trillion. It was not even reviewed by a roadside mechanic or rabble rouser. The National Assembly called the man there. Come and explain to us, where is this money? The man couldn't up to today. Look at the money. Can't you use that money to subsidize the electricity and give up prepaid meter, repair our road, our hospital, please? We are the one causing problem for ourselves, and we are blaming the whole world and everybody. We are the ones. No country can lose such an amount of money in a particular government agency and everybody is quiet. It can never happen. They will look for that money and bring it out. But here, it's all gone. It's all gone. We are not talking about it. Rather, we blame the states for collecting tertiary money. The federal government account for your own. Do things for your own. Let the state emulate.
Thank you very much. Let
the state emulate the federal government.
Go ahead. You're going to say something.
My take as to on this is that there are rumors recently from the government that the companies, the generating companies should give people prepaid meter. Up till date.
We heard the meters are even rotting away.
Up till date. Even some people came out and then opposed that move by the government. And I don't know, why are you now shifting the burden on the state governments and then the local governments? Whereas, if you look at the provisions of the Constitution, it falls within the federal government categories. You are to oversee electricity supply all over the federation. So whether it's not a game of hide and seek, it is an open game. Let them wake up and take up responsibility. Give Nigerians, what is it called, prepaid meter. We need prepaid meter. That's what Nigerians want. Because if assuming you fail to give people the prepaid meter right now.
But the latest we are hearing now is that one of the conditions now, when you register with the APC, this is their e-registration, that they ask you whether you have a prepaid meter in your house or not. If you don't have, they give to you. We've heard that, yes. Somebody sent me that message from Ikorodu, currently going on.
That what?
So, free prepaid meter now, that if you register with...
That was what the federal government said, but I wish...
But now they have now...
They made it into a party thing.
You see, my worry... It's not free generally.
It cannot be free.
If you are a leader in a particular place, and you are able to bring your people to come for that e-registration, you ask that leader, ask your people how many of them need prepaid meter. Heard of that.
That is a fraud we are talking about. This is already a build-up. This is already a build-up to rig the forthcoming election come 2027. Whether we like it or not, but if you like, go and adopt what is it called, e-transmission, electronic transmission of votes. the process of the rigging is already on.
Rigging is not done during election. No, it's done pre-election.
It's two-way traffic. It's on now. It will also be done on that fateful day. They will manipulate the database.
If there is no build-up now, you can't do it on that election day.
Some people will do it that day. It's not something that is certain. So my point is that APC should give room for free and fair election come 2027. Why are they manipulating people's emotion and support and wooing people on the basis of gifting them items? It's wrong. Yes, they know that Nigerians are hungry for this. So they exploit them, take advantage of Nigerians, and this is something that ordinarily, by the NEC regulation, prepaid meter is supposed to be free.
It is free. It is free. Even government has said it's free.
But in reality,
should we blame the government or should we blame agents?
No, at some point,
the government is all overseeing it.
At some point, you are paying. And this was the way they did it. There is this campi, I don't know the full meaning of that campi, and I can't remember now. In that campi, you pay for your meter. Then, over the year, a certain period, you now get that money back in tranches by deducting from the units you pay. I don't know if that is operational now. But you see, the whole of it is not even the federal government that is the problem on this meter thing. Why are these schools not releasing meters?
Who is now overseeing them? It is the government. It is the government that is in charge. After God and his cabinet, the next person on earth is government. Now you cannot be overseen. Go to Russia before you make any decision. Putin is already aware.
Let me tell you.
And what you say as a government,
what I'm saying is that the NERC has supervisory role over this discourse.
I agree with you.
You understand? But ordinarily, you don't need to twist a disco to force them to release prepaid meters to consumers. Because as we speak, apart from 2.5 meters that was imported, look, around this Lagos-Ibadan corridor, there are 2 factories where they manufacture prepaid meters.
Yes.
And for over the years, this disco did not patronize them. And why? Because they meet their target by putting pressure on those who are not metered, because they give them estimated billing. You understand? So sometimes you that are lawyers, you can also help the society. Because I know that a particular lawyer took them to court.
It's not just taking them to court.
Wait, and the judgment
waking up to even allow or give.
I'm not saying government should not.
I've been to court over the right of an electricity consumers in Nigeria. Exactly. We got judgment, but the enforcement. The man was in darkness for 6 months. After we got judgment, who are we now going to hold to ransom?
I wonder. Nobody bothers.
Government that is not supporting you. Is it the government that does not bother us on the welfareism of Nigerians?
Even the NEPA.
Or who are you going to ask?
NEPA people are so arrogant.
The issue is, my point is certain, and I will not withdraw that statement. The government, if you ask me to rate them, like I always say, I will give them just 0 over 10. Because they are not bothered about the right of we consumers.
At all.
In all aspects.
At all.
In all aspects, the government is not bothered.
These are your views. There are other people that would, think, otherwise.
All those things that matter to you, where does the government come in here? Have they cared about it? Like this light issue. This light issue, that it is compulsory. Whether you are poor or rich, you need light. Is government not supposed to be very, very focused on that area? Look at Nigeria in 21st century. We don't have prepaid meter in our homes. We are still arguing, talking. Is that proper? But when it concerns them, by fiat, 24 hours, they will do it. By fiat. Why would they be telling somebody living in a 2-bedroom flat to pay 250,000 naira a month? Or
how much is rent?
Have you not had it?
Oh, yes, I have.
Oh, so what are you talking about? And they will now put it in your prepaid meter when they bring it, that this is what you are owing. Look, I don't want to discuss this issue, please. I don't want to. It's very, very annoying. Somebody living in 2-bedroom flat to pay 250,000 naira in a month.
It's
even if you are baking bread, making bakery there, even if you are doing bakery there, does it add up? Then tomorrow they are owing us 10 trillion naira. They are owing us 4 trillion naira. Nobody have sat down and said, come, how did they incur all this debt? Are you sure that this is the money your consumers are owing you? Moses, you can see fraud all over the place. Fraud. Tomorrow they will carry it and go and give government. These are how much we could not collect. These are how much they are owing us. And people will say, it's too much, it's too much. Nobody will ask question. How did you come about this money they are owing you? How did it happen? Are you sure that you did this improperly?
All right, let's get into
that is the responsibility of NERC, National Electricity Regulatory
National Electricity Commission.
Apart from that, what are our legislators doing?
We have, like I always say, we have enough laws. It's the enforcement. For example, now I went to court, I got judgment. But to enforce it is so cumbersome. You now start going through another round. They called me the pronouncement. And the power holding company refused to comply with that pronouncement, the judgment of the court. To enforce it, we are going through another cumbersome procedure. That's number one. And then number two, how do you expect these people to comply with the order of the court? When the government itself does not even comply with the order of the court. How many times have the court granted the case of Nnamdi Kanu and others? The court granted an order granting him bail and some other people.
That's where it starts from.
Comply without that.
That's where it starts from.
The evidence exhibits and showcase that indeed you have respect for rule of law and considered authority. How do you expect your subjects? And that is why people are running the foreign companies they're just living on a daily basis. They are living at their country. No power supply. Everything is moribund. The system is dying on a daily basis. People are beginning to lose interest in the system. Investors are running away. How do you expect the whole system to feel? It's dying.
All right, then. Well, let's go for what I will call a free-for-all now. I'll take the headlines and then you make your pick and react. So, I think I would like to start with Guardian. Yes, there are a few headlines here. You can just make your pick, all right? If you want, you could refer me back to them later when you want to react. So, from the Guardian, window headlines. I'll be running for president in 2027, Obi confirms. Court restrains NLC, TUC, others from strike, protest. Talking about obeying court orders. Court restrains NLC, TUC, others from strike, protest. President directs MDAs to disclose electricity subsidy pay bills. I take that one again for emphasis. President directs MDAs to disclose electricity subsidy pay bills. There are riders to that story. If you want me to get to the riders, I will, when you want to react to the headlines. Now, the big story on the cover page of The Guardian. Party politics by court orders hurts internal democracy. Opposition. Court remands suspects of Benue killings in Kuje prison. NBA advocates time frame for resolving legal disputes. Kuka. Nigerians must unite to end killings of Christians, Muslims. PH. Warri refineries workers protest unpaid salaries. Okay. Soludo visits Onitsha markets as residents observe seats at home. Some actually came out yesterday at about 2 p.m. Yeah, later in the day, some of the traders. 2027, Saraki rejects APC overture to Fintiri as ruling party intensifies recruitment. Nigeria paying heavy price for underfunding education sector, says Oshimbajo. Those are the headlines from The Guardian. And the big story here on the cover page of this day newspaper, Tinubu brokers peace again, asks Wike to halt impeachment of Fubara, Rivers governor to recognize FCT minister as political leader. Issue of Fubara second term premature. Tinubu tells feuding parties. Wike's candidates to be recognized in state assembly by-elections. In state assembly by-elections. That's the big story there. And then we have other stories. David Mark, APC's vicious policies exposing Nigerians to untold hardship, poverty, insists Nigerians desperately seeking credible alternative. At Investopia, UAE eyes over $10 billion investments in Nigeria's infrastructure, agriculture, tech sectors. All right, so those are the headlines here.
Now, I want to talk about this NNPC, Port Harcourt and Warri refinery that the workers are asking for.
You think they're not working?
What are they doing? How can you, the only commodity that you are supposed to supply to Nigerians
It's
and
not
even
their fault, but
offshore
they go to work.
Is to produce refined products.
But they go to work.
They go to work.
It's not their fault.
To do what?
To do what?
They go to work. It's up to government to provide them with crude and then make sure that the equipment
The
work
refinery is
so
not
they
working.
can. But they go to work.
For how long has the look? It's not
The
that
law is clear. Labor law is very clear. If the employer fails to provide job for the employee within the first
if you don't have
7 to 14
equipment
days,
there to work
and they
with,
are coming to work, it's not
You
their
will
fault.
pay them. You will pay them.
No, I'm not faulting the
You will pay
payment.
them.
What you don't even understand my own grounds about this. For God's sake, why would you keep a redundant workforce for years? We're not talking about 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. We're talking about when last did Port Harcourt and Warri Refinery produce a liter of petrol?
And then the issue now
Why are you still keeping
the
them?
issue now lies with the federal government to make a categorical pronouncement on whether
Shut down the refinery and let these people go. Let them off.
You cannot lay them off
Send them
like
off
that.
as
We're
scraps.
talking about unemployment in the federation. You want to go
And so we should keep them.
No, you can feed them
In your own private business.
Some other suburb.
In your own private
Let me give you a
business.
very practical example. I know of a state that a sitting governor then, I don't want to mention his name, he created a courtroom and then employed one of his relatives and made that person a magistrate. So if government wants to give you employment, they know what to do. It's so clear. They will create that atmosphere for you and then make you an SA on what does not exist. We have SA on what? Kitchen affairs or something in this country.
So Adams Atta, you are speaking, you're basically promoting corruption here.
I'm not promoting corruption, but I'm saying as a matter of fact and true. If government wants to give employment, they know what to do. I'm not promoting it.
I put it to you that you are promoting corruption.
I'm not promoting corruption. I'm saying it how it is.
You are becoming a fake lawyer.
No, it's true. That's how government operates. It's not me.
That story of Cubana and Tinubu interfering.
Yes.
It's APC shifting the goalpost now that because it got to Cubana's tenure that leadership of Rivers State APC now belongs to Wike.
Political leader. He's the political leader.
That's what they are saying here.
Is that what they are saying?
Which is wrong.
Is that what they do in other states?
Recognize
Is
him
it that
as the
Rivers
political
State now has?
No, it's a different. That statement is very clear.
What is clear
There's no
about it?
statement as to whether to recognize Wike
No,
as
it
a
says-
leader,
it says-
as a leader of APC.
It says recognize him. Rivers governor to recognize FCT minister as political leader.
A political leader is a different ball game from a party leader. That statement is there's no ambiguity there. When they say recognize somebody as a political leader, it could be branded as a shadow
That's a
director or
political,
something.
it's a political
or a head.
statement that will continue, that will make that crisis in Rivers State.
You have
to
empowered
continue.
Wike
He
now
has
with that
empowered
statement.
him now.
What about-
Also,
we are talking
we should
about-
address it well. We should address that matter. It's a political statement. The president should make a very unambiguous statement on this matter that, as far as APC is concerned, Governor Cubana is the leader of the political APC in Rivers State. Whoever is coming in, whether you are coming from PDP, you are coming from ADC or whatever, you have to queue behind the leader they know, their own party leader. Because everybody, Wike is talking about Tinubu coming back. Cubana is talking about Tinubu's coming back. So how are you now going to say, okay, Wike, you are the leader, political leader, then Cubana to work with him? On what ground?
Wike is also PDP, not APC.
It's in PDP. It's in another party entirely.
I told you
what are we
here,
talking about? This crisis in Rivers will continue.
No, I told you here that you see how we create problem for ourselves.
This is a big one he has created here.
You can see now. In the other rider to that thing, he said that the by-election, that Wike's candidate should be recognized.
Yes.
Already they have been sworn in. Is that not true?
And this Wike candidate,
and somebody is saying all these things. So
Wike from APC.
By the time the problem will now escalate, they will start looking for solution again. Start telling, I have tried my best. Meanwhile, you are the one creating the problem. Anyway, it is left for Nigerians and Rivers people.
No. In all this one, barrister, it is the Rivers people that the president is insulting. It's insulting because the Rivers people have not been able to know their own rights concerning their state. The third party is interfering in their state and is taking away their right. That right of who lead them belongs to them. It is not the president. It belongs to them.
That's why I said that it is left for Rivers people. Shebi 2027 is coming. Anyway, that by the way, I want to talk about this in NDA said about timeous decisions in court. It is very important because I know that justice delayed is justice denied. In fact, some people got frustrated along the road and now decided to take the law into their own hands. This is very dangerous. I remember that in 2014, Jonathan gave out the CJA, Criminal Justice Administration, where it was decided that criminal matters should not last more than what? I think 70 or 90 days from the beginning. Rather, what has taken precedence is the electoral matter, political matters. It has taken precedence. Now, the question is, why must a case in court last for 4, 5,
years.
10 years? Yes. What are you adjudicating? If you don't have the resources to continue with the case, what happens? You drop out by the wayside. Because as you are going to court, you are spending money. Appearance fee is there. No doubt about that. So when you add all this, you see how our judiciary is going down. So if NBA can pursue this thing, that is pursue it, I'll be so happy. Because more people have slept on their right because of these frustrations. They are not sure they will get justice in court. It has frustrated them. They are not sure that they will go to court and obtain justice timeously.
All right then.
Let me speak on the issue of Obi wanting to contest the forthcoming election.
Yes.
It is constitutional right.
In less than 1 minute.
It is constitutional right. He can contest, but winning the election is another thing. It's not enough for you to say, I want to contest. I'm not saying, and I'm not preempting the outcome of that result. But however, the opposition needs to be strong and firm. It's only the collabo of Obi and Atiku that can defeat what is happening right now. But I don't know who is going to hedge. Whether Atiku is going to vice Obi or Obi is going to vice
in the mix as well.
Kwankwaso is because I learned that Atiku is now playing safe. Now that Kwankwaso is now there, because Kwankwaso is a force, whether we like it or not. There was a time I called him the president of Kano State. Because if you look at what we are experiencing today now, you know that Kwankwaso is part and parcel of the people that kept us in this mess. The 1.something million votes he recorded in Kano State, he can as well bring it and then collapse it for Obi or Atiku. But I don't know. Well, I don't know. But
your thoughts.
That's my take. That's my take.
He's no longer in charge of Kano. I hope
Thank you very much.
He's no longer in charge of Kano. Things have changed.
Kano has divided now.
Things have changed.
So many things have happened.
The conversation, of course, will continue after now. Thank you very much, Barrister Darlington. Thank you very much, Barrister Adams Atta and Elvis Alimehele and Dele Faniwell. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Well, that's it on Newspaper Review. I'm Moses Humphrey. Stick around. Sports comes up next. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and yet our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's about that shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens. Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 2012, please the sport.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never.
Well, a lot of conversation. I mean, today it's going to really be interesting because the transfer window officially ends. I'm talking about the January transfer and lots of movement, including Nigerian players. A lot of persons excited. I was having a chit chat with the guys and we're talking about, lots of players actually moved. I mean, the most impressive for me is Tochukwu Nadi. We talk about all of that, including, Frank Onyeka the Tank, a man who actually got a deal I must describe as the bargain of the season when it comes to this January transfer, because the clause that was imbibed in that particular contract, I mean, it's mind-boggling. We've not really seen an African player that detailed, when it comes to a contract. I mean, kudos to him and his agent. They did a lot of job. But today's Sport Republic show will definitely be starting unconventionally, because we'll definitely be starting away from football. We'll be looking at boxing first. That's why I said unconventional, I beg your pardon. So we'll definitely be starting with boxing. And in a stunning display of the resilience, and this one's happening right there in England, where Josh Kelly emerged victorious over Bekram Mustavelli, claiming the IBF light middleweight title and making history as Sunderland's first world boxing champion. That 21-year-old fighter faced a challenging match marked by a 9th-round knockdown from Mustavelli, but rallied to secure the win. Two judges scored about 115 to 111 and 114 to 113 in favor of Kelly, while a third judge saw it as a draw at 113 apiece. And he said, I had to congratulate, my opponent, and I had a very, very strong game against him. I had to concentrate, and I feel very, very overwhelmed. And that's exactly, what Kelly said after the match in a post-match interview, and expressing his disbelief and joy at the achievement. It feels like it's a dream. I need to take a second backstage to gather, myself immediately. And of course, it was mentally exhausting. That's exactly what the young man was actually saying. Let's say young man. Yeah, that's 31. It's still very much a young man. This victory marks Kelly's 8th consecutive win since his only professional defeat to David Arsenaves in February 2021, raising the total number of current male British world champion to 6. He joins an elite group including Fabio Wadley, heavyweight Lewis Crocker, welterweight Jazzy Dickens, super featherweight Nick Ball, featherweight, and Dalton Smith, super lightweight. Known as the Pretty Boy, Kelly showcased his knockout power in the 4th round, flooring Mutazav leave with a powerful left hand despite the setback, including being knocked down himself. Kelly skillfully maneuvering ultimately led him to triumph, handing Mutazaliv his first professional defeat in 23 bouts. I mean, that's so huge for him. Congratulations to the young man. Still talking about boxing this morning. And in a recent discussion, Murad Gisep expressed his enthusiasm for potential matchup against top British heavyweights, including the WBO champion Fabio Wadley, who I just talked about, and former champion Daniel Dubois. Gassif emphasized the current strength of UK boxing, stating right now it is a good time for the UK boxing. We've seen a lot of boxers right there in the UK. Anthony Joshua is one of them, and of course not forgetting the Gypsy King himself, Tyson Fury, and reflecting on what really went down. Wadley actually noted that Fabio, world champion, one of the best heavyweights in the world right now, a unification fight is always an interesting fight. Gassif also mentioned Dubois as a significant name in the sport, highlighting his former champion status. When discussing the prospect of a high-profile clash with Tyson Fury, Gassif remarked, "I would love to fight Tyson Fury," showcasing his ambition to square off against some of the boxing elites. In light of the anticipated bout between Deontay Wilder and Derek Chisora, Gassif commented on Wilder's potential underestimation of Chisora's trainer, Don Charles backs Chisora to emerge victorious in what he claims will be the Welsh fighter's last fight. Big showman, and I like to style, the ring and outside the lots of prospects for him. And, he was also talking about, the fact that the trainer of, Chisora is actually one man who is really, really respected, and he acknowledged the unprecedented nature of boxing, stating that before a fight, you have a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C. Many times, game plans, of course, but when you take punches, everything changes, and one punch can change it. Or Gassif concluded with, any opponent, I try to do my best and do everything to win, underscoring the commitment of excellence in, the game of, pugilism. But the truth is, if you are actually, a huge fan of boxing, you understand, what this man is talking about. You definitely will look at, a lot of boxers over the years, and particularly in British boxing. So far, so good. In the last couple of years, we've gotten to see a lot of, British boxers, rose to the top. Back in the days, it used to be Americans, having all of the top boxers in the world. But it seems to be that there seems to be, a change of dynamics, or some persons will say, a paradigm shift away from, United States when it comes to, individual sport. And this is not just about boxing for me. I think there's something wrong with the United States when it comes to sports generally. I don't know if it has something to do with, talent hunting. I don't know if it has something. I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe it's an infrastructure problem. I think it's more of, I also don't want to look at it as, a finance problem, because when it comes to individual sport, the United States is one of those countries that heavily, finance individual sports. So I'm trying to actually wrap my head around, what would be the reason why, they're having this poor run of, a top talent in boxing. Or maybe it's just one of those times where, spotlight will just move away from, you, regardless of whether you're doing a lot for yourself. But yes, congratulations to the British that they're doing everything right at this point, and have gotten, all the top boxers. I just would love to see that fight. Perhaps, I don't know if Fury want to, go into that bout with, this man who's actually looking at fighting him. But in the end, if it happens, it's going to be a huge bout, because Tyson Fury, is one man who you don't want to actually have, in the ring against you. And of course, Tyson Fury is also preparing to actually fight, Makhmudov, and when he eventually does that, they will be talking about, him going head-to-head against whoever it is, is going to be going, ahead with. But that's exactly what, boxing brings sometimes. And he was also talking about the fact that, you might have all of the plans, plan A, plan B, plan C, but then just one punch will definitely change, everything. I've seen boxers, come into the ring as favorite. Anthony Joshua was very much favorite against, Lewis in the first fight, but he lost it, and then he came back in the second one and won. Anthony Joshua was also the heavy favorite against Alexander Usyk, knowing that he was coming from, a lower category. But then, the first fight he lost to the Russian guy, and the second one again, Usyk also defeated him again, and that's exactly what with all of the plans. Joshua's got everything in his advantage. A world champion, he's got the elite status before Usyk. He's got everything that should have actually earned him that victory. But unfortunately, it happens that Usyk's game plan was the most watertight, and at the end of the day, he got the belt against Anthony Joshua. We also saw, Deontay Wilder against Tyson Fury. The first fight, it was a draw. The both of them got knocked down, and everyone is expecting. In fact, a lot of persons were, tilting towards Tyson Fury because of what actually happened to him. He stopped fighting, he went into drinking, got depressed, and eventually came back into the ring against Deontay Wilder, who, the American boxer, who everyone was expecting. Oh, this guy is, arguably one of the strongest fighters in the world at the point. And then, he did a very good job against him. And the second time, he was actually saying that, you know what, I'm going to defeat this guy. And he came back the second time, it was easy for him. I mean, he did, you know, Deontay Wilder dirty. And I mean, that's exactly how he got the belt until, you know, he eventually lost it to the same man I just, you know, talked about, Alexander Usyk. I'm actually hoping to see who Usyk will be going up against eventually when he decides to actually jump into the ring. But at this point, a lot of fighters will definitely be squaring up against themselves. I mean, the best of them will definitely step up. And I'm also, I definitely know that, you know, the WBO, the IBF, and you know, all other boxing federation will definitely sit down and then, you know, unanimously pick a fighter for you know, Usyk if he decides not to actually fight any of the guys who are actually coming up, you know, for him. That's exactly how it works. So that's all about boxing, and let's move straight from there to golf. You know, yes, I mean, this is another very you know, interesting single sport where the United States of America, you know, do everything right. They dominate the sport. In fact, the goat of this sport is very much an American. I'm talking about the game of golf. But this time around, Justin Rose. Yes, Justin Rose just secured a historic victory at the Farmers Insurance Open, finishing with a remarkable tournament score of 23 under par. This achievement marks the 10th PGA Tour title of the Englishman's career and set a new record for the tournament, surpassing the previous best of 22 under par held by the golfing legend himself, Tiger Woods and Judd Burns. Rose dominated the tournament with a wire-to-wire victory, starting with an impressive 10 under par, 60 in the opening round. He maintained his lead throughout the competition, concluding the final round with a 2 under par 70. It was an amazing week, and everything seemed to be heading in that direction. Rose said after the win, "I felt like I played well and I did the right things. I wanted the first change on the scorecard to be a birdie rather than a bogey, which helped me settle in." The victory also put Rose in third place in the early FedEx Cup standings, and he came close to matching Woods' target margin of victory in the tournament history, finishing 7 shots ahead of the nearest competitor, Ray Hastings from Japan, South Korea's Siwoo Kim, and Pearson's Cody from United States all finished in the tie for second place at 16 under par. As Rose continues his impressive career in his mid-40s, he remains a strong contender in the sport, eagerly looking ahead to upcoming tournaments, including the Masters at the Augusta National in April. I mean, a few minutes away, we'll definitely be looking at that one. Definitely we'll be bringing you, you know, all of that here on Sport Republic. But again, right, I was just talking about this sport. I look at the another Englishman doing everything, you know, possible to put the English national team, you know, on the spotlight. And this is where, you know, it really, really worries me. You know, every single sport, I mean, I grew up knowing that America is, you know, actually the king of sports, because how do you measure who the king of sports is by, you know, going to Olympics. They dominate all Olympic tournaments until very well recently where China actually said no in Beijing, where China actually, you know, came first. And that's actually when, you know, a lot of persons start believing that, you know what, I think when it comes to individual sports, we can actually push the United States, you know, toe-to-toe. And now the British, right, the Englishmen are, you know, encroaching in another very familiar territory. I mean, Justin Rose just did a very good one. He broke you know, Tiger Woods' record in this particular tournament. And I mean, if you know Tiger Woods, I mean, if you know golf, you should know Tiger Woods. If you know Tiger Woods, you should know golf. I mean, this is exactly you know, a case of, you know, Pele for football. It's also the case of, you know, when you look at a policeman, and the first thing you think about is, you know, the police station. And I know what you guys are thinking, but hey, the truth is, when we look at, you know, this particular game, right, people actually attribute it to, you know, the game of big men, right? But sometimes, right, according to, you know, professionals, I mean, I'm talking about healthcare professionals, one thing they've attributed this game to is that the game helps to actually, you know, keep, you know, hypertensive nature of individuals and, you know, adults, you know, at the barest minimum, because it helps them to actually relax. Now I ask myself, I was actually following a statistics a couple of, you know, weeks ago about, you know, healthcare in Nigeria, and it was said that, you know, at least one in every 5, you know, Nigerian adults is hypertensive. And I started asking myself, if you have this sort of, you know, far-crying, you know, statistics, right? Why are we not actually introducing or investing more on a sport that can actually help people, you know, really relax and, you know, put them in a very good state of mind? I mean, knowing that we do not even have, you know, the best, you know, or the fastest, first respondent when it comes to emergency situation. I mean, we can actually throw our mind back to what happened a couple of days ago, where the fast-riding musician actually lost her life after a snake bite. It shows about how our healthcare system is terrible, and how we do not have a very good first responder. She actually was said to have visited 2 hospitals, before she eventually lost her life, because there was actually no antivenom. I mean, certainly someday we'll talk about how terrible that is, or what impression that gives our country. But then it's a very bad taste. I struggle to actually comprehend that a lot of money was actually voted for ETAB, which is the antivenom for snakes in this country. But away from that, we're still talking about a golf. So yeah, but it is sad that we're having this sort of conversation, and this is why the people who really understand what it means to run a society know that when there's an emergency situation, when there's crisis, when there's chaos, it's an opportunity. It's a time for actually to create an opportunity to better the life of people, or to even make more money. No, what do I mean? If you have a statistics that says that your people have problem with hypertension, I mean, you have a sport like this, what should you do? Put more money, and then a lot of eyes will be on that particular sport. People who play the sport will make more money. You draw a lot of persons more into that particular sport. It brings investment. In return, it gives government and the society tax. I mean, vis-a-vis everybody goes home win-win. But then we live in a society where people really do not appreciate good things, basically, because that's how it appears. We talk about this every now and then, but then nothing seems to come out of it. But congratulations to the young man, Justin Rose. I mean, he's done it, and congratulations to people who actually put the sport together, and congratulations to the host of this particular sport. It's been a very, very interesting game, and I mean, it's high time we start seeing new faces dominating sport. Tiger Woods, yes, I mean, you're the legend, but then I want to see new sport. Akaras did this. I want to see new names actually dominate sport, and it's also good that we're having this particular conversation. But away from golf, let's talk football. But then we'll go on a quick break. When we come back, we definitely go into the big headlines where FIFA is actually planning to recall the sanction of Russia.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is So Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Cubana and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on running down, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most.
Yeah, of course. Welcome back to Sport Republic show. And I mean, I was talking about the golf situation, and I talked about how it's sad that we've really not done a lot. And now straight to football. This is a very interesting news. I mean, just 3 days after the Russian-Ukraine war actually started, the FIFA president and of course the FIFA committee actually imposed a ban on Russia, and it was okay. What's going on? A lot of persons were actually applauding, FIFA for that particular decision, knowing that yes, maybe this is going to actually curb big nations for actually encroaching, suppose small nations. But then, just about a few years after, what are we hearing? The FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, is actually reconsidering, right? That there's actually conversation about, what happened, a couple of years back. I'm talking about the FIFA, the ban on Russia is going to actually be rescinded. And now Gianni Infantino actually stated that, the ban imposed on Russia from football should be lifted. And a move he believes will foster greater unity in the sport, and the country has been barred from competition since its invasion of Ukraine in 2022. That's exactly 4 years ago when the last World Cup was played, and now another World Cup is about to be played right there, in North America, talking about United States of America, Mexico, and Canada. Infantino's comments came in light of a recent recommendation from the International Olympic Committee for International Sport Federation to allow Russian teams to participate at the youth level. Infantino said the ban has achieved nothing. And that's exactly where a lot of persons have, issues with this comment, and also resulted to increased disappointment and hatred. That's exactly what Infantino said. And he emphasized that the importance of allowing young athletes from Russia to play, suggesting that it would contribute positively to international relations through sports. And he said, and I quote, "We definitely have to lift the ban. And having boys and girls from Russia playing football in other parts of Europe would help foster goodwill and understanding. The proposal to lift the ban is sure to spark significant discussion among stakeholders in the football committee as they navigate the tension rising from the ongoing geopolitical conflict." So here's the thing, right? It's not the first time, football governing body take action against nation. This is not the first time. We've seen it a couple of times. I mean, Nigeria has also had a fair share of, football governing body, not FIFA this time around, but CAF, taking, a decision against the Super Eagles of Nigeria, not participating in Nations Cup. A lot of you wonder why, Nigeria did not participate in Nations Cup in 96 and 98. Is it that we didn't qualify? No, we have arguably the best team in Africa, and if we had gone to play those two tournaments, trust me, the Super Eagles would have at least won one of those two tournaments, or even three. Maybe would have been the first team to actually do, what Egypt did between 2006 and 2010. Now, here's the thing. What happened? In 1996, right, Ogoni 9 actually happened, where, the late General Sani Abacha's regime actually, arrested and, found, the leader of the movement for the Ogoni cleanup. I'm talking about the Kensaro himself and 9 other men, guilty for, misconduct, terrorism, and of course, all other, incident. And in the end, of course, that actually led to, these guys being killed, and that has actually resulted to the ban that the Super Eagles so far. Let's go to a quick break. When we come back, the show continues. I'll tell you more.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Can you hear me? All right, welcome back to Sport Republic Show. You saw that, right? Exactly. That's exactly what we do behind the scenes to actually put the show right. And I mean, my cameras and my mic was actually having some difficulties, but I mean, the guys are actually up to the task. And I mean, this is an opportunity for you to actually catch what exactly goes behind the scene, and that's exactly how it works. But away from that, we're talking about the Ogoni incident that actually led the Super Eagles to be banned. That incident actually happened in 1995. And when that particular incident happened, these guys, Kesarewa and his men were actually, charged, and then, against international condemnation, against international outcry, everybody was actually screaming down the regime of, the late General Sani Abacha. But, I mean, Defiance, they didn't listen. They actually, he went through the tribunal and they were actually executed. Long story short, that actually, was a very, very, big slap, across the world. Everybody's actually, in fact, till date, he's still being mourned. But the interesting twist to that particular thing and how it affected the Super Eagles was this. Now, one of the most vocal person against that particular, action by, the late regime of Abacha was, the late Nelson Mandela. I mean, everybody will definitely die someday. He actually came up and said, you know what, this thing you did doesn't make any sense, and it got, the late Abacha very, very angry, and then he, for that reason, decided, you know what, the Super Eagles will not go to, the Next Nations Cup, which was to be held, which was actually held in South Africa in 1996. And because the Super Eagles decided not to actually participate, it got, CAF angry, and CAF decided to also ban the Super Eagles for, not coming for the 96, from 98 as well. That's exactly how the Super Eagles successfully, or successively actually missed, 2 Nations Cup back to back. So exactly what we see now, like I said, it's not the first time it's happening. So FIFA also wielded the big stick against Russia because of what the French government did, against Ukraine, or still doing in Ukraine. Because at this point, yes, Donald Trump stepped in. He also even got a Rousseff for that particular, intervention. The Gianni Infantino actually, gave, or FIFA rather, not just Gianni Infantino, FIFA actually awarded Donald Trump Peace Prize for his, the part he actually played in the Russia and Ukraine incident. So for that reason, right now, these guys are actually looking at, the bigger picture. Yes, if you decide that Russia will not play football, or Russia will not be part of any FIFA organized tournament, let's come to look at it, right? Russia has always been part of it. Russia have also contributed fair share. The government might actually be wrong, but where does this leave us? He made a very, salient point that, hey, this has actually not achieved anything. And the truth is, every single time this thing has happened, it has achieved nothing because the government doesn't care. Most of them are not even football lovers. So the people who definitely suffer the most is the athletes. And in the end, of course, it's going to also reduce the pulse that will be coming in, for the football governing body. Because if Russia participates, it means more money for FIFA. And that's exactly how this thing works. So FIFA is definitely look at the business angle. Plus the fact that, yes, the tension is almost over. I mean, why can't we just stop it and allow these guys, come back into the fold and find, a way? And another very interesting twist to this is that FIFA also now came out and said, you know what, FIFA cannot solve geopolitical problem. And that's the truth. When it comes to geopolitics, it beyond, sensationalism, it beyond, how much you can cry. It's all about how much power or influence you wield on the stage. FIFA has actually tried, they've actually done what they could or what they feel could have actually forced Russia to step out of Ukraine. But this is not working. Trust me, if it goes on, even in the next 10 years, Russia will not even budge. And it's not even about Russia now. It's about any other country. Because the first thing is the government of the day, the ego of the government and the country will definitely override whatever it is that's happening. They'll be like, okay, just because of football, you want us to actually leave a country where we've got an opportunity to get resources or whatever it is their interest is at the point. So all of these are the things that, Gianni Infantino is actually looking at. And definitely, if FIFA can actually find a way to, bring Russia back to the fold, not just imagine a classic game of Russia and Ukraine coming together in a football match, and then before the match, a lot of anthems, a lot of pleas, a lot of stuffs, come together. Football has a way. I mean, footballers have influence. Even across the country, they have the ears of their government. So definitely, this will definitely give the Russian government or soften the heart of the Russian government, and that's why for me I think this is a very smart move from FIFA to allow Russia back in the fold, and then let's get to see peace or more peace in the world, and that's exactly where I'm actually going to leave it. So away from that, let's talk transfer, because a lot has been happening. But before we go straight to the transfer news, Pep Guardiola, yes, the man who is the most successful manager in England in the last 10 years, has come out to express his optimism about Manchester City's league title aspiration following a frustrating 2-2 draw against Tottenham Hotspur. Despite leading 2-0 with goals for Ryan Cherki and Antonio Semenyo, City allowed Spurs to equalize as Dominic Solanke scored twice. Solanke's first came after capitalizing on a mistake involved Mark Guehi, and also his second was a remarkable scorpion kick that leveled the match. Guardiola acknowledged the setback but remained hopeful, highlighting there's still plenty of games left in the season. We are playing at a high level, he said, and we didn't have the consistency to win games when others were able to. 6 points. Next one, City manager praised his team's overall performance, indicating that they faced challenges after conceding, but performed admirably throughout the match. It was really, really good performance. Unfortunately, we could not win, he added. As the title race heats up, Guardiola's focus will now shift to the upcoming fixture as City look to close the gap on the league leaders, Arsenal. Now, this is the big question. Arsenal, this is not a strange territory for Arsenal to be at this stage 6 points clear. Pep Guardiola coming out saying, hey, we can actually still rally around the troop. A lot of persons believe him because, yes, he has actually done this over and again. He did it against a very strong Liverpool side, 7 points. But all of those conversations, behind the mask of all of it, one thing is certain. Everybody will agree that Pep Guardiola's got a very rich squad. He's got a squad that individual players, 1, 2, 3 of them can actually turn the game on its head. But at this point, a lot of them do not have it. And you can clearly see that there's little synergy in this Manchester City team. I'll tell you for free, right? The only reason why Manchester City is doing as good as they are doing is because the manager handling them is Pep Guardiola. If you take this crop of players in their first season together and give it to a manager who is really not experienced, you're definitely not going to see a top performance. And that's exactly what they've been doing. And maybe that's exactly why he so believed that Manchester City can always turn the tide. I mean, they've done it a lot of times. So yes, why can't they do it again this time around? But trust me, from where I'm standing, City has really not looked convincing. But can they do it? Have they done it before? Yes, they've done it before. But can they do it against this Arsenal side? Another question, another reason why some pundits still believe City can still do it, and other persons still City doesn't have what it takes to actually go the way, which I want to agree to an extent. But their biggest concern about the league leaders Arsenal is the fact that Arsenal as a team seem to be, too conservative. And if you want to win the league, there are so many games Arsenal should have won. City sleeps, City is in a very bad shape, Arsenal should have actually been leading this table at this point with about 15 or at least 12 points. I mean, last season Liverpool was smoking guns, City was struggling, every other team was struggling, and Liverpool keep winning. If you look at the distance, you know that yes, this is a team that is on the verge of winning the league title. But 6 points in February doesn't look good for Arsenal. For me, it looks like they are trying to actually put more pressure on themselves. But again, Arsenal's got a rich squad, and now with Moreno out, the transfer window generally is closed. I think Arsenal definitely will sit back, and Mikel Arteta will have to, really rework his team and find a way to continue to grind the result, because I think that's what Mikel Arteta has decided to do. Just find a way to continue to grind the result, no matter how unpleasant or no matter how people criticize you. Just ensure you keep getting results, get to the finish line. Arsenal has been over 20 years they won the league, so you want to also cut them some slack with the way they're actually approaching every game with caution. This is one of those things that comes with you staying too long before you actually eventually back the title. But away from Pep Guardiola and Manchester City, let's talk about football transfer, and we'll definitely be talking about Nigerian footballers that actually did so well. Very first off, yes, Ademola Lookman, yes, concluded, done deal. It's a very big one. We're having a chit chat, like I said before, that he moved to Atletico Madrid. It was a very, very big one after Atlanta. I mean, a lot of us saw it coming. Immediately, Atlanta actually brought in Palladino. The first thing he actually did was to bring in Kamal Suleimani, the Ghanaian. We know that there's trouble. We know that, yes, at this point, it means just one thing, that they are planning, for Ademola Lookman's exit. It was toxic for him at some point. They find a way to actually resolve it. He kept back playing, and that's actually the good thing. For me, I think this is a very good news for all parties. Atletico Madrid is going to have, arguably the most, talented forward in Africa at this point. Atlanta is going to have their money. They've also planned. I mean, he didn't just leave them, so they have a backup plan who's already playing for them already, doing very well for them already. So I think it's a win-win for them. But for me, I'm so happy. Ademola Lookman, season in, season out, until he leaves Atletico Madrid, is certain to play for Champions League football, and that for me is the biggest. And of course, he's going to compete at the highest level. La Liga is where he's really going to show his skill. Kizzy was talking about him, talking about real growth, how he's been moving from club, small teams to the biggest, and now he's got to the biggest level. It's so huge. I mean, 2013, La Liga champion, twice UEFA Champions League runner-up, Atletico Madrid under Cholo. I mean, what else? You need a manager. If you talk about a manager who's got all the experience in the world, he's that man. And now he's also, he's also made his move to that particular capital of Spain, which is Madrid. And it's going to be huge. I mean, I just can't wait to see, Barcelona, Atletico Madrid, Barcelona, and Real Madrid. But let's talk about, the tank, the man who is dubbed the tank, Frank Onyeka. I mean, he was dubbed the tank in 2023 African Cup of Nations following his performance, and how, Frank Lampard has successfully convinced him to actually join Coventry City as the club looks to boost his squad ahead of the second half of the season. Onyeka hoped privilege he could. His talent during the African Cup of Nations was a key target to Lampard as he aims to enhance Coventry's performance in the championship. The 25-year-old has been a standout player, and his addition is expected to bring much needed energy and creativity to the team. Lampard's personal approach played a significant role in securing the deal, with the former Chelsea manager emphasizing the club's vision and his plan for Onyeka's development. The midfielder reportedly appreciated Lampard's commitment to fostering talent and is eager to begin his journey with Coventry City. This move signals Coventry's ambitions to compete at the highest level in Championship, aiming for promotion and stronger presence in the English football. And away from Frank Onyeka, let's talk about another one who's really giving me joy. Nigerian midfielder Tochukwu Nnadi has completed a permanent transfer to Olympique Marseille, as reported by a lot of media outlets. 22-year-old joins Ligue 1 club from Belgium Pro League Zuid Waregem for a 6 million pounds, and Nnadi has signed a contract that will keep him at Marseille until 2030. This transfer marks one of the most significant departures from Zuid Waregem, making him the club's fourth most expensive sales in history. Before his move, Nnadi made 18 appearances for Zuid Waregem during current season, showcasing his versatility in talent and field. I mean, this is a young player that we all saw, at the AFCON. I mean, he had a cameo appearance when the Super Eagles actually played against Mozambique. It was actually beautiful. We saw how, he came on and, he did, a very good job in that particular game. And trust me, right, that particular game, I think he played again. Okay, yeah, he also played against Uganda. That was also a very, a big game for the Super Eagles, where I think that was the first game he came in. And after he also played, in the pre-match the pre-tournament friendly against Egypt, where he also came in that particular one, and he gave a few touches. A lot of persons don't know that this guy was part of the under 20 side that actually went to Argentina to defeat Argentina in that particular championship, himself and Benjamin Frederick. I think these are the two, a huge lights that we actually have seen in that particular team, and both of them actually came in from that particular team. Benjamin Frederick has actually cemented his place as a Super Eagles player now. Now, Tochukwu Nnadi is also, on course to also do that. But I mean, I just hope in the end that Super Eagles get to reap, the quality that this guy's got, and it doesn't derail. But the good thing about this is the man who he'll be playing under is a man who emphasized very much on midfield and possession control. And now it means that all eyes will be on Tochukwu Nnadi. It means that this player will be tasked to actually control the dynamics and the rhythm of the game of the Olympic match. And there are also other players like our fellow Nigerian, of course, is still very much a British at this point. I'm talking about Ethan Nwaneri, who actually just joined Marseille in his first game. He actually scored. So there are a lot of players that he's definitely going to look up to and then learn from. And I mean, it's going to be so beautiful, because if you look at the Zerbi when he was actually handling Brighton, the Italian was so superb. Pep Guardiola actually talked about the Zerbi and said he was arguably one of the most brilliant minds he's played against. The way he set up his team, the way he's actually look for details in the game. I want to believe he's really going to help Tochukwu Nnadi. And I mean, we've always been crying, that we do not really have a lot of, midfielders that can actually, lead and dictate the game. Yes, Iwobi came into light in this particular championship. We're so grateful, but it's 29 now. We need someone who is definitely going to be warming up to actually step into the big light as soon as Iwobi actually leaves. And that's exactly where, Tochukwu Nnadi comes in. But away from, that, let's go straight to what happened in England. Yes, the whole, big transfer stories across the Premier League teams. But let's look at what's happened and what went down this January transfer. Premier League sides, clubs have been very active and more. They spent over £400 million on signings this January. Let's start with Arsenal. Yes, Arsenal is one team, in this January, they're quite very, very quiet. Embarked on a quiet window, largely due to significant summer acquisition. Manager Mikel Arteta has indicated that they would only enter a market for a unique opportunity, although the club explored options following an injury to Mikel Merino, but no new signings were actually finalized in the end. Aston Villa, yes, Aston Villa is one team that has really shown, so well that they are, a team to be respected this season. Third on the log at this point. Unai Emery is doing everything to actually chase in the league leader. They're still very much in good position to actually do that, but then they have to reinforce the squad, and that's exactly where the management decides to reinforce squad while adhering to financial rule set by Premier League club side. With key players injured, Douglas Luiz actually came in, from Juventus, which of course secured a very, very huge role so far for them, and now also joining them on a return is Tammy Abraham, who also moved, from loan, and I mean it's going to be huge because it's going to offer a huge attacking depth to that particular team, and that's going to be very big for Aston Villa going. And I'm talking about Bournemouth. Yes, Bournemouth's challenging window was successfully added 4 new signings, helping them push clear of relegation fears. Brazilian teenager Ryan, who made a strong debut, brings excitement alongside new signings aimed at bolstering the squad. And let's get straight down to Brentford, a very, very good team. I mean, former Frank Onyeka's team, yes, consolidated in impressive form by adding young centre forward Kayo Furo, while retaining key players Christopher Ja and Ateli Janet, both whom signed new contract. And for Brighton, a team that is known to have one of the very best talent hunt managers. And that's what I think, really, because they get to spot a very good talent, sell them for big money, even within Premier League side, outside Premier League side. So they've always been doing that. They had a very mixed window, highlighted by the return of Pascal Gross from Borussia Dortmund. Despite early promise, they completed few signings. And in anticipation, they also focus on, future plans. And I know that they have a very good structure when it comes to player acquisition and how they structure for players to actually, sell them and then, bring them back to life. But Burnley, they suffered a 3-0. They were actually burnt, really. 3-0 in the hands of, one of the most impressive sides in the Premier League so far. This is the only team that's yet to actually lose at home. 3-0 to Sunderland at the Stadium of Light. the light was so bright. I mean, it caused them a lot of heat, just as, it could be anywhere else. And of course, they secured the signing of, midfielder James Ward-Prowse. I mean, one of, a couple of years is one of the most sought out midfielders. He's good he's a dead ball specialist, so it's really going to add a lot to that Burnley side, knowing they're a team that really likes to actually go for set piece, and of course, they like to actually, boozle themselves, into opponent 18 yards and find a way to actually get goes through some very funny antics. But yes, Ward-Prowse is one man who definitely will come in handy for them as aim to actually boost the squad as they battle against relegation. And now Chelsea, yes, Chelsea started this whole transfer drama, and a lot of people were looking at Chelsea, but I think in the last couple of years, Chelsea's transfer number of players they bring in and bring out, bringing now has really reduced, because they seem to now have a good shape. Liam Rossini is doing a very good job, and of course Chelsea has experienced a quieter transfer window than usual, missing out on top target Jeremy Jacquet. Jacquet actually joined, Liverpool because Chelsea decided to actually, call back Malanga Sarr. And of course, Jacquet actually weighed his option. He's a player who is actually promising. He really wants to play a lot, and that's exactly why he decided to actually move away from that particular team. Crystal Palace, another very, not too good, team so far this season, but they are one of the very, teams that top teams will definitely be wary of. And then they made also a headline by smashing transfer record for Brennan Johnson from Spurs. However, the winless run persisted, and certainly Jean-Philippe Mateta will definitely stay back after missing his medicals right there, to join AC Milan. So it's going to be more like the same team for them. Then they find a way to actually, keep themselves in the Premier League to hope for what happens come next season. But for Everton is another very Everton is another very interesting side so far this season. I mean, Tarek George actually joined that particular side. They also have a calm transfer this particular January, and Fulham also had a very disappointing end of failing to actually secure the signature of striker Ricardo Papi from PSV Eindhoven. And Leeds United also had, their own fair share of. But Liverpool, yes, they finally found a way to actually, look for a long-term solution rather to Virgil van Dijk and Konaté by bringing in Jeremy Jacquet, who I talked about. Chelsea missed up signing that guy narrowly. And Manchester City, of course, they stole the airline earlier in January when they actually acquired Anthony Semenyo and Mark Guehi. And for Manchester United, I mean, it's very, very quiet. I know Manchester United is planning to actually get their transfer rights right there in the summer. And that's exactly where, we'll be leaving it right here on this episode of the Sport Republic show. And of course, do well to join the guys later in the evening. I'm talking about, locker room, where Jerry and Afis will be here to break down all football stories. And they'll look at all of the stories we talked about today and even more. And of course, the ones I'll be breaking, later in the evening to talk about it. You do well to actually join at 5 p.m. is the time, and do not fail to also to be part of it. And up next, yes, we'll be looking at, David Edwin taking us across the world. It is, midday news, and I am Ikechukwu Aguago. Don't go away.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Ọ bụrụ na m bụ ezigbo nwa afọ Naịjirịa, ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche.
Nwanne m nwoke,
Adanne,
m ga-akwụ chim n'eziokwu. Kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugwu ma lekọta obodo anyị anya.
Gbam!
Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m,
obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha, anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị.
N'ezie, ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ.
Asaa bụ
onye ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma.
Igbo kwenu. Igbo kwenu. Igbo kwezuenu o. Ọ bụrụ na mbụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa aga m eme. Na-edosa ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile. Na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu. Na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere. Ndị ọchịchị ga-arụ ụzọ ọma na-abịa. Wuo ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra. Menugwu ka ọ dị nchebe ehihie n'abalị. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo. Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu. Nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza. Ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. Ọ bụrụ na nchebe gburugburu mebe obibi onye niile. Ndị ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike. Ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ. Ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi Imo. Ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu. Ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị. Ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla. Anyị jikọtara ọnụ. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo. Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu. Nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza. Ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. Naịjirịa mara mma o. Naịjirịa obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ. Ụzọ ọma o. Ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o. Ebe obibi ọma o. Igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị yọleba. Onye agbakwala nke nwanne ya gbara. Let's go.
Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu na Imo. Anyị ga-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị wepụtara.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji Monsu. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector,
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you.
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. Senate to resume deliberation on Electoral Act Amendment Bill amid public outrage. Nigerians in diaspora petitions National Assembly over Lagos-Calabar Highway compensation. U.S. to deport 79 convicted Nigerians on criminal list. NUPRC CEO says Africa needs unity to unlock energy mineral resources. Femi Falana says military officers accused of coup plot must face civilian courts, not court-martial. NIS warns Nigerians against fake recruitment websites in circulation. In business, NESG projects 5.5% GDP growth for Nigeria in 2026. In the world of sports, Leicester City boasts midfield with Joe Aribo's loan signing. In entertainment, Davido reveals Grammy-nominated With You almost missed 5 album. And now the news in full. The Nigerian Senate is set to resume deliberation on the Electoral Act Amendment Bill today amid growing public concerns over delays that could impact the credibility of the 2027 general elections. The upper chamber plans to conclude work on the bill and transmit it this week, following the establishment of a 7-member ad hoc committee to harmonize senators' positions and resolve outstanding issues. The committee, inaugurated last Thursday, has 3 days to conclude its assignment and is expected to submit a report today. The Electoral Act Repeal and Enactment Bill aims to introduce critical reforms, including electronic transmission of election results, stricter penalties for vote buying, and voting rights for inmates. Meanwhile, Nigerians in the diaspora, led by Mrs. Stella Okengu, have petitioned the National Assembly over alleged non-payment of compensation for demolished investments during the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway construction in Okunwaja in Lagos State. The petition claims the project affected 18 hectares of land and structures, with the highway diverted into their property. The petitioners want the National Assembly to demand the original project design and alignment approved by the Federal Executive Council. They also want the National Assembly to set up a committee to investigate and direct the Federal Ministry of Works to pay compensation at prevailing market values. Moving on, the United States Department of Homeland Security, that's DHS, has announced plans to deport 79 Nigerian nationals convicted of serious crimes, including fraud, drug peddling, assault, manslaughter, and robbery. The individuals listed on the DHS worst of the worst criminal list were arrested as part of the U.S. crackdown on criminal immigrants. This move is part of the U.S. government's effort to prioritize public safety and national security. The Nigerian government has been notified and arrangements are being made for the deportation process. The development comes amid ongoing discussions between the U.S. government and Nigerian government regarding deportation procedures and ensuring humane treatments of returnees. In another development, the Nigerian High Commission in Pretoria, South Africa, was disconnected from electricity on Monday due to outstanding utility bills, with the city of Tshwane citing unpaid debts as the reason. The disconnection was part of the city of Tshwane's Shamatima campaign targeting consumers with significant unpaid municipal bills. The Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs attributed the unpaid bills to delays in the passage of Nigeria's 2026 national budget, citing funding constraints. MPF spokesperson Kimiebi Ebiemfa explained that the ministry was engaging with the mission and South African authorities to resolve the issue promptly. Away from that report, the chief executive of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, that's NUPRC, Eshaya Orisamayiwa, has emphasized the need for stronger continental cooperation and regulatory alignment to unlock Africa's vast energy and mineral resources, as well as drive inclusive economic growth. Speaking at the Nigerian International Energy Summit 2026, Eyisan highlighted Africa's abundant natural resources, including nearly 30% of the world's critical mineral resources, and a youthful population of over 1.5 billion people, positioning the continent for accelerated industrialization. She stressed that coordinated policies, integrated infrastructure, and aligned regulatory framework could transform these advantages into industrial growth, stronger regional value chains, and improved energy security. Moving on, the Board of Trustees of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has called on members to prioritize institutional caution over political haste, ensuring compliance with court orders regarding party leadership. Chairman of the board, Senator Mao Ohabunwa, made the appeal in Abuja at the 85th meeting of the board. Senator Ohabunwa threw his weight behind the Mohammed Abdul Rahman-led National Caretaker Committee, seen as loyal to FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, describing the current period as a defining moment for the party. Ohabunwa defended the recent delays in party congresses, citing a respect for pending judicial processes and the rule of law. He urged PDP elders to act as anchors of stability amid internal turbulence. Elsewhere, the Ebonyi State Police Command has arrested Anya Baron Ogwonia, coordinator of Amasiri Development Center in Afikpo, in connection with the killing of 4 persons in Edda local government area on January the 29th, 2026. Joshua Ukandu, the police spokesperson in the state, disclosed this in an interview in Abakaliki. SP Ukandu said the arrest followed a joint operational move involving the Nigerian Army, the State Security Services, and the Nigerian Security and Defense Corps. 2 traditional rulers, Onyadam Basi and Godfrey Okwabia from Amasiri, were also arrested. The incident stemmed from a long-standing land dispute between Okworojo village in Oso Eda community and Amasiri neighbors in Afikpo local government area of the state. Suspected warlords from Amasiri attacked Okworojo village, beheading 4 persons, burning houses, and destroying properties. Recall that on Saturday, Governor Francis Nwifuru sacked political appointees and dethroned traditional rulers from Amasiri community over alleged complicity in the violent land dispute. The police had also announced 10 arrests in connection with the killings, with the command vowing to bring all involved to justice. And to some legal martyrs, a senior advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, says the military officers accused of plotting a coup against President Bola Tinubu's administration cannot be tried by court-martial under Nigeria's democratic system. Falana insists such suspects must be prosecuted in civilian courts, citing constitutional provisions. According to him, court-martial proceedings are for breaches of military discipline, not constitutional crimes like treason or overthrowing an elected government. Falana said prosecuting coup plotters in military tribunals would undermine democratic principles and the Constitution's supremacy, maintaining that treason and treasonable felony fall within civilian courts' jurisdiction. You're still watching the Media News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, virtually, is Mr. Sunday Moses. Mr. Sunday Moses is a public affairs analyst and also the ADC chairman for Ikorodu Constituency 1 in Lagos State. Mr. Sunday, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the analysis segment of the Media News.
Yeah, very good afternoon. Thank you, Lagosians and Nigerians, for having me. But let me just quickly put something right. I'm not the ADC chairman for Ikorodu. I am the deputy state secretary for ADC and a leader in Ikorodu.
We apologize for that mix-up. I guess my news team will definitely take note of that going forward. All right, moving forward, let's get to the stories. Now, I want to start off with this situation about Mr. Femi Falana, SAN, who clearly has said that military officers accused of coup plot should face civilian court and not court-martial. He cited the fact that we're in a democratic setting, and of course, a democratic system that which Nigeria is running from should not have such individuals court-martialed under any circumstance. What's your position with this unveiling position of Mr. Falana?
We align with the SIG because the truth is that though this is the first practical issues we have with coup during the democratic dispensation that is not successful, that can now be tried. So sincerely, since we have moved away from the military type of government, it is our time because it also puts respect in civilians that those found wanting now should be tried by the civilian courts, by the general courts. I think it will give a lot of sense of belonging that we are no longer in a democratic dispensation, which is one of the things the government in power has been trying to move away from everything that has to do with the military. I think it's going to be nice, but how soon can it be done is what we need to understand.
All right, then. Well, interestingly, I like the fact that you said how soon will it be done, but the military is saying that they have their laws and whoever is being caught under such circumstances should be court-martialed. Are we going to be warring against the position of the military as against the fact that, yes, we are in a democratic system of government presently, and of course, such persons should be prosecuted in the civilian court? I mean, the military also are citing their own constitutional rule and provision that is guiding them as military apparatus. What say you about that as well?
Like the military have argued, that has been the priority, the norm before now.
Right.
But seeing it that we are now in a new dispensation, but I think for us to even get there first, the National Assembly has to enact that law. Because since we are in a democratic dispensation, the issue of court-martial people that committed offense that has to do with democracy shouldn't stand. Because are we sure that these people will be treated in the best way that would be fine to the democratically elected government, civilian, unlike a military norms. So though they have their laws, they have their rules, but this is now democratic, and everybody should be subjected to the democratic whims and caprices of the country.
Well, again, I'm still going to stay with you on this particular story. You would recall that the federal government did, well, decline the fact that there was no coup plotting. Even the military at some point said, look, there was no coup plotting. We're just trying to maintain our own normal stance of checking some of our officials. Later, just last week, this whole situation about the coup came up to reality. What do you make of this information lacuna that has become so very obvious between the elite, the political elite, and of course the people? How much of a mistrust do we have when it comes to information and of course citing our democratic norms in Nigeria?
Well, to me, I think I love the way the information has been managed, because passing a coup information earlier in the regime, because according to news reports we got, this was initially planned for the handover day, which was later moved till I think 2025 or so. So announcing it earlier on, we destabilize the government. So I believe probably, and that would have even helped a lot of people to escape, a lot of those that have been alleged now to escape that arrest, and that would be costly for the nation. So I believe that the government, for the first time out for many years, have managed this information, because it would have bring panic to the people, then it would have destabilized the government if this information had been confirmed earlier on. So it's to me, I won't fault how this has been managed at this time. I think I will give it to them because I believe it was properly managed for such a disaster.
All right, then let's get to another conversation quickly because of our time. And I want to talk about the Nigerian Senate that is set to resume deliberation on the Electoral Act Amendment Bill. Well, today, amid all of the growing concerns on the part of even Femi Falana saying that the delay of these Electoral Act amendments by the Senate is clearly to making sure that the present political elites find their way into office. But then again, from today moving forward, the Senate is going to deliberate on this Electoral Act Amendment Bill. Again, what do you make of this before I move further with other questions pertaining the Electoral Amendment Bill?
I believe I said on this show, on another show last week, the truth of the matter is that before we can get a true amendment of this bill, it's going to be difficult for anybody in power to give us what we really want. So I believe that just like it was amended during the last regime, where some lacuna are still kept there, where the card reader is not supreme, I believe that we will not still find any headway, any super review from this. I believe so. So no matter what the Senate is trying to do, it's just going to be a sugar coating type of thing, so that Nigerian will just say it was amended. But what we really wanted, live transmission permanently put on, card reader 100%, the reliance on a lot of things, they are technological wise. So I can promise you there is no light at the end of the tunnel for the review.
Well, you're a bit pessimistic about this, and that, of course, is understandable, judging from the last election, general elections, and of course what we saw. But the Senate is clear on what they want to introduce, particularly on these critical reforms, which will be including electronic transmission of election results, stricter penalties for vote buying, and of course, voting rights for inmates. This looks like something that will be in the front burner and when they are speaking about these reforms. Do you think that the Senate clearly might not want to have these kind of critical introduction of into our electoral act signed in so that we can have a better and more freer election, so to say?
Yeah, I don't believe so, because politicians, the first thing a politician think about is how to win his election. Immediately they win one, they are thinking about how to win. So anything that will make them lose election will not find its way at this point. When a politician will talk or when he will blab, immediately he loses election and is now in the opposition. Then he will tell you about how best thing the butter is after jollof rice to bread. But while they are in power, don't let us deceive ourselves. That's why I've said it many times that the best way to get out of this is to have opposition handle the Senate. Let us turn it around. Instead of having majority leader as leader of the Senate, let's have minority leading the Senate. Then all these things will come to fall. But thinking that a miracle will happen, I don't believe it. I believe they will make me believe it when we see the result.
Well, it is quite understandable that you are talking from the part and the position of an opposition. But then again, let's talk about the electronic transmission of the election result. I mean, in the last just concluded general election in 2023, we understood how much of an impact the beavers, had on that election, which again, the then chairman of INEC did say on several fora that the beavers, and of course, INEC was fully ready at the time, and of course, the beavers was going to be a game changer. How much of an impact do you think the beavers would have or should have in our elections? And how much of an importance as well should the Senate place on electronic transmission? Now, conversations are clear about the fact that Nigeria is not even ready for an electronic transmission of results of our election. What's your position with all of this?
Yeah, those are the points I made, because if you look at the last election, though to some extent we had a lot of beavers influence in the result, as in states that normally will give you, like the KKK states in those days, that will give you tens of millions, ended up dropping to 1 million plus instead of the normal large numbers. So I can say that the beavers did a little. But the issue is that in as much as the beavers have been the base of accreditation, and results should also be based on that beavers. When you get tried in court, you get seeing points like there's other options outside beavers, which is still giving people some little space to rig those elections. Because they are telling us that in my own state now, we use beavers, and our results were able to cut down to almost 50% in terms of voters population. And in another state, they decided to use beavers because there's a documentation that says that when beavers does not work, there can be manual, there can be other things. Yeah. So that diminish the effect of beavers. So and what we expect in the reform is that when beavers is not working, or doesn't accredit or doesn't recognize a particular voter, then the election can be, to me, it can be deferred and say that, okay, since this cannot work today, there should be no manual accreditation. Okay, let us give it another 30 minutes. Okay, let's try tomorrow. So that by that time, we can be sure that digital space, that digital control will be there for everybody. And when we talk about online transmission, now it happened to the same thing, because the issue of trust came whereby we cannot automatically see the dashboard of what is dropping. If the transmission is sacrosanct and is real time, then the loser we know on time is losing, and we accept. But in a case whereby you drop result for 10%, and for that 10%, we cannot even see what they score. And maybe the gap, an opposition is leading with 1 million gaps. And because we cannot see real transmission, the party in power can quickly balance it up and ensure they come with 2 million gap votes to cover up that. So those are the distrust we don't want. We want an election whereby all of us can see what is happening, no matter where it is coming from, and then we can know that, okay, the winner really deserves to win. If there is going to be any reform, that is what we want to see.
All right, then. Well, I'm still going to stay on this same conversation. Well, there is also the path of elections ending in the court. And that is, again, what we saw in the last election. How much of an impact, and of course, our election being free, fair, and credible, should our elections be ending in court? How much of an impact is that having afterwards? Plus the issue of vote buying and, of course, voting rights for inmates. Take us through your position on that as well before we move out of this conversation.
Well, democratically, the court is the last hope of the common man. So that election will not end the court depends on the opposition, the losing part. So to me, I will still not discourage election ending in court, because no matter how you beat a child, you can't expect that child not to cry. So if you tell, are we going to tell the loser not to go to court? No. So I think the common phrase that election is ending in court shouldn't be an issue.
But if our elections were credible, fair, and free, should it be ending in court? I mean, we've seen several.
Yeah, there is no election that will be credible and free to a loser. So let's just forget it. No matter how a loser emerge, a winner emerge, every loser will always feel the election is not credible.
Well,
so don't let us take that away.
We've seen
even in US, the election was done. They are still telling you, the loser is still telling you they will not accept the result.
The loser is
congratulated
the winner.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can do that just to save face, or maybe to repair a relationship that may tomorrow get better. But when you get to your camp, you will know that, oh, they have rigged us out here, they have shit. So everybody has the right to seek redress. So that it ended in court, I don't think we should deny people that right.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Mr. Moses Sunday, for joining the conversation this beautiful afternoon. It's a pleasure, as always, having you join the conversation.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the media news will be up next. Please do stay with us. We're glad to have you back. It is still the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. The Nigerian Immigration Service, that's the NIS, has issued a warning about fake recruitment websites circulating online, claiming to conduct hiring exercises for the service. The NIS clarified that the only legitimate recruitment process is managed by the Civil Defense Correctional, Fire, and the Immigration Services Board. The NIS, in a post on its X handle, urged the public to report suspicious websites or adverts to authorities. Moving on to other stories, the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, has highlighted the evolving role of the Nigerian police force in promoting peace and stability across Africa. He spoke at a symposium hosted by the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs in collaboration with the Nigerian Police Force, themed the Nigerian Police and the Peace Process in Africa. Voice of the People TV's Oyedamola Olukuto has this report.
The symposium opened with remarks from the Director General of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, Ehosa Osage, who emphasized the importance of institutional collaboration and strategic dialogue in strengthening peace and security framework across Africa. He noted that professional and accountable policing remains key to conflict prevention and regional stability.
It's our pleasure at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs to be collaborating with a very forward-looking police force. I said to us that the Nigerian police force is Africa's showcase police force.
Delivering the keynote address, the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, spoke on the establishment of the Nigerian police force and its mandate in maintaining law and order. He explained that the force continues to evolve to meet modern security challenges, guided by core values delivered through 5 strategic pillars.
Nigeria's consistent professionalism has strengthened African representation within international policing policy forums, including sustained engagement with the United Nations, Police Division, and contributions to evolving peacekeeping doctrine. The true impact of peacekeeping is often not captured in reports, but in lived realities. When schools reopen, markets return, and public trust is restored. In such moments, peacekeeping fulfills its highest purpose. Contemporary peace operations face unprecedented complexity. Asymmetric threats, violent extremism, transnational organized crime, and digitally enabled insecurity continue to reshape the operational landscape.
Chairman of the occasion, Adewale Adebayo, stressed the human dimension of policing, reminding officers and stakeholders that before becoming members of the force, they are first citizens. He said this understanding is essential in building empathy, accountability, and a stronger connection between the police and the communities they served.
What Nigerians want is a country where there is rule of law, where there is safety, where there is security, and that they can live their life and have good development. And that's what we should focus on. Nigerian police will adapt according to the law. Nigerian police does not write the law, they don't write the policies. It's we who are leading the country. When we come together and give them a good society to police, they will police it. It's the duty is on us, national leaders, political leaders, to make everything right for the society and the police. Bearing in mind that first and foremost, before you are a police officer, you are also a member of society.
Participants at the symposium agreed that strengthening institutional values and reinforcing community trust are vital to the Nigerian police force contribution to peace process, both national and across Africa. Oyindamola Olukuton reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Thank you so very much, Oyindamola, for that report. Moving on to other stories, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has expressed commitment to overseeing the local government elections in the Federal Capital Territory. The Commission is also undertaking other preparatory activities, including campaign monitoring, receipts of non-sensitive materials, voter education, and sensitization stakeholders engagement. Our correspondent in Abuja, Abigail Ogar, has more in this report.
Speaking to VOP TV News crew, the Administrative Secretary INEC and Head of Department Voter Education for the FCT assured residents that every vote would count in the area council elections. The said collaboration with security agencies through the Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security, the Commission is fully prepared to conduct free, fair, and credible polls on February 21 collaboration. On expectations for the elections, they expressed optimism about voter turnout, saying their expectation is that people will come out, the voters will turn out higher than they did in the last FCT election, and that the election will be conducted peacefully.
This is a sensitization program. We'll be moving men and materials, men and the vehicles, the vans, so nooks and crannies of the FCT. We are going to start from Amak, and then we'll move on to Buhari, to Kuje, and to as far as Abaji area council, to let voters know that we have the election coming up on the 21st of February. So it's basically sensitization programs in preparation for the election. We want to have an election that is peaceful, because if the environment is not peaceful, people will not come out. And one of our main concerns has been improving and increasing voter turnout. So we want to let Nigerians know, and let city residents in particular know, that this election should be peaceful. There will be security agencies everywhere, in every polling unit and everywhere. So people are encouraged to ensure that they come out and vote. FCT elections have always returned with very low voter turnout. But we are very hopeful that this time around we'll have a better turnout.
As regards INEC, we believe in getting the citizens engaged through sensitization. so that we can influence the attitude for non-violent participation in elections. And again, we're also working with the security agencies to secure the election environment, to make the whole process peaceful, during and after the elections. The device will be used to accredit either the facials or the fingerprints of VCs. Without meeting these accreditation criteria, somebody can't vote. So with these are checks that we've put in to protect the integrity and ensure that every vote counts.
The area council election will be held across the 6 councils area of Abaji, Abuja Municipal, Buari, Gwagwalada, Kuje, and Kwali, which function as the equivalent of local government areas in other states. A total of 68 elective positions will be contested in the poll, including 6 chairmanship seats, 1 in each area council, and 62 councillorship seats across the world. I am Abigail Olga, reporting for VOP TV in Abuja.
Thank you so very much, Abigail, for that report. Moving on to other stories. Traders at the Onitsha main market in Anambra State and other markets in the state have jettisoned the Monday sit at home and opened for business. Our correspondent Undo Palese in Anambra State went around to monitor compliance and reports.
As early as 8 o'clock this morning, only few traders were seen around the vicinity of the market. While some were opening their shops, others were just standing by, still apprehensive that non-state actors may strike in protest. However, before noon, the heavy presence of security operatives bolstered the confidence of numerous other traders who now opened their shops for trading activities. The situation was same at Niger Street, Bida Road, and Haruna Street sections of the main market. Though with only a handful of customers present to purchase goods. Some traders described the situation as a gradual process and expressed optimism that the customer turnout will improve by next Monday.
As you can see, most of our members have closed their shop and they left due to no customer. So we are here waiting for some time to close. We even appreciate the Monday market. As you can see now, a lot of people was inside the line. So maybe by next week, a different thing will be happening.
Because of fear for them, so today they come. I'm just optimistic that by next Monday, again, we're a larger turn up.
Other markets in Onitsha metropolis, including Ogbaru Relief Market, Plastic Market, Ogbogu Market, and Electronics Market, were all open and engaging in buying and selling. Meanwhile, elsewhere, like the Niger Bridgehead, which is the entry gate to Onitsha, it is witnessing normal activities with people moving about their businesses. Ndo Abaleze, VOP TV News.
Meanwhile, Governor Chukwuma Soludo later visited the Onitsha main market to monitor the level of compliance of traders to reopen the shops for businesses on Monday.
The main market is now open for the first time after 5 years. I'm going there to buy a few things. I will go to the other emergency line. Now, I will come to your shed. You can shed the Yagamagan your shed. I'll come to your shed. Thank you very much. Thank you. Imejuleju. Hey, Maganabia, Agamadia, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. I love you all. I love you all.
Well, thank you so very much, Ndu, for that report. Moving on to other stories, the government of Kwara State has inaugurated a multi-sectoral committee to strengthen the One Health approach, enhancing disease surveillance, detection, prevention, and response to public health threats. The initiative was unveiled at a stakeholders workshop organized by the Kwara State Livestock Productivity and Resilience Support Project, that's LPRES, in Ilorin, the state's capital, aiming to build the state's capacity to respond to emerging and re-emerging diseases through coordinated actions. National Projects Coordinator of LPRES, Dr. Sanusi Abubakar, stated that the program addresses existing gaps in collaboration among critical actors responsible for implementing the One Health framework in the state. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go on a very short break right now. When we return, more stories in business, sports, and entertainment will be up next. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to some business stories. The Nigerian Economic Summits Group, that's the NESG, has predicted that Nigeria's real gross domestic product, that's GDP, will grow by 5.5% in 2026, driven by the implementation of the federal government's economic transformation roadmap's consolidation phase. This marks an improvement from the estimated 3.8% growth in 2025. NESG CEO Tayo Aduloju noted that Nigeria is at a crucial economic point, that reforms starting to deliver results, showing that inflation is easing and the foreign exchange market stabilizing. However, Aduloju warns stabilization alone isn't enough, and policy consistency is key to translating reforms into welfare improvements. According to him, the choices that will be made in 2026 will determine whether recent reforms are institutionalized or whether fragile gains are eroded. Still in business, the Dangote Group has strengthened its energy security with expanded gas supply agreements with the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL subsidiaries, Nigerian Gas Marketing Limited, and the NNPC Gas Infrastructure Company. The agreement signed during the Nigerian Gas Master Plan 2026 event in Abuja will support Dangote Petroleum Refinery, Dangote Fertilizer Plant, and Dangote Cement PLC's expansion plans and promote cleaner energy use. Dangote Group CEO David Bird stated that the agreements mark a critical milestone in the refinery's expansion drive, securing vast energy requirements for increased production capacity. The move comes amid the federal government's plan to increase gas production to 10 billion cubic feet per day by 2027 and 12 billion cubic feet per day by 2030, attracting over $60 billion in investment. And from business, we move straight to sports. Leicester City has completed the loan signing of Nigerian midfielder Joe Aribo from Southampton until the end of the season. The Foxes on Monday confirmed reaching an agreement to bring in the Nigerian international temporarily. 29-year-old Joe Aribo brings Premier League and Championship experience to the Foxes, having played for Southampton and Rangers. He made 111 appearances for Southampton across 4 seasons and has earned 34 caps for Nigeria. And to wrap up the midday news, we'll go straight talking entertainment. Nigerian Afrobeat star Davido has revealed that his Grammy-nominated song "With You," featuring Omale, almost didn't make the cut for his 5th album. The Afrobeat star, who made the disclosure in a media chart, said the song was not a favorite during internal listening sessions. "With You" has become one of Davido's most successful recent releases, topping charts and surpassing 100 million streams on Spotify. Davido expressed emotional attachment to the song, often wondering what would have happened if he had made the final track list. Meanwhile, Davido is currently focusing on touring and releasing new music, with a confirmed performance at Coachella 2026, where he'll be the only Nigerian artist on the lineup. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the media news right here at Voice of the People Television. But before we go, let's take a quick look at the headlines one more time. Senate to resume deliberation on Electoral Act Amendment Bill amid public outrage. Nigerians in diaspora petition National Assembly over Lagos-Calabar Highway compensation. U.S. to deport 79 convicted Nigerians on criminal list. NUPRC CEO says Africa needs unity to unlock energy mineral resources. Femi Falana, SAN, says military officers accused of coup plot must face civilian court and not court-martial. NIS warns Nigerians against fake recruitment websites in circulation. In business, NESG projects 5.5% GDP growth for Nigeria in 2026. In the world of sports, Leicester City boasts midfield with Joe Aribo's loan signing. In entertainment, Davido reveals Grammy-nominated With You almost missed the 5th album. And with that, we've come to the end of the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOPTV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The Ikogosi Warm Springs is a tourist attraction located at Ikogosi, a town in Ekiti State, southwest Nigeria. Flowing abreast the warm spring is another cold spring which meets the warm spring at a confluence, each maintaining its thermal properties. These attributes make the spring a tourist attraction in Nigeria. Research suggested that the warm spring has a temperature of about 70 degrees Celsius at the source and 37 degrees Celsius at the confluence. In 1952, Southern Baptist missionary Reverend John S. McGee, from his mission base in the nearby Ekiti town of Igede, went to the source of the hot and cold springs, about which he had heard from the Kogosi people. Initially, he was discouraged from doing this, and the reasons given were based on the tradition of the local residents, which was that nobody should ever visit the source of these two streams because of the idea that to do so would be to invite death from the supernatural forces that were responsible for this strange and most unusual feature of nature. In spite of the warnings, Reverend McGee made his way through the forest, up the hill to the source of the two side-by-side springs. According to Reverend McGee's brief written account, he's quoted as saying, "After seeing it, I felt that it could be used for a good purpose. I discussed with the people. I discussed the possible use of it with some of the Mission and Nigerian Baptist Convention friends. With the growing interest of Royal Ambassador work and youth work, we felt that it could best be used by building a youth camp. I took it up with the Ekiti Association and we decided to build a camp for our residential areas and government areas. The land was secured through the convention." End quote. Having had the water from both springs tested to ensure its purity, Reverend McGee, with support from the Ekiti Baptist Association of Churches and the Nigerian Baptist Convention, who secured 28 acres of land, which was the original camp, began planning for the building of the camp. By the early to middle 1970s, the Nigerian government took control of the swimming pool and built some guest chalet adjacent to it, with a separate entrance road from that which the McGees had built to the camp entrance. From that time forward, there was also the hope and intention of developing that area for tourist purposes.
Behind every broken debt lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everyone. It's about that shagging man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. VOP TV.
Hello, beautiful people. How are you all doing? Welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, it's another day to stay inspired and grounded because we are bringing you good gist today, and I'm sure you don't want to miss every bit of it. Yes, welcome on board because this is Spotlight. So yes, and I know that you have not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka call me Prezi, the one and only. So first off, we are going to talk about a lot of things, and first off on our list today, we're talking about, I don't want to shout out, but I want to whisper out, Vicky James. And guess what? So Vicky James, our fashion designer, and her husband, yeah, they are expecting their baby. And who is shouting? Who, am I getting a hallelujah? Hey, all right, yes. Our renowned Nigerian fashion designer, Vicky James, and her husband, Femi Atere, yes, have announced that they are expecting their first child together. You know, see, this thing, I just feel some butterflies in my belly, but I cannot shout it. This is actually beautiful. And yes, the couple shared the joyful news on social media, posting heartfelt photos and videos that confirmed that the pregnancy and celebrated the next chapter of their marriage. So the announcement was met with an outpouring of love and congratulations from fans, colleagues, and notable figures across the fashion and entertainment industry. So Vicky James, known for her bold designs and strong influence in the Nigerian fashion scene, has continued to receive widespread support as she embraces motherhood, with many describing the news as a beautiful milestone for the couple. See, I'm a proud auntie. Now they go say, precious, you too do. I beg go. See, I just want to be happy here. Like, do you get what I'm trying to say? Our celebrities this year, this year, oh God, imagine coming to the, 2026 January, we got, a news from Simi saying that she's pregnant and she has had her twin babies. And right now, February, hey, God, it be like say, now every month, now they want to drop babies like this because what is going on? Tell me something. I'm so happy. Like, oh God. These two fine people. Imagine how the pikin will be. Say if you want to introduce your pikin now, and ma just tell you truth. A lot of people, they fear, maybe because of people. Well, I'm not talking more. I just they talk. But come to think of it, these two adorable. Like, this couple is something to be happy about. Femi na fine man normally. Vicky. No, we don't argue that one. That one, I find woman. Just imagine how their baby will be like. Oh, God. Please, the online in-laws, are you people ready for this one? Because me, I'm already anticipating, hey, God, see video. Just to tell you that, that song that they sing, the Lord has done it finally. This is the time. I'm so happy. And this is beautiful to see, Vicky James and, yes, Femi. Oh, my God. Yes. And we have a lot of fans actually coming out to say things concerning this couple. They are saying congratulations to Vicky James and her husband. And yes, say all these online people, they don't already fool for my comment section. They don't shout, oh, is it true? No, not be true. I be they wait for bad news. I pity you. All right, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning Vicky James and Femi. And yes, Heart Gallery said, though I don't know you in person, but you have been on my prayer list. I'm so and super happy for you. Plenty love from here. Ooh, Shebi, you see what they talk. All right, and yes, another person said, oh dear Lord Jesus, big congratulations, my love. Actually, this is beautiful. And Nellish Brider said, I'm screaming, oh, congratulations, beautiful. God is faithful, of course. And Beyonce said, congratulations to you both. And Livy Ogali said, congratulations, Vicky. This is beautiful. See, you know why let me tell you the truth, why I'm even so happy. Come to think of it, of how this, this couple, their love is so booming with happiness, joy. You get what I'm trying? Femi is an intentional man. Shebi, if they talk this thing now, they go say, precious, they do too much. Yes, we have intentional people. And then there are people that are not intentional. I don't know whether na international they be, obviously I go call them. But come to think of it, see, Femi is so intentional about Vicky. He doesn't hide his love. Not be the one where we know they see. Even if some people they vex, in they show the love. Some of them know they happy saying they show the love. Yes, they vex. Say, oh, why would she? When you reach your turn, hide your man. Concern. Just know and leave this lady. If you reach your turn, may you just hide your man or you hide your woman. May everybody just rest. But for Vicky and her husband, please bring it on. We love seeing things like this. Actually, yes. More and leave them, may they enjoy themselves. So yes, we get more comments of what many people they come out to talk. A lot of the celebrities, our celebrities are so happy for them. And yes, let's take more and more comments from people. And somebody else said, congratulations. And Osinachi Isaac said, congratulations at Vicky James. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And We Worry Pikin said, We Worry Pikin go comment. If you know comments, who will? And We Worry Pikin said, congratulations, my people. Tema Sen said, congratulations. We had, God. See, there's something about this God that we as human beings, we know they understand. There'll be a time when you'll be praying to God for something and you're so keen about that. Oh God, I need this, I need this, I need this. And maybe at that moment, you get what I'm trying to say, it's a lot for you and you can't just take it in and God might just be telling you, oh my daughter or oh my son, please hold on. Wait, when it is the right time, I, the Lord, will make it happen. So this is an encouragement to all, waiting mothers, people that are also expecting their own children. I think this should be it should be a thing for you to remember that, that God is real, actually. Because seeing this too is something to be so happy about. Like you praying to God for that thing, and maybe the thing doesn't come that moment, but God has a reason for everything. Yes, God get a reason why He never still give you. But when that testimony comes, I'm sure that you yourself, you'll be, but you will ring the bell everywhere, and everybody will be happy about it. Trust me. So if you're, expecting your own child, why not? Just keep praying, keep hoping. Definitely, it will come to pass. And yes, I'm telling you, it will come to pass. Let's take more comments of our people and comment section people. All the in-laws, they talk. All right, let's take more comments and see what they have come to say. And yes, Glam by IJ said, ow, congratulations to the Ateres. God did. Of course, God did. We have more comments. Let's take more. And before we move over to the next story, and Melinda said, good God. With the trumpet. You get what I'm trying to say? Congratulations to you. And Somi's signature said, congratulations, Mama. See, I'm so happy. Like, I don't know whether not me, only me, my body, they sweet like this. And Henny Thompson. And come to think about it, Henny Thompson said, just, put to bed. Like, see, all the Christian people, I don't know how to put this, but it just be like, say, they drop their own babies one by one. No one they pity us. It can't be like, say, I just want go born now. Like, I don't talk anything, but I still talk shy. But, having babies are actually beautiful. Yes. Having a child of your own is something to be happy about. Yes. All right. So those mothers, when they take care of their child, they will come physically. I don't even know the kind of soul you have or the spirit, but definitely not the spirit, like the spirit that is helping me too, that I'm talking about. Definitely not. Let's take more comments and hear what people have actually come out to say concerning the Ateres. Let's take more comments. And yes, somebody, Chivani Makeover said, sweet February, congratulations. Yes, so sweet January has gone. Now it's sweet February. And yes, Adeleke Gift said, the most beautiful thing on the internet right now. Congratulations to the Ateres. I'm happy. Yes. See, it's good that you do love with the person that really loves you. I'm telling you right now. See, I did not say love is beautiful, but actually do it with the right person. Because I pity you if you go fall in love with somebody that you don't even know. It's going to be crazy, because even the aftermath said, God help you. All right. I'm still saying congratulations to Vicky James and her husband Femi, the Ateres. Congratulations to them. It's a good news. And yes, to everyone anticipating for their own child, God is going to do it for you too. And yes, that takes us to our next gist. And we are talking about popular Nigerian singer and producer Young John has sparked major reactions online after videos surfaced showing female fans throwing, stuffs. God, I beg go. Captured the moment the items landed on stage as the artist continued performing, drawing loud cheers from crowd and mixed reactions from viewers online. Please, see, when people always go for concert, I don't know how people used to do this thing, because what is all this? Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. I know Young John's music are always like, his music are just the top notch, and he's always dropping bangers. He's always jumping, vibes on. But he's this kind of vibe person, and I get it. But come to think of it, my ladies, Kilo, una too they do. Wait till come be this one now. You will be flinging the thing up and down. You people should pity somebody. I don't understand. Una not get joy, you see, una not just get joy. To all my ladies, una not get joy. See, I cannot do this kind of a thing. Actually, I can't. But a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning Young John's music. And yes, a lot of fans actually reacted to the comments and said a lot of things. See, as this thing just a fling, not even one. Oh, Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Let's take some comments and see what our comment section people have come out to say. See, they drag they drag me. Wait till me this. Oh God. All right. And yes, somebody said, see my see your ex waiting. Your ex, bruh. I recognize this allegedly. How you take note of your ex? My God. At Dr. Laugh. God will help you. And Triva Vibes said, you guys still wear. I don't understand. Why we not go? Where will they come out like that? You see you at Triva Vibes. Tira Vibes or Triva Vibes. God will help you. All right, another person said, bring them, come, make I sell them as thrift, I beg. He just they fly up and down. And OPJ Alanga said, okay, these small cups no pain me. Why is it a plus brass size doing send forth with brazier? Like, do you get it? I like to see that video again because I did not even see any small. Hey, blood of Jesus! I don't want to shout. Mona, no. See, it's only small. It's only the big size I was seeing there because what is going on? Hey, Jesus. Young John, you enjoy you. You not tell me say I saw a bill. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and my fans are still speaking about this. Yes, and somebody said that drama. Oh, you not even look waiting they talk. That drama they go, but it's well with you. And another person said, for this economy, bra is so expensive now. Take and play now. Go price one, you go know how far. And Mr. Anointing One said, more bra to your name. Young John. Jesus, President General. I hear you. All right. Felice Shian said, bra business loading. Be like say you want now where you won't go find your missing or your missing skills. Maybe now where you did. No go find what they said you may do. All right, at Body Boutique or Body Plus Size said, after throwing it away, you will come and start pricing it when next you want to shop. I be make I charge you. I beg go, no verse. I beg when we won't buy, no cuckoo increase the price because of people where don't they throw their own. Now those people throw now those people they throw away their own, no be us. No vex, I beg. At Kubi herself said, with the price they're selling this now. You see, they throw your own. You come to think of it. Things are very expensive now. You get the one way you get, you can't throw them. Say you go concert, you can't do this kind of thing. Oh God, they help you. In fact, I suppose down the cabbage for your head right now. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And yes, another person said, some of you need king. Abio, what's the meaning of this? Help me ask them. And Kule Real said, shame they catch me on behalf of those ladies. See, no worry. Me self the shame, but there's no how I'm going to hide my face. That's just the truth. And MC Pero One said, now to open a shop for that. And yes, that's true. And Martin said, my question is, what does that really mean? Actually, when you see young John, you go and ask him. And Amaka Maya said, now imagine men throwing boxers. Abby, maybe Tyler, they go to sing now. I don't want to go into that issue. But Tyler go to sing now. You go just there one day, they throw box. Have fun now. Get small shame. Even though we know say they're shameless, but just get small. It just small. All right, and another person said, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more comments of what people are talking and saying about this, about Young John's music. And yes, they're saying a lot of things. And UPJ Saga said, he said, I show my coffee theaters, you know how much bra cost now. You go buy like 2 dozens of expensive bra, finish. Still can't get like just 2 favorites. You mean I go send my favorite bra on stage? Hey God, I beg you. You know, after buying it at that price, and then you now throw it and fling it because you are happy that Young John is single. God will help you in Jesus' name. Let's take more comments. We have more and more comments of what people are saying. Another person said, after throwing it away, you come and start pricing it. All right. Another person said, congrats. All right. We have a lot of comments of people. See, this time is the time that everybody has to start economizing. I no go lie for you. Like, it's the truth. You just have to start economizing, because not be waiting because then you get something. Maybe a lot of people need it. Even if you don't have what you are using it to do, or it's too much for you, why don't you just give it out? You will be flinging it. Not that as you they fling them now, waiting this one will come in. Yes. What does it mean to you? It's just like someone has a lot of money, but money, they fit there enough for anybody. You understand what I'm trying to say? But you have a lot of money. And instead of you to just lend some or give out or help a brother, help a sister, no. When I decide, say, you want one day, they spray money. I don't want to talk because normally they happen for clubs, but I don't want... I just they watch you now. They carry the money, they spray. You get what I'm trying to say. But see, I pity you because if they catch you, you know where you go find yourself. Let's take more and more comments before we go on to our next gist. And I'm sure you are also excited about this. Yes, let's take more comments because we have a lot of people talking about this. And yes, another person said, Brandon Costo, an official Korope said, because I know record, as my girls, they throw away pants and bra anytime I'm performing in bed, Abby, is well with you. and I am left side, said self-respect has eludes this generation normally. And there's one guy somewhere trying to gain attention from those ladies that are dashing out bra willingly in a broad daylight. Oh God, is well. So yeah, see, to young John, please keep doing your music. Yes, we love you. We love you like that. But you see that those ladies throwing those things, my shame they catch me, but it's well. All right, and that takes us to our next gist, and that happens to be, a Nigerian lady has actually sparked widespread debate online after sharing how her friendship became strained because she refused to buy her friend's 100,000 naira ashwebi. Hey, imagine, my husband told me someone wants to sell his land. See, man, let me tell you something. For her wedding, the story which was reposted, like a lot of people have talked about this thing. See, because of Ashebi, so my friendship with you has now turned into something else. Oh, Jesus. Father, God in heaven will help you because I don't understand. How can, see, it's not by force to buy Ashebi. I can actually gift you things that, and come to think of it, this lady has actually gifted you things. You got what I'm trying to say? Gifted you things worth more than that money. But no, you are so keen about the Ashebi, you must buy. You see, those friends, in fact, those friends that come and say, you must buy Ashebi. In this economy where we did, people, they find that they want to do themselves. Now, your own Ashebi. Jesus Christ. Ashebi, now you're interested in. God will help you in Jesus' name. See this year, that's nonsense. Last year, 2025, everybody know they talk that. See this year, made that nonsense stop. If anything, if you buy your Ashebi, you rest. In Jesus' name, you will rest. Because it's not by force to buy Ashebi. Yes, not be by force. Person they do where in power reach. Me, I feel they do where my power reach. Not be the one where they go buy finish. Marriage go come. The one will come tell me say when I don't divorce. You see that nonsense? It go stop in Jesus' name. Because when I don't the two do. You go see where the one person go don't plan finish. Do plenty things. Do this one. Do that one. Call peace. Call Ashebi. Buy Ashebi. Imagine me. I will go buy Ashebi 100K finish. Buy and finish. I will come tell you. You will come they tell me say, oh, it be like say the wedding. See, that it be like, say, may you just choke for your mouth. Because what is all this? See, that thing has to stop. Oh. If you not say you not interested in any relationship where go lead to marry, cuckoo come out. Not just there say you want day inside relationship. You go there. When I will come marry, come later tell me say when I don't divorce. Anyway, I don't. In fact, that money what I spent for that Ashebi, I will give you back your Ashebi. You give me back my money. You are going to refund me my money. I'm serious. All right, a lot of people don't come and talk about this. Let's take some comments from people. Because see, my comment section more than they calm down. I don't say this on the investment, but relax. See, a lot of people don't come and talk plenty things concerning this. A lot of people, when they bring out their own experience of waiting their friends, they do them. You know, when they want wed, that kind of thing. But I said that this wedding, 9 people come, they make money pass. Oh, Jesus. And even people who said, we even go borrow. See, I know they even advise that one. You won't do wedding, you go they borrow money. For what? For waiting. Why you go they borrow money, say you won't do wedding? You go they borrow money. I know they support that one, oh. Because, hey, what if the money no come out for people who don't spray you money? How you go take pay? Basically, go come down on your own. All right, it's well with you people. Let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say. But what thing I know be say, it good. Say, may you still marry. Even as you even enter that marriage, may you shall date the relationship way good. May you not go enter the one where you go enter like this. You go they shout. In fact, all alone no fit help you because you go see there for the say where you they pay. Still there on top of another divorce. Your matter go gone long. All right, let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And yes, somebody said, even if you know post shishi, husbands should put their wife's name on proper. All right. And we have a lot of comments and people are talking about this. See, I just want to talk about relationship these days. Go fit tell me, say, make I, come your wedding, invite me, say, oh, I'm getting married. You know what I'm trying to say? I'm getting married. Everybody go come, they happy, they plan for things, they do this one, putting things in order. A lot of people go don't spend a lot of money for decoration, spend money for, they will come spend all the money where they get for this thing. Now you can come tell me, say, oh, we noticed that the relationship, that we were not compatible. Why you not notice that compatibility when you date? Now, when you don't already come marry, finish. Now you notice say that compatibility no dey. You see as they talk this thing because a lot of people don't they do this thing. Yes, the divorce where they fly up and down. You see this 2026 where they no do one, no they do one. More no they do one. If you know fit date that relationship, say in fact if you don't they see those red flags, why not move out? Then damn waiting you one day when they go don't kill you, feel it, they go break your head. That you know say, see, I just pray say make we just dey get sense this year. See January you don't pass. You still there with that person. Wait, they tell you say make you no dey with you. Dey there, sit down. I pray that make God help you. Because that's just my prayer for you. Make God just help you. A lot of people, a lot of ladies don't they do this thing steadily. They do them without fear or regard. When I go, they do things. When I go, just relax. And how come to think of it? How when I go, they violent relationship. When I go, just sit down there, say, one and I don't spend everything, spend all the money, both feeding, both food. But see, this time around, no be everybody. Nobody they kill themselves for wedding again. You do where your power reach. Not be by force. If you don't reach your wedding, no one call invite anybody. Just your family. Simple and short. Everybody come, chop right. Not even if they see rice safe. Don't blessing of marriage. They go your ass. Or even if you get all those small packs, share, give everybody. Where they don't set, not be by force to call all the whole plenty things. No, you cannot. Oh, what besides you? You come and finish. Tell me, make I spend 100K for wedding. You can't tell me say you don't. You gonna give me back my money. I know they joke. You are going to give me back my money. Even that shit, I go return. In fact, I will go tell. I wish they tell me you lose the Ashebi clothes. Seriously, if it's possible, I go do them. More now they do this kind of thing. And for the ladies where they do wedding, more now they try get small conscience. You they sell Ashebi, you go buy all the. I know say you do where your power reach, where your Ashebi people feel buy. No go carry the one where you feel you know fit carry. You carry finish it to even settle the debt for the Ashebi clothes where you go buy. Wahala. I'm serious. This thing don't they too much. A lot of people don't they do this kind of thing and it's too bad. We wanna get small iota of conscience. Because this kind of thing I no get them at all. Is well. All right, and yes, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we still have a lot of gist for you, and we also have a guest joining us. So please don't go anywhere. Sit tight while we come back.
Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
And yes, welcome back to you, my beautiful people on the show. Yes, Spotlight. And yes, this is me again and again and again. Call me Prezi. And guess what? We've been talking about a lot of things, but right now, our guest is joining us. And guess who is joining us? She is someone who has been a creative, inspiring person in the movie scene and in the movie industry. She is no other person Dan Tonade. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
You see this, so you see the steeze and the composure and the. Tell me, how do you feel this morning?
I'm shy.
Please, you see when people they shout, say that they shy.
I'm shy.
What I will call you? Oh God.
It's so good to be here.
Yeah.
It's so good to be with you. I've been talking to you on phone all the while and seeing you live. You look beautiful.
Oh, you see, thank you. Thank you, don't mention.
You're welcome.
All right. So tell us, how's your week been for you? You know, a lot of, seeing, going on the movie set, activities.
Well,
maybe one there and a little of...
I don't think I've done any one before the year. I'm
really?
Still very quiet.
Don't worry, they come. Just start now.
As for the movie set, well, it's part of, it's a lifestyle. I'm used to it. And so juggling things together has always been a way of life. It's good. I'm good. I'm good.
Wow, nice. Okay, but before we go into questions and what we have for you today, I would like to talk about this. So there's a story that has been going on right now, and it's about Mercy Aigbe. So Nigerian actress Mercy Aigbe caused a stir online after she was seen kissing her co-star Vane Olugu and on the lips during a premiere of her latest movie. So a video from the event actually shows the brief moment happening on stage, and after she addressed the audience, quickly gone viral and drawing attention from fans and social media users across the country. So my question is, this kissing scene is a lot of people, complain about this kissing scene. I don't know why. Do you understand?
Okay.
I remember the time Daniel Etim and Ogumola, Bolaji Ogumola had that kissing scene, and a lot of people were just dragging them left, right, center. God, they were just talking about, please, this kissing scene. I don't know. Like, how do people feel so comfortable like doing this thing?
Actually, for me, it's just people doing their jobs. For me.
Yeah.
Because normally, most of those people you see them kiss, they don't even have any connection in the first place.
Actually.
And as soon as they're done with the jobs, it ends there. So I do not know why people would want to attach so much importance to.
Does it really end there?
Yeah.
We need to see this video where Messi. Let's see this video. Let's see this.
Okay.
Messi was actually see this.
Okay.
Should we do a part 2?
Yeah.
Should we do a part 2? Should we do a part 2?
Yeah.
Should we do a part 2? Should we do a part 2?
You will see that there's nothing attached to this. It's just a peck on the lip. I didn't see it.
Why must it? My own question is, why must it be on the lip? If it's the scene on set, it's a total different thing.
Of course.
Now, anything that concerns outside the set is
well,
it has to be.
Maybe she's just trying to let you guys see that, okay, this job that we are doing, we are taking it personal. As in this particular job that I've come here for, I'm very personal about it. And I want you guys to know that truly, you guys should see it the way I'm taking it, you understand? So I don't think there's anything attached to what she's doing here. I was actually thinking that it's something that is very deep.
Very deep.
No. For me, this is not a big deal.
Okay.
I think I can do that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I think I can do that too.
Oh my God.
For people to see that, okay, this is business and we want you to come, support us on this. So anything to push your business, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, so let's, enough of Messi and let's move over to you.
Okay.
So tell me, because, see, I know about Elena, I know a lot of the movies that you've featured actually.
Okay.
We're talking about the Jennifer's Diary, a lot of them. And my question to you is, how did your journey into movie industry, like into movies start? How did it begin?
Actually, I think it started sometimes around 2011. I did a project on a job in school while I was in school, back in my school days.
Yeah.
So I played the lead role for that project. And there's this friend of mine that saw the way I acted on set, on stage in school. So he got thrilled and it was like, okay. There was this friend of his that had a production, and he told the person that I have a friend. She's very good. She's been acting, and he just packaged me for the person, and I had to at least follow suit. And truly, I went for the job. That was my first time. And after I did it, when I even got there, the director was like, "Hey, you guys have gone to bring all these people that doesn't know what they are doing." He was shouting and doing all manner. And as soon as I got to I was scared in my mind, because of course I knew I had not done it before. When I got on set, I was just determined that I was going to give my best shot,
best shot,
and as soon as I got on set and he called the shot and, I did it, first scene, second scene, there was no cut, there was no... So he was like, okay, I think she knows what she's doing. And, that was how it all started. It was just like, I wasn't taking it serious. It was my friend that believed so much in me. My schoolmates, should I give his name? Of course, his name is Shegun Awobajo. He was my classmate in my HND, during my HND program. He was a very good friend of mine. And, after that, a lot of people, I started getting in contact with people, and the rest, they say, is history.
So tell me, did you always have this in mind that, I'm going to be an actress?
Yeah, I would say, as a child. In fact, I was more of a TV person as a child. I watched movie, like all of the programs then. Myself and my elder sister then would watch, we have a timetable for all of the programs that will be coming on for each day, so And, you know, it has always been like that. And in my mind, I was always thinking that one day I'll be on TV. I was going to do, you know, and when the platform came, I grabbed it. I was like, oh, okay. So God actually saw my mind and he knew that I needed this thing to happen. And indeed, it has been, you know, it's not been easy.
Yeah.
But thank God for his faithfulness. At least I know that God has been in the journey.
Yeah.
And that's what it has been.
And I know going back then, you must have watched like seen a lot of movies. So I'd like to know the people that actually inspired you.
Okay.
I would like to know the people that actually inspired you. Maybe starting out. So yeah, which of the actors and actresses that really inspired you, you know,
growing up?
Yeah.
Okay. Of course, there are a lot of, you know, old actors back then, but those ones that I really love, I love Funke Akindele so much. As I mean, when I see her on TV, she's more like a motivation for me.
Yeah.
I love Iyabo Ojo. I love her personality.
Her personality.
Yeah, I love her so much.
Yeah.
Funke Akindele, as in, she's someone that I look up to. Like, when I see, you know, the fact that she gives her body, her soul, her spirit into, and the fact that she does not listen to the crowd, she does not listen to what you have to say about her. She's just doing her thing. Those people, I love them and I look up to them. Trust me.
Wow.
And when the opportunity for Jennifer Desiree came, I was like, oh, thank God. I was going to be on set with her. And of course I did, and it was a good one.
So with your experience and your journey, can you just, you know, briefly tell us how has acting really, you know, elevated you in this moment?
How it has what?
It has helped you.
Me?
Yes.
Well, I wouldn't say much, but I know that in one way or the other, because of course I have to always come at my best.
Yes.
As an actor, I have to, and I'm this person that is very quiet. I'm not quiet, but I would say I'm an ambivert. I don't really, I know when to keep quiet and when not to talk. But being an actor, you just have to always be there. You know, you have to always come with your best.
Yes.
So that for me is something that I have to do. Even though I do not want to do that at the time, but because I have to, you know, come in for the show, I just have to give my best.
Yeah.
So for me, acting has always, I mean, brought out the good part of me. Yeah. So for me, that's what I think. I don't know of others, but for me.
Oh my God, this is really interesting. So tell me, you know, a lot of people would want to, you know, acting and also, you know, producing at the same time and writing scripts and doing a lot of things. So for you, I don't, maybe there are some stories you've written yourself and
for now.
You don't have any?
I don't. That I've produced, no. Of course, I have stories that are in my archive that I hope to work on some days, but for now, I've not produced any.
All right. So let's talk about the project. So,
okay, we're talking about Officer Daisy. That's about my recent movie, and I played the lead on that project. And, you know, it's a Mercy Flawless Media production.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she called me some time ago and she said, Nancy, we are going to be working on, because of course there's been a time I worked on a job, on a production that I played a police officer there. And she said, oh, she loved the way I was looking like a police officer, like indeed. And you know, when I made a short video of me on set and I posted, a lot of people were like, you're a police or a woman, you look like a policewoman, you know, and the thing is, I don't even you know, so
you get to get roles that you don't really like.
You understand? And when she saw that job, she was like, Nancy, I love the way you acted in that. You were so strict and firm.
Yeah.
I think you will be able to pull up something. I mean, I would write a story, you know, to show that character more.
Yeah.
So and she called me sometimes and said, oh, okay, there's this movie, Officer Daisy. I would like you to play the lead. And I was like, okay. That would be nice. And you know, when she sent the script and I saw it, I was like, oh, okay, now she has brought what I love to do, because of course, Officer Daisy is she's quiet.
Yeah.
And very strict.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a straight, a straightforward person.
Yeah.
She does not indulge. Whether you happen to be a friend or whoever, she doesn't care. She's just someone that believes in justice. If you violate the law, you will face the wrath of the law. That's our term. You understand? So when she gave me that script, I was like, okay, I think this is me. It wasn't much of a stress for me because, of course, naturally I am a no-nonsense person.
Yeah.
And going through the script and I saw that, okay, Nancy, let's do it.
So,
you know?
so come to think about this, you don't like some particular, scenes that you have to be put in. I like to ask this question: how do you prepare for roles, especially the roles that you don't really like playing?
Like, oh, of course. The thing is, as soon as I get the script, I start getting into character.
Okay.
I start trying to see. Sometimes I Google for information on how people in this field, how do they react? What are the things that they do? Sometimes I just go out, I just want to see how people do, those kind of people, the way they do things, the way they talk, the way they react and all of that. I just watch out and I get into character with time. And before you know it, okay, I say, okay, let's go. I think I can do it now. Always get in front of the mirror and say, okay, this one you're doing is not looking. And sometimes I was okay, I think I can do better, That's just how it has been for me. Yeah.
So what has been the hardest part in the movie industry for you?
Hardest
or challenging times, like
really, trust me, I look forward to one.
Really? Is it that easy?
At least for now.
Yes.
I still look forward to one. I want something that would shake me. Something that would make me go, the length. Like I really need to go out of the way to get this. I'm looking forward to it, trust me.
Oh wow.
But so far, God has been our strength.
Okay. So tell me, have there been any fun moments on screen, on scene, on set?
On set,
for you?
Of course. So
let's talk about it.
The thing is, whenever I am on set, the fact that there are a lot of crew, cast, people with different characters, different slangs, words, some people will just say some things that you'll be like, who said that one? You understand? Something that you are not so, maybe you have heard it in the past and someone will just say something and you'll be like, who is this person? Where are you from? You understand? For me, I enjoy whenever I'm on production sets, it makes me feel like I'm at home. Yeah, for me. The fact that you have a lot of people around with different talks, different characters, different, and at the end of the job, you see people come together, we drink, we eat, we do all sort of things together. It's always fun for me.
Yeah.
You understand? So for me, that is my happy place.
Okay. So, I've heard stories of where, actors and actresses have really had some clash with their producers, over time. Okay. And maybe because of, I don't know, maybe because they have, similar clashes like, oh, why didn't you come on set on time? Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? Okay. I would like to ask this question. Have you been in that position before? Or I would love you to tell me people that you've really loved to work with.
Oh, okay.
Good producers that you would love to work with them over time.
Love to work with. Okay. I love Bimbo Ademoye.
Okay.
I love Ruth Kadiri so much. As in, I watch their movies a lot, and I love. I mentioned Funke Akindele already. Yes, you mentioned Funke Akindele. But I love to work with her again. Yeah. I love her so much. She's so disciplined because I worked with her briefly. Yeah. And I saw the way she took her job seriously. Yes. So I love to work with her again, hopefully. Yeah. And so far, I think Bimbo Ademoye, Ruth Kadiri, and Funke Akindele. Yeah, I would love to work with them.
So that's beautiful. So a lot of people are actually watching right now, and we have a lot of young ones that really want to go into acting. They want to become actors, they want to become actresses. So what would be your advice to them?
If you can imagine it, then you can achieve it. That's what I believe in. Yeah. As long as you can see yourself there, then you can achieve it. The thing is, as much as you want it, try as much as possible to build yourself. Yeah. Visibility, thank God for social media now.
Of course.
Because a lot of people are being seen even without much stress, So if you know that you've got it inside of you and you can do it, keep pushing. One day you'll be seen and the platform will be given to you.
All right. So tell me, I'd love to ask this question before we call it, before we call the curtain. Then yes, so if Nancy is not, in the movie scene or she's on set, where would Nancy be? What would she be doing?
Well, Nancy will be sewing.
So you're a fashion person?
Yes, I'm into tailoring. Yeah, so I sew. Yeah. I make dresses.
Wow, that's nice. All right, thank you so
very
much, Nancy, for sharing your light here on the Spotlight Show. And I enjoyed every bit of it, and I'm sure our viewers did too.
Me
and
too.
Yes, if you are going viral or going global, please, please, please stay true to your stories and tell them with heart. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles at VOPTV Live. And yes, subscribe and expect more. And yes, and don't forget, I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, and we'll see you next time. All right, bye for now.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Cubana Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Evi Siro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
and you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. The noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is new.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It's www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We'll begin the African News from the story where Qatar's foreign ministry says the United Nations peacekeeping mission in Congo will send its first team to monitor a ceasefire between Congo's government and the AFC, that's the M23 rebel group, in the coming days. Qatar, which hosted talks in Doha on Monday, said the team would be deployed to Uvira, a strategic city in eastern Congo that the M23 fighters captured in December during a rapid offensive and which Congolese forces and allied militias re-entered last month, restoring government's control after the rebels announced they would withdraw. The announcement is a sign of progress in Doha, mediated direct talks between Congo and the AFC M23 rebels, who last year seized more lands than they had ever held before the Eastern Congo. The United States is also hosting separate talks between Congo and Rwanda, which the United Nations and Western powers say backs. Western powers backs AFC M23, an allegation Kigali denies. Meanwhile, local authorities have banned the AFC M23 rebel group and neighboring Rwanda for the 8 explosive-laden drone that targeted the airport serving the northeastern Congolese city of Kisangani over the weekend. It's confirmed to be an M23 operation. It would be the 40th West the group has struck as part of its offensive against the government in Kinshasa. The government of Shopo province, where Kisangani is located, said in a statement that the drones attempted to strike Bankoga International Airport between early Saturday and early Sunday, but were shot down before reaching their target. The escalation has spurred efforts by mediators, including the United States and Qatar, to end the fighting and facilitate Western investment in critical minerals in the eastern DRC. Away from that report, officials and regional experts say the deployment of a powerful model of Turkish combat drone to a remote airstrip on Egypt's southwestern border signals a sharp escalation in Sudan's civil war, suggesting that one of its largest neighbors is being drawn deeper into the fray. Egypt, which shares the Nile River and over 1,200-kilometer frontier with Sudan, has provided staunch political backing to the country's military in its nearly 3-year conflict with the Rapid Support Forces, that's the RSF paramilitary group. However, while Egyptian security officials have separately acknowledged sending logistical and technical support to the Sudanese armed forces until last year, Cairo mostly refrained from direct intervention in the fighting that has killed tens of thousands of people, displaced millions, and spread famine across the vast country. Cairo's position towards the conflict started to change when the RSF made a series of advances in Sudan's western Darfur region, first capturing a strategic northwestern triangle between Egypt and Libya in June, and then overturning the Sudanese military's last foothold in Darfur, the city of Al-Fashar, in October. Moving on, Sudanese army appears to be regaining momentum in its nearly 3-year war against the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, as shifting regional alliance and increased military backing tilts the balance on the battlefield. According to Sudanese analyst and journalist Aid Mosham, the developments in Yemen, alongside growing political and military support for Sudan's army, have helped in regaining momentum in recent months. Husham added that diplomatic visits by Sudan's leader Abdel Fattah al-Burhan to other regional capitals have also strengthened the army's position, predicting that the Sudanese armed forces will have the upper hand in the ongoing conflict. Last year, the Sudanese armed forces said it ended a nearly 2-year siege imposed by the RSF on the city of Dilling in South Kordofan, with the military saying it had inflicted heavy losses in personnel and equipment. In recent days, fighting between the two sides has intensified, especially across Sudan's 3 Kordofan states, where the army says it had made advances. Moving on, the Guinea-Bissau junta has vowed to bring the revolutionary Piagui party into government and has released its leader, former Prime Minister Domingos Pereira, though he remains under house arrest. The move by the junta, which seized power last month in a military coup, are considered an attempt to appease the West African regional bloc, ECOWAS, which has suspended the country and demanded a quick transition to civilian rule. Army officers in Guinea-Bissau, branding themselves the military high command, toppled President Umaru Embalo on November the 26th and installed Major General Hota Nta as interim president the following day. However, in a letter to ECOWAS and distributed to newsmen, Nta announced plans to form an inclusive transitional government that would allocate 3 ministerial portfolios to the PRC or African Party for the Independence of Guinea and Cape Verde, amongst others. And in Zimbabwe, an academic, Professor Gift Mugano, has sparked a public debate with his claims that Zimbabwean professors who complain of poverty and blame the ruling ZANU-PF party are not genuine academics. A University of Zimbabwe professor had said that they were struggling on a daily basis due to poverty caused by ZANU-PF. However, Mugano said a professor in the university should be capable of generating income for both himself and the university. His remarks have divided opinions on social media, with some accusing him of being dismissive of the harsh economic realities facing academics in Zimbabwe. Among those who supported Mugano, ZANU-PF social media activist Kudzai Mutisi stated on X that a professor is meant to be an authority in his field, respected beyond national borders and capable of attracting substantial. However, pushbacks came from others who argued that professors are not entrepreneurs and should not be judged primarily on their ability to generate income. And from Zimbabwe, we move straight to Kenya, where the family of General Kimbati wa Njora and Kenyans are mourning the passing of the man widely recognized for his contribution to the country's independence during the colonial period. General Njora was the last standing of the 12 Mau Mau generals who fought against the British colonial rule in the years leading to the country's independence in 1963. He reportedly died of old age at his Cullen home in Yandaura, leading Kenyans in celebrating his life in spite of the government's alleged failure to recognize his contribution was Governor Mutahi Kahiga. According to Kahiga, it is worthy of celebrating his life, his heroism, but most of all, his sacrifice for the country's freedom. He prayed that his soul would find company in the presence and heroic company of the legends who left before him. He further thanked his family for birthing forth the country such a gallant warrior. Moving on, the group Amsterdam and Partners LLP says it has submitted a formal dossier to the Commonwealth Secretariat requesting urgent referral of Uganda to the Commonwealth Ministerial Action Group, that's a CMAG, for serious and persistent violations of the Harare Commonwealth Declaration and the Commonwealth Charter. A long-standing International Council of Ugandan opposition leader Bobby Wine, Amsterdam and Partners LLP, said the Ugandan government's action have warranted an indefinite suspension from the organization. Among the breaches, it noted that Uganda's January 15, 2026 election and its aftermath have been marked by mass arrest, lethal force against civilians, restrictions on communications, and systemic repression of opposition activities under President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni.
According to the group, these actions fundamentally bridge Uganda's constitutional obligations and commitments as a member of the Commonwealth and International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights and the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. It further stated that of particular concerns were the explicit public threats made against Wine by the President's son and Chief of Defense Forces of the Ugandan People's Defense Force, General Muhoozi Kainerugaba. In another development, and still in Uganda, Ugandan court has dropped a case against the first man in the country to be charged with aggravated homosexuality, which carries the death penalty under an anti-gay law. His lawyers, Douglas Mawadri, said the then 20-year-old man from Soroti in northeastern Uganda spent nearly a year on remand after he was detained in August 2023 and charged with aggravated homosexuality. He was accused of unlawful sexual intercourse with a 41-year-old man. The East African country enacted the Anti-Homosexuality Act in 2023, defying pressures from Western governments as well as local and international rights groups. Described as one of the world's harshest laws targeting the LGBT community, it carries a sentence of life in prison for same-sex intercourse and imposes the death penalty in cases deemed aggravated. That categorization includes repeated offenses, gay sex that transmits terminal illness, or same-sex intercourse with a minor, an elderly person, or person with disability. And in Ethiopia, Ethiopia's Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed has denied claims by United States President Donald Trump that Washington funded construction of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. Addressing the House of People's Representatives, Abiy said the country did not receive a single penny from any foreign government to finance the dam, adding that it was built solely with Ethiopia's own resources, including years of public fundraising campaigns. The dam, built on the Blue Nile near the Sudan border, is Africa's largest hydropower project and has been a source of tension with downstream Egypt and Sudan, which have raised concerns about its impact on water flows. Abiy also said Ethiopia was finalizing another major hydropower project on the Omo River with an installed capacity of 2,200 megawatts and expected annual production of 6,460 gigawatts hours. Trump had in January questioned why the U.S. would have financed the dam, a claim that Ethiopian officials have repeatedly rejected. You're still watching the African news right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studios with us is Barrister Darlington Agumo. Barrister Darlington is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you and thanks for joining the conversation.
Good afternoon, David, and how are you?
I'm fine, very well, thank you. How are you doing as well, Barrister?
I'm okay.
All right, then let's also joining us virtually, all the way from Uganda, is Barrister Edward Okwaro Omatake. Barrister Edward is a human rights activist, a legal practitioner also in Uganda, and also a business associate as well. Barrister Edward, a very good afternoon to you, and thanks for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Very good afternoon to you. Sorry, my network is a bit weak.
We'll try to accommodate it as well. Thank you so very much for joining. Also joining us from Zimbabwe, and I believe he is in the UK, is Dr. Masimba Mavasa. Dr. Masimba is a media consultant and also a barrister in Zimbabwe. I understand Dr. Masimba has not joined the conversation, and we'll be expecting him to join in the course of the program. Also joining us all the way from Kenya is a cleric and, of course, a Nairobi politician. I'm talking about Honorable Mercy Ngota. I also understand Honorable Mercy hasn't joined the conversation yet, but we're expecting these two individuals to join the conversation as we progress. All right, then, let's start this conversation from Uganda, where Barrister Edward is already with us. Barrister, the claim by Ethiopia clearly stating that no single foreign powers also contributed in the construction of the Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. What's your position with these? Because you would recall President Donald Trump had last year said that the United States also funded the construction of that dam. What's your position with this, Barrister Edward?
Very good afternoon again, David and Senior Counsel Lagumo. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm sorry my network might be disappointing. I'll try, if it goes off kindly, just know that we have still problems with our internet issues at home. So going to Ethiopia, those are allegations which are probably can be proven by the same people within the same nation, because Trump took probably come up. He can't come up from blues. It must be something which is actually directing that there was some kind of funding on the same project. So I don't want to dwell a lot on issues of Ethiopia and the U.S. whatever contracts they had, that I may not be having much to discuss with the concerning it. Thank you.
We bring this conversation to the studio. Barrister, interestingly, as it stands, the president, I'm talking about Abiy Ahmed, while addressing the House of People's construction of the dam.
Is he trying to tell me that America have not invested in Ethiopia?
Particularly on the construction of that dam.
David, when funds are being sourced and you obtain those funds, it is now left for you to allocate funds according to your need. That is what happens in most African states. Now, it is a challenge for Donald Trump because that dam predates Donald Trump's presidency. So the bureaucrats at Washington may have included it in part of their African assistance and all that. It is now left for Donald Trump to specifically mention how much America invested in the dam.
Okay.
Or not. Maybe challenge the Ethiopian president on what he said, so that future assistance may not be denied.
Now, Barrister, some have said, really, that this statement by the president, Prime Minister, I'm talking about Abiy Ahmed, is more like designed to strengthen its bargaining position against Egypt and Sudan. Now, you would recall that there's been conversations across these particular two countries on the usage of this dam and what it does to the economy.
It doesn't matter as long as Ethiopia built it. Even if they sought the fund from US gave them the money, but not Egypt or Sudan. So what is the thing is that yes, the dam is the most powerful one in Africa so far, but it is serving a purpose. It's serving a purpose. Those countries cannot deny it. They cannot deny it. It's serving a very big purpose. So if they don't want it, they would have as well told Ethiopia, we don't, that it is obstructing a free flow of water, which I doubt. Which I doubt. So if the need for the dam overrides the disadvantage, why not if not? No. And I even heard that they are constructing another one somewhere.
So that is going to go as far as 6,460 gigawatts hours.
So what are you telling me here?
Now, Barrister, let's talk about the economic impact in all of this, really. As it stands, yes, Ethiopia is claiming sole financing of the construction of this dam. And they, on the other hand, are still relying on foreign aid in other sectors. Would these statements by the Prime Minister have a major impact as concerning aids that are coming in on the part of maybe the U.S. and some other Western powers, who again are saying that they also have an impact in the construction of this dam?
That is what I just told you here. You know, when a country or a president wants to be economical with the truth, there's a way they coin it. If the Ethiopian president should tell me how much that dam costs, if he should open his mouth and tell the whole world how much they spent in constructing that dam, I will now say yes, it is possible for them to finance it. And I'll say no, they cannot carry the burden, the financial burden. That's just the truth. Let him mention how much they spent on the dam. Then I will tell you that Ethiopia does not have the financial muscle to carry it. That's the truth.
Interestingly, some critics also argue that Ethiopia is exaggerating its self-reliance because the diaspora bond underperformed in, of course, the economy as ended last month. So with all of that, there was just no way that Ethiopia would have self-funded that dam, according to some other critics who are arguing that conversation. Anyways, let's take this conversation back to Uganda. Well, interestingly, Barrister, there's a particular situation, and I'm coming to you because, yes, you're a lawyer in Uganda. The Ugandan court drops the homosexuality case against a particular man. They call it the first man in the country to be charged with aggravated homosexuality, which carries the death penalty under the anti-gay law. Again, as at the time that this crime was committed, he was 20 years of age, committing the crime with a 41-year-old man. Looking at this kind of judgment, do you think in any way this particular anti-gay law is gaining momentum? And is there some level of deterrent of the people that, are involved in this kind of relationship?
First of all, you need to ask yourself the question, why drop the case after all that time, which I believe this person would have been charged in court. He has been just under so-called remand for beyond even the stipulated time required by the Constitution of Uganda. So some of these things, David, are related to political gains and also trying to actually sell a vote that you are really trying to practice what you declared as homosexual. Uganda is still experiencing the same thing. Uganda is still a mixture of different kind of people. It accommodates so many Africans, so many internationals. So the same activity is still going on. But being a person whom they call the first, actually now coming from actually the place where I come from, without a proper statement that the reasons why this case has been dropped probably should be put in a public domain, is because the government has failed. It has failed to implement the anti-sexual law. It has relaxed, probably because they have already achieved what they wanted. This was just meant to probably appear on the public media. Right. So I believe there is nothing implemented mostly in the homosexuality in Uganda, because we still have cases which are continuing just like any other country.
All right, then. Let me still move from a particular case, to another case, where the group, Amsterdam and Partners, LLP, has said that it has submitted a formal dossier to the Commonwealth Secretariat requesting urgent referral of Uganda to the Commonwealth Ministerial Action Group for serious and persistent violations of the Harare Commonwealth Declaration and the Commonwealth Charter, which again, Uganda is a part of, because the long-standing International Council to Ugandan opposition leader, I'm talking about Bobby Wine, and of course, Amsterdam and Partners, said the Ugandan government's action have warranted an indefinite suspension from the organization. What's your position with these, Barrister Edward? These kind of, well, I call it post-election actions on the part of the law internationally.
Yes, even as we talk, leave alone what Amsterdam is actually the rest of the Democrats, I could say, who are willing to help Uganda gain their democracy. As we talk, there is a case already in court concerning the same elections. And I was actually following the same case closely, where the Electoral Commission has totally failed to account this election. But obviously, at the end of the day, since the judiciary is also a captured state, a captured standard, you have recently the president appointing the chief justice to actually, for the purposes of actually this kind of issues. So, Uganda being a member in some of these associations in the world, it should be punished. Should be, you know, you enter in an agreement, an association, right, with the purpose of achieving the goals which are actually meant for that association. So if this is what Uganda is going to pay, the people of Uganda will be happy. We don't mind losing for a shortest time, but gain much by removing a person who's actually addressing the country in the public in a bad way.
All right, then. Let me bring this conversation to the studio. Well, I understand that, yes, Barrister Edward is having a bit of internet issues because, again, like he did say, the internet in Uganda is just coming back gradually. Barrister, right here in Nigeria, conversations are being raised about the post-election violence that was experienced in Uganda. But with this petition by this company, this law firm, if Uganda is suspended from the Commonwealth, does this mark the beginning of Museveni's international isolation after nearly 4 decades in power?
Of course, it will help. Not just this Amsterdam law firm. The Commonwealth government and other international Western allies, they should impose a heavy sanction on Museveni. Maybe that will help other dictators who are planning to do the same thing to be wary. I have always said it that, look, if there is no discipline, people will run riot with power. If there is no discipline, people will run riot with power. So let the Western allies toe the same line in bringing discipline upon these African leaders who don't want to conduct a free and fair election. They should impose heavy sanctions on them. In fact, make them persona non grata to their countries whenever they win such election and start traveling all over the place. They should tell them not to come to their country because they do not recognize them as the leader they claim to be. That will help a lot. Seriously, it will help.
Now, Barrister, you usually use a particular sentence. The society prepares the crime and the people commits the crime. Now, with these kind of sentence, Barrister, the statements and the threats of the military chief, I'm talking about the son of the president, General Mahuzi, his threats against the opposition leader, I'm talking about Bobby Wine, is this proof that Uganda clearly is sliding into a military dynasty, which the people are not trying to kick against, as it were?
They are already there. It has become a family matter now. Uganda as a country has been conscripted into the Museveni clan, Museveni dynasty. Can't you see it? The father have taught the son how to be tough, how to talk tough. And the guy has learned in a very, quick manner. He's not even taking prisoners here. And you remember when he told that even if he kill Bobby Wine, nothing will happen. So what do you expect? His father is in power. So he's learning the rope. But I will advise him to be wary. I will advise him to be wary.
Why so?
Because of Idi Amin. Let him look at the story of Idi Amin. I don't even think himself and his power and his father, they came close to what Idi Amin did in Uganda. They have not even started when you want to compare notes. But at the end of the day, what happened? At the end of the day, what happened? Such dictators, they end up in infamy. They end up in a miserable manner. The man even died abroad. I mean, Idi Amin. So is that a plus? Is that a compliment? They should be very wary. This is drunk with power. It will not go far. It's a matter of time.
All right, then. Let's take this conversation.
Because Museveni is already on the departure launch. The son should be very wary.
All right,
because Uganda may not tolerate from him what they tolerated from the father.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation back to Uganda. Barrister Edward, same question, really. If Uganda is suspended from the Commonwealth, does this mark the beginning of the end for Museveni and, of course, his leadership and his hold in Uganda? Plus, following what Barrister said now, the son of the president, who is the military chief, clearly has made several threats that even the UN have been very concerned about. Do you think at this point they also should be wary because, like Barrister did say, the likes of Idi Amin is an example to look after?
Yes, the council is actually giving a very good statement. And when you look at the comparison between what we are seeing currently in Uganda, it is what actually happened during the Amin's regime. You remember when Amin ordered the Indians to actually vacate Uganda. These were all the dictatorship, which right now happening that you shouldn't stand in Uganda in the position of a president. It should be a position which is meant for only one person, which is you stand, you become a criminal, just like the way the Bob Wine has been not accused from anywhere for any crime, but just because he himself president to come and see whether it can actually also convince the public of Uganda to vote him. So indeed, Uganda is ruled by the family. Uganda has been captured by the military, which Museveni actually created by himself. So it's going to be very successful if the Commonwealth succeeds in sanctioning Uganda. It will be actually a positive side for the people.
Well, I'm hoping that your network would do some justice in the next question, because I still want to stay with you. Interestingly, you mentioned about the economy of Uganda, but again, we hear that investors are quietly leaving the country because they cannot sustain the pressure at which the military is given right now on the economy. Looking at these kind of situations, is the Ugandan economy paying the hidden price of repression as orchestrated by President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and his son, who is the military chief? I'm talking about General Mahuzi in the country.
You know, trade nation always you look at the situation of economy growth. So you get that a country which has failed democratically, there are issues of stagnancy. And now, in this case, because President Yoweri Museveni and his son decided to say they have already harvested and they want to occupy this nation. It's the reason why you see even the investors, you have heard recently the son accusing the partners, that is now the U.S. embassy, which is very wrong, because if you start accusing your own partners in business, then it becomes dangerous for the growth of that nation. So I believe we are actually in a very sloppy kind of a situation, which is going to reduce the growth and the development of Uganda. In fact, adding to the work Museveni has given for the last 40 years plus, right now we are going to the worst part of it, and we pray that the internationals may come and help this situation to actually be resolved quickly.
All right, then before I let you go, and of course I'll come to the studio and we'll wrap this conversation up. Interestingly, the UN is planning to deploy some monitoring mission to Congo in the case of the ceasefire. Well, again, like you know, that the peacekeeping mission in Congo will send its first team to monitor a ceasefire between the Congo's government and the M23 rebel group in the coming days. But there are concerns because the meeting in Qatar that had to do with the Congolese government and, of course, the Rwandan government seem to have, gotten headways when it comes to the part of security in the DRC. But then again, looking at the fact that the UN again is thinking of sending monitoring team to that eastern part of the DRC, should this team be deployed? And of course, we're looking at a team that will be going to Uvira, a city that was captured by the M23 fighters in December. Of course, during this offensive, some Congolese forces and allied militias somehow were killed in that mix. Would these mark the beginning of some relative peace in the eastern DRC, Barrister Edward?
Yes, I think it is in order. Where there is no goodwill, I think it's always good to allow the partners to come and see whether they can actually make us get some peace. What we are looking at is the security of the people surrounded in that place. Today, I was seeing His Excellency, the retired President of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, was actually visiting Uganda. And I really pitied these leaders. You cannot go and consult the security of Africa with people who are failed democratically. So Africa, we are still sick. We are still totally behind. So I think the UN should actually continue doing what is necessary to get us from this kind of a mess, from this kind of leaders who don't actually even not offer any kind of solution. UN means African Union is totally redundant. There's nothing you can hear from African Union, but you can hear UN is totally concerned about our securities as Africans. So kindly, I think I support such a move.
I like the fact that you mentioned the part of the African Union, and because I know that on this table we've had conversations about the African Union and their strength when it comes to resolving conflicts and some of these situations that we've found in Africa. Barrister, let me come to you, and of course, I possibly would have the two of you on this now. The African Union on this part, African problem not having African solution. Have the institution of the African Union become so toothless that it has to take conversation in Doha for the M23 to give in to what they've been doing over time in the DRC? Now, we know this is clearly about the mineral resources in the DRC, but is the DRC clearly not believing that African Union as a group can have a solution to African problems?
African Union is a toothless bulldog. There is little or nothing they can do to checkmate the excesses of all the rebel groups in Africa. They don't have a standing army. They don't have the finances. They don't even have the personnel to, monitor what is going on. And so they are hamstrung. That is just the simple reason here. And that's why this rebel group and all the terrorists, they are having a free reign because they know that there is no institution that can checkmate them. Like you have NATO in America.
Right.
So you can see where we are. And I've been saying it here that unless African Union form what America did with NATO, because of this, these excesses, these guys may wake up one day and overrun Africa.
But then again, Barrister, some have said that if the part of having a joint force to that level would be okay, but the part of funding is another. Wouldn't the country who has more funding have more superior hand when it comes to...
naturally, like America is at the head of NATO.
Yes.
So somebody must be at the head of everything now, so that there will be semblance of stability and leadership. Somebody must fund it. That's why I still blame Nigeria. With your so-called giant of Africa, you are not doing anything gigantic. Nothing. Even smaller countries are riding roughshod over Nigeria. So your so-called giant of Africa is just on paper. In reality, you are not doing anything. If Nigeria were to take its rightful position, I don't think any rebel group, any terrorist will mess up in Africa.
Barrister, are we seeing weak institutions as against groups that have become more powerful than the institution itself? Because not just AU is a victim of these circumstances that we're talking about. ECOWAS is another, because you would recall the Sahelian states also have given up on ECOWAS. Are we seeing weak institutions?
It's not just these two institutions you mentioned. Even in the East African development, whatever.
Yes.
Is that not where the RC came from? What are they doing about this M23 rebel? I have always opposed any peace deal with these two M23 rebels, because I didn't see the need. Why will I sit on the table to discuss peace of my country with a rebel group that came from another country? I mean, does it make sense? On what ground are we making such a peace? If it is an internal disagreement between the country leadership and maybe a splinter group that want to break away, we can be talking about that. But this is a completely terrorist group from another country funded by Rwanda. And they are now in my country disturbing me. And you said I should sit down and be talking peace with them. Look at it yourself now. Does it make sense? Even if they succeed in what they want to do, can they form a government? Will they be recognized? On what ground? You see, so I can blame UN here, trying to broker peace or monitor peace.
All right, then.
They should empower the DRC Congo government to deal with these guys, like Sudan is trying to do with RSF.
Yes.
Yes. Don't sit for peace with them. They will never accept it, because if you appease them here, they will move to the next country. That is how they are making inroads.
And they keep getting ground.
In this other country that is close to them there. What's it called? What's the name of that country? What's the name of the other country?
Somalia?
No, it's not Somalia. The country close to them where they made a peace with the DRC Congo. That particular country now, they have already made inroads there. I think Donald Trump was the one that brokered that peace or something.
Right.
So they were ready to take all these smaller countries around, because they have already succeeded with DRC Congo, and so they have become bolder.
All right, then, Barrister, because of time, really, I would want us to wrap up this conversation, because we're really pressed for time. In just one sentence, Barrister, the Guinea-Bissau opposition, I beg your pardon, junta leader have released the opposition leader, and of course is planning an inclusive government with the opposition leader, of course with also Mbalo, who is presently on exile. One sentence.
It is good if they want to run an inclusive government. After all, it's a democracy. Whichever way it came, it's a democracy. So we welcome it. Maybe things will start looking up now.
All right, then.
Since Africa said they don't need a military regime and all that.
All
So
right,
let's see how it pans out.
Thank you so very much, Barrister. Barrister Edward, thank you so very much for joining this conversation. But maybe in one sentence, your position as well. Guinea-Bissau's junta leader saying there will be inclusive government, of course, after he gives in power to these opposition figures and the leaders that have been in exile.
Just in a short, to just recap or put on what Senior Council has said on DRC Congo is that Rwanda, you remember when Kagame tried to, but he still insisted and said he cannot actually go ahead with the an agreement. Just recently made very bad statements. So I believe there must be a solution for Africa. We need leaders. So joining hands, opposition and the government, it's welcome, which is good. It's a good spirit to see that government should always sit down with opposition.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Barrister Edward Okwaro Matakinye, human rights activist, legal practitioner, and also a business associate in Uganda. Thank you so very much for your time. Also, thank you so very much, Barrister Darlington Agomo, legal practitioner in Nigeria, and also public and political affairs analyst. Barrister, thank you so very much for being here.
No pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, African business stories and sports will be out next. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. It's still the African news right here on Voice of the People television. Now to more stories. Reports in Morocco says that the country has evacuated over 50,000 persons, nearly half of the population of the northwestern city of Qasr El Kabir, as flooding driven by weeks of heavy rain threatened to inundate the city. According to a local resident, Hisham Ashtu, the city has become a ghost town with all markets and shops closed, and most residents have either left voluntarily or been evacuated. Authorities set up shelters and temporary camps and barred entry into Qasr El Kabri as rising water levels in the Kusuk River spread across several neighborhoods. Only departures from the city were permitted while electricity was cut in parts of it, and schools ordered to remain closed until Saturday. Officials say that the floods were partly triggered by water released by the nearby Kud Maxhazen Dam, which had reached full capacity. And from that story, we move straight to talking business, where chairman of Libya's National Oil Corporation, Masoud Suleiman, has disclosed the country's plan to boost its natural gas production in the next 5 years to have more supply available for export to Europe by early 2030. Suleiman told delegates at the LNG 2026 conference in Qatar that the country plans to increase gas production to nearly 1 billion standard cubic feet per day and start drilling for shale gas in the second half of this year. He added that Libya has 80 trillion cubic feet of gas reserve split between conventional and unconventional resources, adding that the country is currently exporting a negligible volume of natural gas via the Green Stream pipeline. And to wrap up the African news, we go straight talking sports. Hannah Moom has scooped the Man of the Match award following an impressive performance against Maruno Gallants FC in the Betway South African Premiership March Week 16. The 30-year-old Namibian left-back, who had been named Amazulu FC's captain for the 2025-2026 season, has been enjoying a strong campaign under head coach Arthur Zwane. Amazulu sit fourth on the league table with 30 points, just 2 points behind leaders Mamelodi Sundowns, who top the standings with 32 points and a superior goal differences over second place Orlando Pirates in 32 points, while Kaizer Chiefs occupy third place, also on 30 points, but put ahead of Amazulu on goal difference. Hanamub assisted the game's only goal in the 72nd minute, delivering a pinpoint cross that was met by second-half substitute Mondi Mbanjewa, who powered home a bullet header. And Amub was the only player in the match to record 100% pass accuracy on 18-18 and was heavily involved in attack, creating 3 chances in the game, which was the highest. With that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Cubana Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
The Agungu Fishing Festival, or Agungu Dance Festival, is an annual 4-day festival in Kebbi State and other northern states like Niger in the northwestern part of northern Nigeria. The region is made up of fertile river areas of Matamfada, Mala, with much irrigation and orchards, Lambu in Hausa. The majority of the inhabitants are fishermen. They also have Kanta Museum. The museum is the main historical center in Agungu for visitors across the globe. People from around the world travel to Agungu just to witness the occasion. The main purpose of the Agungu Fishing Festival is for fishing and unity. The festival is usually a 4-day cultural event. The festival began in the year 1934 as a mark of the end of the century-old hostility between the Sokoto Caliphate and the Kebbi Kingdom. This festival has brought huge progress to the development of the state as a whole. It is usually called a fishing frenzy festival. The festival is celebrated to mark the beginning of the fishing season in Agungu, a riverside town in Kebbi State. It's celebrated between February and March every year. In 2005, the winning fish weighed 75 kilograms and needed 4 men to hoist it onto the scales. In 2006, the festival banned fishing due to safety concerns relating to the low water levels. The importance of the festival to the economy has led the government to conserve fish stock by prohibiting the use of gill nets and cast nets. The Zairo Polder project, an irrigation scheme in the Rima River floodplain to the south of Agungu, has been criticized because the reservoir threatens to flood the traditional site of the festival. Activities include craft showcases, canoe races, agricultural showcase, cultural activities, wrestling matches, musical performances, a grand fishing contest and swimming contest. On the final day of the festival, the competition is held, in which thousands of men line up along the river, and at the sound of a gunshot, all of them jump into the river and have an hour to catch the largest fish. The winner can take home as much as $7,500. Competitors are only allowed to use traditional fishing tools, and many prefer to catch fish entirely by hand, a practice also popular elsewhere and known as noodling, and this is to demonstrate their prowess.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Education is the bedrock of national development. This powerful statement by Chief Obafemi Awolowo underscores the undeniable role of education in shaping human capacity, driving innovation, and sustaining national progress. Good afternoon and welcome to Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, the program where we unpack the stories, ideas, innovations, and policies shaping the future of education in Nigeria and beyond. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. On today's program, we focus on rethinking education for human development in a technology-driven world. Also on the program, we examine repositioning technical and vocational education and training for economic growth in Nigeria. But first, let's begin with our opening conversation. Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, has called for sustained investment in quality and inclusive education to better equip children for youth, and national development. Mrs. Tinubu made the call in her 2026 International Day of Education message, stressing that education remains critical to preparing society for a rapidly evolving global environment. She noted that education is the most powerful tool for acquiring knowledge, values, creativity, and ethical judgment, particularly in an era shaped by innovation and automation. The First Lady added that skills and value-based education is essential for thriving in a technology-driven world, urging Nigeria to prioritize education as a national imperative. Reflecting on this year's theme, AI and education, preserving human agency in a world of automation, Senator Oluremi Tinubu emphasized that while embracing artificial intelligence and innovation, technology must be guarded to serve humanity and not replace it. Now, joining me to discuss this is Godsent Ugbebo. Godsent Ugbebo is a lecturer and education rights activist. Good afternoon, Godsent, and thank you so much for joining me on Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television.
Hi. Hi. Good afternoon, Mr. Matthew. It's nice to be here again.
Thank you so much. I think it's not too late. We are still in the last week in January, so it's safe to still say Happy New Year.
Definitely. Happy New Year to you too.
Thank you so much. So Nigeria's First Lady has called for sustained investment in quality and inclusive education. What does sustained investment in quality and inclusive education mean in practical terms for Nigeria's education system? You can please unmute your device and go ahead.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the question, Mr. Matthew. So, well, it's a good fit actually, and sustained investment in quality and inclusive education, in practical terms, actually means a lot of things. So, firstly, I would like to say that sustained investment in quality and inclusive education for Nigeria basically means a comprehensive long-term commitment to improving the accessibility. Now, take note, to improving the accessibility, affordability, and relevance of education for all segments of the society, right? Because I feel this involves providing sufficient funding to schools, both public and private, to ensure that they have this infrastructure, these resources and tools to deliver high quality education. So because when we talk about sustained investment, it means something that can last, something that can stand the test of time. So in practical terms, the investment must translate into better trained teachers. Yes, so we are not looking at this particular sustained investment from one angle. We're looking at it from diverse perspectives. So in practical terms, this investment must translate into better trained teachers, updated curricula, and a learning environment that equips students with the skills with the skills necessary to thrive in a modern technology-driven world. Because I know you're already aware of this, that we've gradually passed the Gen Z era and now we are in the Generation Alpha. So this sustained investment must ensure that it galvanizes towards the modern technology-driven world, because it also means creating educational opportunities that are inclusive of all social, economic, and geographic groups, particularly disadvantaged or undeserved communities, ensuring that no child is left behind due to lack of access to educational resources, right? Okay, now let's go practical. For instance, sustained investment might include building more schools in rural areas. Now, my question to the government is, are they ready for this? Because we don't want promises that ends up in paper. We need promises that can now translate into action, right? So are they ready to now include building more schools in rural areas, underdeveloped areas, expanding this digital learning tools and integrating technology into classrooms? Because this is what the children would need in the long run, so that we can be able to compete with foreigners, so that we can be able to compete with people with children from the Western world. So there must be this inclusiveness of technology being brought into classrooms and offering scholarships for students from low-income backgrounds, because we can't deny it. We are in Nigeria. We have people and families and sects who cannot afford good education, right? So furthermore, this inclusive education should involve catering to children with disabilities. Don't forget, no child is left behind.
All right.
So offering support systems for students with diverse learning needs and ensuring gender equality in all educational participation. Yes, so
All right, so Dotson, during your conversation, you mentioned technological advancement, which is quite pivotal at this point in time in Nigeria. So how can Nigeria balance embracing artificial intelligence with ensuring that technology serves human development rather than displacing it? I don't know if you can hear me clearly. I was asking how Nigeria can balance embracing artificial intelligence with ensuring that technology serves human development rather than displacing it.
Sorry, I did not get you. The network was kind of breaking. How can Nigeria
balance embracing artificial intelligence with ensuring that technology serves human development rather than displacing it?
Okay. So basically, how Nigeria can balance AI with the traditional human-centered education, which is like this integration. One thing, like there are several ways actually that Nigeria can make this happen. So we have to now think of providing equitable opportunities for all citizens, right? So firstly is develop a human-centric AI policy. Now, for like what I mean by this is, one of the foundational steps to balancing AI and technology instead of displacing it with human needs is the creation of a robust national AI policy. And I think we don't have that yet in Nigeria. Honestly, I think we don't have that now in Nigeria. So the government could also introduce regulations that govern the use of AI, ensuring that automation in key sectors, right, like healthcare, education, agriculture, enhances productivity. Because that is it. We are not going to welcome AI and technology, meet this integration, and in the end, we are experiencing a decline in productivity. So it must be a plus enhancing productivity. And another way is that it promotes, to invest, or rather, promote public-private partnerships. So basically, for instance, in agriculture, AI-driven solutions can enhance crop. That is it. AI-driven solutions can enhance crops. It can make crops yield more. So, and this can also help by predicting weather patterns and detecting pests. So, but they should be able to introduce these things to farmers, to local farmers. We are coming now to the aspect of agriculture. And another one that I could say is that integrate AI with human values and ethics, because we can, permit me to use this word in quotes, misuse certain things. It's just like the theories we have in mass communication, right? That we now have the social responsibility theories that even if we have access to all of these things, we must be socially responsible for these things. So ethics is needed. So the deployment of AI in Nigeria must be done with a strong emphasis on human values. So there's a need for policymakers to consider ethical implications and ensure that these AI systems respect human rights, privacy, and fairness, right? So to this end, I would say that ethical AI frameworks should be developed in collaboration with local and international stakeholders. So these frameworks can guide the development of AI in Nigeria, ensuring it is used in a way that enhances, human dignity, creates job opportunities, and even addresses pressing social issues such as poverty and, healthcare accessibility.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
All right. Looking ahead at this point in time, how can Nigeria measure whether its investment in education is truly preparing youth for national development in the age of artificial intelligence? And how should the government prioritize investing in quality and accessible education for youth and children?
Sorry, I did not get the question.
How can Nigeria measure whether its investment is truly preparing youth for national development? What should be the role of the government in ensuring that they are truly investing in the youth for national development in this age of artificial intelligence?
Okay. So basically, to measure whether Nigeria's investment in education is, preparing youth for national development, I feel practically the country should establish clear, measurable outcomes, because that is it. It's just like we have the smarts, we have the SWOT. So we must have measurable outcomes tied to its educational goals so that what we are doing can have direction. So there must be clarity of direction, right? So having done that, one of the key indicators could be employment rates. That could be one of the key, yes, that could be one of the key indicators. Employment rates for graduates, for the TVET and higher education institutions, with a focus on those entering fields that are growing due to technological advancements such as tech, AI, and digital services, right? So another measure could be student performance. So in standardized tests that assess digital literacy, coding, and AI-related competencies, so regular tracking of how students perform in these areas would provide a direct gauge of how well the education system is preparing youths for the demands of the modern workforce. And additionally, Mr. Matthew, industry feedback. Because, there must be that point where we do inventory check. So we can't just be pumping things out there and taking action without sitting down to now ensure that we see if we can realize certain positive results from these things. So industry feedback. So industry feedback should be solicited regularly to evaluate whether the skills of the new graduates meet the needs of employers. Collaboration between educational institutions and industry, right? So these things can now help to ensure that the curriculum is continuously evolving. That is it. There must be this emergence, evolving in response to the market needs. And finally, I can say tracking long-term economic indicators, such as GDP growth, productivity levels, and technological innovation. All this could provide insights into how well the education system is contributing to national development in the age of
artificial intelligence. And indeed, education contributes very, very significant to Nigeria and the world in the age of artificial intelligence. Beautiful contribution, beautiful insights from you right there, especially as it relates to development, looking at the fact that artificial intelligence must be prioritized in Nigeria's education sector.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. You're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a quick break now. And when we return, we turn our attention to repositioning technical and vocational education and training for economic growth in Nigeria and beyond. Please stay tuned.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, Live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
You blessed the boy, the girl is fine, of vice and beauty. Hello everybody, my name is Mike Abdul. Keep watching VOP TV. God bless you real good.
Hi guys, my name is Abiojola, also known as Minister Abe. I just want you to keep watching VOP TV. God bless you.
Oretolu Amishe is a banger. My name is Yomi Olabisi Yomi Apala. Keep watching VOP TV.
Bàbá ti sọ̀rọ̀ mi dayọ̀, ẹ wá bá mi yọ̀, mo mọ̀ọ́rẹ́. Thank you, Daddy. Mio. Hello, guys. My name is Tosibi. Keep watching for TV, VOP TV. God bless you.
Mo gbé ọ̀gá o, mo gbé ọ̀gá o, olódodo lọ́nà gbogbo. Mo gbé ọ̀gá o.
Hello, people of God. This is your favorite girl, Mosu Exalta. Keep watching VOP TV, and you will be blessed. Love you.
Etobi gan, Etobi Olua. Hello everyone, my name is T Praise and I'm here telling you, keep watching VOP TV. Don't change that dial. We are here. Jesus is here. Glory.
How glory. Irú yìí ò sí àkàwé. Sure, don't mind my voice. I've gone so many places today. Girl, feel. Okay, oh la la. Okay, wait. Hello, Lagos, Nigerians. My name is Minister K Wonder. Please keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that out.
We are glad to have you with us again. In case you are just joining us, this is Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, where we explore education, personal growth, and ideas shaping Nigeria's education sector and beyond. The federal government has inaugurated the National Working Committee for World Skills Nigeria, aimed at promoting a coordinated, demand-driven, and competency-based technical and vocational education and training system. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, inaugurated the committee in Abuja, noting that the development signals a renewed commitment by the federal government to reposition skills development and technical and vocational education and training as key drivers of industrialization, economic growth, and global competitiveness. The committee is chaired by the Minister of State for Education, Professor Suweiba Ahmad, with the Executive Secretary of the National Board for Technical Education, Professor Idris Bugaji, serving as the Vice Chairman. The Minister noted that the initiative will enable Nigerian youth to acquire high-quality skills, provide industries with an agile workforce, and ultimately boost national productivity. And still with me to unpack this conversation is Godsent Ugbebo. Godsent Ugbebo is a lecturer and education rights activist. Good afternoon, Godsent, and thank you so much for joining me on the program once more. Now, let's begin with this conversation on the vocational training education in Nigeria. How would you define the access of the current state of technical and vocational education in Nigeria, and what are its most critical weaknesses and strengths that should be channeled to make sure that citizens are industry relevant?
All right, thank you for that question, Mr. Matthew. So, for me, the state of technical and vocational education and training, which is the TVET, in Nigeria is complex and requires immediate attention. Now, I would explain why I said that. Because while there have been strides in introducing the TVET policies and expanding access to vocational training, the system is still grappling with several critical issues that limit its effectiveness in driving economic growth. So, TVET institutions in Nigeria are, they are largely underfunded and they suffer from outdated infrastructure, including insufficient training, equipment, and a lack of access to like modern technology. So as a result, many graduates of TVET programs emerge with qualifications that do not meet these industry standards. So a significant weakness of the TVET system is a poor alignment with the market demands. That is it. So there's no futuristic perspective or overview. So it leads to a poor alignment of market demands, and the curricula, often focus on generic skills, while industries are seeking more specialized, adaptable skills that are specific to their operations. So instead of having all these things, so they can now be broken into fragments, because the industry, they don't really welcome one who somehow embodies everything. Everything is streamlined. So TVET is still perceived as a last resort option for students, to me, who cannot, excel in conventional academic pathways. So this stigma somehow prevents many young Nigerians from viewing it as a viable career choice, undermining the potential of TVET to address the country's unemployment crisis. So, lastly, another major challenge is the lack of industry institution collaboration. So now what I mean by that is employers frequently complain about the mismatch between what is taught in TVET institutions and the practical skills required in the workplace. So as a result, many young Nigerians face significant difficulty in transitioning from education to employment. And this transition is supposed to be seamless. So strengthening partnership between industries and TVET institutions is vital for ensuring that curricula are constantly updated to reflect evolving market needs and demands, and even trends.
All right, Godson. Still talking about funding model and still talking about structural reform as it relates to TVET. What structural reforms are needed to make technical and vocational education and training institutions more responsive to labor market demands?
Okay, to make these technical and vocational education and training institutions, more responsive as it concerns to labor market demands, is that these TVET institutions often, more often than not, they are responsive to labor market demands, and several structural reforms are necessary. So let's go by listing certain things. First, I would say there needs to be a strong partnership, just like I said before, between TVET institutions and the private sector, right? Because businesses and industries should be actively involved in the design of delivery of TVET programs. That is how we can have this seamless transition, right? So, and also it will now ensure that they meet the specific needs of employers. So industry advisors, industry advisory boards, yes, should be established within the TVET institutions to regularly review and update curricula based on the evolving needs of the market, because that is it is the market. And secondly, the management structure of TVET institutions needs to be more flexible. We don't have to be rigid about these things. We must be flexible and responsive. So decision making should be decentralized to allow institutions to adapt more quickly to local and regional labor market conditions. So if this can be achieved, institutions should now have the autonomy to now update their programs and introduce new courses that are aligned with current industry trends. So furthermore, TVET institutions should invest in continuous professional development for their staff to ensure that trainers are up to date with the latest industry practices and technologies. Well, finally, I would say that a robust data collection and analysis system is essential for understanding the skills in various sectors. For example, now TVET institutions should now regularly engage with employers, industry bodies, and labor market analysts to now track trends and identify, skills gap. So this data-driven approach will now ensure that TVET programs remain relevant, useful, purposeful, and are producing graduates with the skills that are in demand, not skills that will end up on paper or in, a certificate. In demand.
Godson, talking about skills, which of course mentioned now, as it relates to TVET, I know that skills cannot be restricted or cannot be limited to both TVET students alone. But I want to ask you, talking about TVET, talking about education, talking about training institutions, how can emerging technologies and digital skills be effectively integrated into technical and vocational education and training programs?
Okay, yeah. So basically, emerging technologies and digital skills are critical to the future of work. They are very critical to the future of work, and integrating them into TVET programs will now ensure that graduates are equipped to thrive. It's easy when you thrive. I think when one thrive, it's suffering. So it will now equip them to thrive in an increasingly digital world. So the digital world is increasing, so it will help them to thrive in an increasingly digital world. So to do this effectively, TVET institutions should, one, develop curricula that include skills in areas such as, now remember, we are talking about integrating these things, right? So skills in areas such as coding, artificial intelligence, data analysis, cybersecurity, digital marketing, cloud computing, virtual assistants. These skills are in high demand across multiple industries, not just in Nigeria, in Africa and abroad. So they are essential for the modern workforce. Now, partnerships with technology companies and digital platforms can provide TVET students with access to cutting-edge tools, because that's what they need, software and resources. So for example, students could use virtual labs, right? Simulations and software that mirrors the tools they will use in their future careers. I think this thing is practical when it comes to, flying a plane as a pilot. You will be in the simulation mode first before you then translate into driving or into facilitating a real plane. So institutions could also collaborate with tech companies to offer students online courses and certification that are recognized by industry leaders. So, well, in addition to teaching specific technical skills, TVET institutions should also focus on developing students digital literacy, ensuring they are comfortable with technology. That is one thing that must be met. Ensuring that they are comfortable, the word comfortable with technology, and can now adapt to new digital skills. So you must be comfortable with technology first before you now advance to new digital tools as they emerge. So this includes providing foundational training in areas like basic computer literacy, software applications, and internet security. So basically, this integration of digital technologies into the classroom itself through the use of online learning platforms, digital content, and remote learning opportunities will also enhance the learning experience and help students develop the digital skills they need to succeed, again, in the workplace.
Integrating emerging technologies into digital literacy, as well as technical and vocational education, would help students to thrive and succeed. Godsend Ugbebo, a lecturer, education rights activist, thank you so much for coming on Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television.
Thank you for having me. So great to be here.
And we look forward to having you some other time.
Definitely, I can't wait.
Thank you so much. All right. You're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take another quick break now and return with top stories in Nigeria's education sector. Do join us again.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet, oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejumo, chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be. Listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances. And all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet. And you should keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that dial.
Yes, sir. Kábíyèsí Olúọ̀run, we were born to give you twale, to give you a shame. People of God, you are watching Voice of the People TV, and my name is Flo Rocker. I encourage you to listen to things of the gospel. You know, we live in a very perilous times where there are some things you watch on television, you will lose faith, you will lose God. Keep your eyes on Voice of the People TV and remain blessed. Flo Rocker says so. Kuzoshi.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Glad to have you join us again on the program. Now let's bring you top stories in Nigeria's education sector. The federal government has clarified that indigenous languages have not been banned in Nigerian schools. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, made the clarification during an interview explaining that the recent policy adjustment only limits the number of indigenous languages as the main medium of instruction to better prepare students for national examinations conducted in English. Dr. Alausa noted that while mother tongue instruction helps learning, Nigeria's multi-ethnic and multilinguistic nature with over 600 languages requires a balanced approach. He added that students will continue to study at least one indigenous language at the primary, junior, and senior secondary school levels. The Joint Admission and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has announced the commencement of the sale of registration forms for the 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination, UTME. The board says all arrangements have been concluded to ensure a smooth and each free registration process. It has therefore advised prospective candidates to register only at JAMB-approved computer-based test centers, professional registration centers, and JAMB offices nationwide. Speaking at a meeting with key stakeholders, the Registrar of JAMB, Professor Ishaq Oloyede, urged candidates with biodata issues to resolve them with the National Identity Management Commission, NIMC, before commencing registration. Additionally, the registrar disclosed that UTME registration, including for candidates in foreign countries, will run from Monday, January 26, 2026 to Saturday, February 28, 2026. And to wrap up the news, let's tell you that the West African Examination Council, WAEC, has announced the examination date for the 2026 computer-based West African Senior School Certificate Examination, CBYSSE, for private candidates first series. The council made the announcement via its official X handle, releasing the timetable outlining subjects, dates, and examination times. WAEC urged candidates to carefully review the timetable and familiarize themselves with all examination requirements. WAEC also advised private candidates to strictly adhere to examination guidelines to avoid any complication during the exercise. The 2026 CBYSSE for private candidates first series will commence on January 28 and will be concluded entirely as a computer-based test in line with WAEC's ongoing efforts to modernize and improve the examination process. And that's a wrap for Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. Today, we've explored and focused on rethinking education for human development in a technology-driven world. We also examined repositioning technical and vocational education and training for economic growth in Nigeria following the federal government's inauguration of a National Working Committee for World Skills Nigeria. From investing in learning to building practical skills for the future, it's clear that conversations like this are essential to shaping informed, empowered citizens and strengthening Nigeria's education system. For more insights and in-depth conversation, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and across all other social media platforms, we are as VOP TV Live. If you witness news or events in your communities, we'd love to hear from you. Please share your eyewitness reports or videos via WhatsApp at 0814-606-4057. You can also email our newsroom via email at news@vop.ng. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Join us next week as we continue to spotlight ideas, innovations, and conversations shaping Nigeria's education and civic landscape. Until then, stay informed, stay engaged, and remember that education is the bedrock of national development. Bye for now.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you'll be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe.
Oriya Yuba tó ń jẹ́ Fuji Monsoon. Yes, don't touch that. This is me, Dr. Adewale Yuba. Keep watching VOPT.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the bustling streets of Lagos to the quiet corners of rented apartments, the relationship between landlords and tenants has always been a delicate balance. But that could soon change. I'm Maureen Ogolo, reporting from the Lagos State House of Assembly, where today's public hearing could reshape how rent, eviction, and property rights are handled in the state. It was landlord versus tenant inside the Lagos House of Assembly today.
But landlord should give tenant at least 5 years before any increment of apartment fee. Government is to provide housing for all. Unfortunately, when government build houses, people now buy these houses, invest in them, some buy 2, 3, 4 flats, now sell. And government is concerned about high rents. You cannot control rents outside. I will want a situation where when you build houses, Honorable Commissioner for Housing, ensure that people do not sell them and people who are going to live in there are owner-occupier. But when they do now want to rent, control the rent in your own houses before controlling those people outside.
There are several areas in which the House of Assembly has looked into that they deem as fitting. However, it is not commendable in the fact that they did not make use of the legal and the enacted professionals who should guide them.
The purpose of public hearing is for professional bodies to come around and guide us and tell us, and the public to come and tell us what we need to know and what you want. Laws are made for the people, and that is the purpose of the public hearing.
As the Tenancy and Recovery Premises Bill 2025 came under public scrutiny, the one-day hearing at the Latif Jakonde Auditorium in Elausa brought together landlords, tenants, legal experts, property developers, and house advocates.
So we are here to support the bill, but we have concerns. And our lens, the lens at which we are looking at this is the social justice lens. As an NGO, we are concerned about some social justice issues, and the first one is discrimination. We have noted a concerning trend in Lagos where houses are reserved for certain category of persons. The vacancy that is advertised, you will see that it's usually said that the houses are not for single persons, single women, single mothers, not for Igbos, only for Igbos, not for Yorubas, only for Yorubas. We think this is concerning. Firstly, the Constitution, Section 42, outlaws that kind of behavior. It calls it discriminatory. It outlaws it. So to allow that to persist is not good for the sector. So we are recommending that the bill should take on this particular challenge and include a provision in the bill where anybody who discriminates by virtue of sex, religion, or where they come from or economic status should be penalized by the bill.
The memorandum has been submitted, the public hearing has been heard, and of course we had a lot of contributions from the public. We will go back, look into the bill properly, get their memoranda, check them properly, and sieve and add and subtract what are necessary to be in the bill for it to become a law.
As debates wrap up inside House of Assembly, the one thing is clear: the bill could change the face of renting in Lagos, for better or for worse. For tenants, is a hope of stronger protection. For landlords, is a call for clearer rights. But until the final law is passed, the tug of war over rent and eviction continues. From Alausa, I am Maureen Okolo, reporting for VOP TV.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Cubana Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobowale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvi Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the Voice of the People.
Don't touch that dial.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
A sky-high secret. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome. My name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 26.
Welcome on board and welcome to the program. It is People's Voice on VOP TV, where season story shape the narrative. And of course, today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. Rivers State under Tinubu's control. I believe you all actually saw what happened yesterday. You know, you all heard the news as regards to the president, being a mediator and of course, asking the two men to actually shed their swords. But let's see how this particular situation will turn around in the coming days. Join the conversation with experts inside this perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other stories with details. NLC TUC suspends protests in Abuja after meeting with Wike. The Nigerian Labour Congress and of course Trade Union Congress have directed their members and every other workers working with the FCT capital territory that actually came out, as regards to whatsoever, their grievances were, sometime last week. And they were actually saying that they wouldn't, stop this particular strike, this protest. And don't also forget that we saw a particular footage where they were actually pursuing, the FCT minister while he was, driving off to meet up with the president at the airport. But Wike had a meeting with, the leaders of this particular union, and the peace was made. And I don't know whatsoever the agreement was, but of course, after the meeting, Senator Muhammad Bumoy, which is the chairman of the Senate Committee on FCT, resulted in several resolutions, including the withdrawal of all outstanding cases at the National Industrial Court, an assurance of no victimization for workers who participated in the strike. So I think at some point we're actually happy with this particular situation. But it is looking like Wike is actually getting out of this particular situation, handled or sorted, in the right way. Because I remember that so many people have made enough projection as regards to Wike in Rivers, Wike and Fubara, Wike with the APC, Wike from the national wing, Wike with the FCT workers and all of that. But guess what? It is looking like all of this is getting sorted out, gradually. So let's just hope that Wike will get a soft landing. Away from that particular one, Tinubu's foreign trips yielding investment for Nigeria, says the APC chair. The All Progressive Congress, the APC national chairman, Professor Nantawi Yuwatda, has said that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's foreign trip yielding a tangible economic benefit for Nigerians. He also said that over $50 billion in foreign direct investment commitment secured. And he also mentioned that the president's trip, saying they are strategic engagements that have boosted Nigerians' global partnership and attracted significant foreign investment. He urged Nigerians to support the administration's effort, noting that a dividend will be felt across the economy. All right, quickly, before I go on with the news story, with the remaining news story, I'd like to quickly go on a quick break. As soon as we return, I'll take the remaining news story. You don't go anywhere, please. Stay tuned. I'll be right back.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Back to the program. NBA president calls for time frame for resolving legal disputes. The president of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mazi Afam Asigwe, SAN, has advocated for a time frame for resolving legal disputes, citing the success of time-bound judgment in election petitions. Asigwe made the call at the public presentation of a book honor of himself, noting that the current judicial system is plagued by delays, leading to a lack of public confidence. He emphasized that the need for a unified front and, of course, involvement of government, legislature, judiciary, and media to drive reforms. Asigwe also defended the NBA's right to criticize the system, of course, and stressing that such criticism should lead to workable solutions. He called for internal accountability within the legal profession and expressed concern over the dwindling public confidence in judiciary. All right, I love the fact that this is coming from the NBA, president, because we've actually said this over and over. We want the NBA to be totally independent, away from the executive arm and, of course, the legislature, so that they can decide, on what, and they can actually, preside over different cases or judgments, and we won't feel as if there is any iota of bias in any of their judgments that is being rolled out. This is all we're saying. We're not saying that, getting gifts from anybody is wrong, but when it is looking like inducement, it's our problem here. When it is looking like politicians are actually getting them, to their coffers, that's where we have issues. You will remember that a certain political party in the same country has mentioned and has written to, the highest court in the land that, please, we don't want this particular judge in Abuja to always preside over our case anymore because it doesn't turn out well. and they know the meaning of this particular one. And that particular judge is always at the end of a particular man's affairs that is also making news on daily basis in the country. So when it gets to a situation like that where we feel we're not getting enough transparency, what do you expect from us? So we want you, and your body, to actually do better. And I love the fact that this is coming from the NBA president. So we'll just look forward to having a good judicial system in this country. Anyway, from that particular one, APC exploits opposition disunity ahead of 2027 election. As Nigeria approaches the 2027 general elections, the ruling All Progressive Congress, APC, is poised to exploit the disunity within opposition parties. The APC has unveiled its election roadmap, while major opposition parties, including the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Labour Party, and of course African Democratic Party, are struggling with internal crisis and leadership disputes. The PDP is embroiled in multiple leadership disputes with rival factions claiming key offices. And of course, the Labour Party is also going through the same leadership crisis with Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, recognizing a faction led by Senator Esther Nadi Usman as the acting national chairman. And of course, the ADC, which has emerged as a key opposition platform, is facing internal headwinds, including postponed world congresses and a rivalry between supporters of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi. The opposition disunity has led to defections to the APC and, of course, further weakening the opposition chances in the 2027 general elections. The coalition of United Political Party, the CUPP, has warned that opposition party risks political self-deception if they fail to unite and present a credible challenge to the APC. This is all we've been talking about as regards to every opposition party. It is looking like everybody just wants power. Everybody, just wants to become president, by all means. And that's the reason why it is looking as if the same house is dividing against itself. And if a situation like that happens, let's just forget it. It would only give APC a soft landing. If you want to, create a coalition, you have to make so many decisions and agreements, and putting forward one person, and everybody rally around the person. Otherwise, whatsoever that is going on, and this one is saying I want to be president, this is saying I want to be president, then let's just leave it. For now, it will still look like child's play. But let's see what will happen in the coming days. But don't forget the election is just around the corner. 2027 is not that far anymore. PDP, a formidable party, not charity organization, says Nyesom Wike. The Minister of Federal Capital Territory has actually stated that the People's Democratic Party remains a formidable political force in the country and not charity organization. Wike made the remarks at the 105 National Executive Committee meeting in the party. Of course, this was actually yesterday. According to Wike, the party's current challenges do not diminish its strength, and members should not view it as a charity organization. Forget the idea that PDP is a charity organization. PDP remains a formidable political force despite its current challenges. PDP is too strong, very strong. We must capitalize on what we have and move forward, he stated. Wike urged party leaders and members to remain vigilant, noting ongoing attempts to destabilize the PDP. He expressed confidence that such efforts would fail, saying they would not give up until they believe you are destroyed. But I will not be destroyed. You will not be destroyed. Let us move forward. The party has also fixed March 28 and 29, 2026 for its national convention in Abuja, where a new national working committee and other statutory organs will be elected. I don't even know how to feel about this particular one because it is looking like a Game of Thrones now between the both factions in PDP. But let's see what will happen in the coming days. Electoral fraud is a crime, says Adams Oshomole. Former governor of Edo State and Senator Adams Oshomole has condemned electoral fraud as worst crime in a democracy. He emphasized that vote buying and manipulation of election results undermine the will of the people, warning that those involved in such practices face penalties, including jail term. Oshomole stated that existing electoral laws provide clear sanctions against vote buying and result manipulation, applying to all parties involved in electoral malpractices. He stressed the importance of electoral integrity, saying it is central to democracy's value. The senator's comments come as Nigerians' electoral reforms ahead of 2027 general elections face delays, sparking concerns about the polls' credibility. Right? If this is coming from Oshomole, then let's actually watch out for more. Wike declares interest in Oyo PDP, vows to protect party. Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has declared his interest in the affairs of People's Democratic Party in Oyo State, citing his commitment to party survival and success. Wike made this known while addressing, of course, the attendees at the PDP's 105 National Executive Council Committee meeting in Abuja. The former Rivers State governor emphasized that his concern for the party's well-being is driven by its past governance at the federal level. Wike also dismissed allegation of intimidation, stating that recent court rulings have weakened such claims. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV, and of course on YouTube with Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll take in the first conversation here, and which is the only conversation, except my guest analyst would like to just respond to any of the news stories. Rivers State under Tinubu's control. You don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. I'll be right back.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeats, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor.
Welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of People Television. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has intervened in the escalating feud between Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara and his predecessor Nyesom Wike, directing Fubara to recognize Wike as the political leader in Rivers State. The president's intervention comes after months of failed settlement and threats of impeachment against Fubara. Tinubu also directed Wike to halt all impeachment-related actions against Fubara and for both parties to work together towards stability in the state. The peace deal includes a recognition of Wike's candidate for upcoming by-election in the states. We're now being joined by Nwoye Chijoke, as a political and social analyst, and of course, a corporate consultant joining us from Canada. Hello, Chijoke. Good morning to you.
Hello, good morning, Xavier. How are you doing today?
Very well, thank you. I know you wouldn't like this topic because you're really against Wiki. But before you say anything, I would like to also bring in the other guests. Also joining us, we have Honorable Tokwe Abdulrazak Balogun, AA Party Lagos State Governorship candidate for 2023 Nigerian general elections. Hello, Honorable.
Good evening. Xavier, good evening.
Good evening. You're welcome on board. How are you doing today?
I'm good, fine.
All right, so
with Nigeria.
All right, so I don't know if you actually heard any of the news stories I took. If you wanted to respond to that before we go straight to the main conversation.
Oh, well, I heard some of them, but I think it's just the regular news. Let's go to the main conversation because that's the hottest thing.
It has gotten to a point where we just read our news now. We just call it regular news. I understand what you're saying. I know the pain. I know how it feels, but it's okay. Let me start off with you as regards to your position with this situation. You know, you agree with me that so many people have actually made different speculations as regards to Wike's situation in Rivers State. Some were actually saying that Wike was losing on both sides, you know, from the federal level, and of course, he was also losing in Rivers as we speak. But yeah, it is. Don't forget that when Boala made that statement that Fubara is the APC leader in Rivers State and not Nyesom Wike, you know, everyone actually expected that the presidency would caution Boala, and some actually said that was, you know, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's speech. For him not to have even cautioned him, that means that that's also the president speaking, you know. But after a few weeks, this is what the president is saying now. And I remember that, of course, of a few of my guest analysts that have actually graced the show, I told them, I said that in as much as Wike is not in the APC, I don't think President would want to, you know, put Wike under the bus for anybody, because Wike has actually worked for him in the past.
Democracy like ours, where godfatherism cannot be overlooked, you can't take it away from Wike that he is the leader of Ubara and he is the leader of APC as it is today in Rivers State. Before now, we had people in APC that were original members of APC from inception, people like Otinamechi, His Excellency, Right Honorable, and some other major stakeholders. They were all in APC. But you saw the turn of events when they started breaking the original APC into factions. And a particular faction we are aligned with the current minister of the Federal Capital Territory. And you can read in between the lines. For anybody that wants to be meticulous and be sincere enough, is directly linked up with the present leadership of APC and the presidency. Aligns more with Wike. That is why he gets almost everything he wanted. Politically, he has that dexterity politically to maneuver. And he's standing as the leader of all the major parties in that state. So you can't take that away from him. Just like Ashadu told them at that meeting that, are you assuming or stating that while Sanwo-Olu was the governor of Lagos before he became the president, and Sanwo-Olu had ever been his own leader, even though he was the governor? He has the same thing of Ampod, he has the same thing, and that explains it all. That no matter how, and eventually there's this crisis here and there, and for me, it's a win-win for Fubara. The major person that has gained most in all this imbroglio is Cubana, because he eventually had the opportunity to create a niche for himself, no matter whatever percentage of like this, political like this, or decision that is to be taken in Rivers today, they will count him as a standalone group with his own people, whatever percentage they are giving to them. There is no winner takes all in this situation, where at the end of the day, Wike will not dictate to him. He has a level of freedom. But then, you can't take it away from Wike that he is their leader. He is their leader. I personally don't like what is happening, but the reality must be faced.
Honorable, yes, talking about your reality, I think I would beg to differ as regards to you saying that he has some sense of freedom or even has freedom. Do you know that there is an implication now with that presidential statement? Now, if you are saying that he has freedom and the president has instructed Fubara to recognize Wike as the political leader in Rivers State, do you know what that means? And I believe you're a politician. So it means that he's back under him, regardless of whatsoever. Wike will still have to call the shots.
You see, calling the shots in a situation where it will be 100% shots, and in a situation where it will be broken, which one will he take? It's either he loses it in totality, or he takes the share that is given, because the truth is everything is working against Cubana at the moment. If you want to face what our democracy has been structured to look like, you can't have all the House of Assemblies working against. If you look at what happened in Lagos, I want to use that just like as a similitude to what is currently happening at Rivers. We had the case of Obasa. Everybody in that House of Assembly wanted him out, or most of them wanted him out. And tacitly, we understood the body language of the state governor too. But in the long run, you see what eventually happened. In fact, if the state governor had not possibly had people begging on his behalf and the likes, he might be impeached. It doesn't take, see, people that designed the political structure have designed in such a way that some people can manipulate the system if they have the larger majority or people are the legislative arm. And that is why Fubara's case is something that he cannot just sit down and say the president has not saved him yet again, like he saved him in the first instance. We are not in the military era. It's not an issue of might here. It's an issue of what the constitutional provision has made. If he had had the majority as the House of Assembly legislative and having a majority number supporting him, he may say yes, he's standing on his 2 foot as he has a feet to stand on, 2 feet, and he can say yes, as I am, I can go all out against the establishment in Rivers State and still stand his ground. If you look at all those governors that had successfully went against their godfather, or let me say people that brought them on board, they first made sure that they had a majority part of the House of Assembly supporting them. And that is the only way out for them to establish their own hegemony. Else, they will be rubbish, they will be impeached, and nothing, heaven will not fall. See, at the end of the day, the larger political interest of the president is to get Rivers to support him in 2027 election. And if you understand what we call interest in politics, anybody can be the sacrificial lamb. Anybody can be the sacrificial lamb.
So are you saying that Fubara is the sacrificial lamb here?
Well, Fubara taking it on, acting as the number one is what he had to sacrifice. He is going to eventually taste governance, possibly for the next 2 years. And you see, the president was very tactical that 2027 should not be discussed now. Things can still go either way because everybody is still working towards that time. But as at the moment, if Fubara did not seek the support of the president, and the president is not magnanimous enough to call them together. They just went into chaos, and at the end of the day, according to the law, the Wike faction would have won. We are not talking about the person that is right here. We are talking about the person that has the power to outwit the other person. It may not be fair for the governor, but then this is politics. And the politics has to do with the instrumentality of politicking. If you can use them to your own advantage, use it to the maximum. And that is what is playing out in Rivers State. And I think if Cubana wants to be sincere with himself, he knows that he is not having that advantage as at the moment. And I think this is the best thing that can happen to him. As for now, we don't know what will play out tomorrow. Okay. You know, it is tactical that he had to decamp to APC. If he had not decamped to APC, it would have been worse for him by now. It would have been very, very worse for him by now. So it is still tactical. And I believe he and his team will always sit down to look at what is going to happen to them in the nearest future. Even in 2027, you may be surprised that he may even leave the APC and contest under any other platform that will be willing to give him the opportunity to challenge the status quo, such that at the end of the day, we'll be even having more power and to outreach Wike in entirety and call the shot eventually as the possibly next governor of the state. But as of today, what he has, for me, politically, is still beneficial to him and his team. They are not outrightly, but they are not having that total power to wield as the incumbent governor. However, what are the things that are left to actually determine? When the president already said the House of Assembly by-election that is going to be coming up should be ceded to Wike's candidates, even though those Wike's candidates will be fielded under APC. So what is there to be shared? It is clear that they are giving him that edge because they don't want the president's interest to be disrupted. The president is not, as of today, is not 100% sure that he's going to cruise into victory in 2027. And the truth is, many of us are opposition and are going to be in opposition and are mobilizing people against his presidency. Okay. So he knows what is at stake. Okay. And he has to bring both of them together. I'll come
to the situation of you being an opposition and of course what your party, and the likes of other opposition are actually, putting in a structure. But let me go to Chijioke. Hello, Chijioke, are you there?
Yeah.
Chijioke, are you there?
I'm here, Savior. Yeah, I'm here.
All right, so Chijioke, I just like I said you were not going to like this particular news because I know you don't also like Wike at all. You don't even like that name. Because I remember the last time we ever had a program, like the last time we talked about Wike here, you said so much. And you also mentioned, you made several assertions. You said that Wike was already losing and Wike will soon lose totally, But in a turn of events, the president just said that Fubara should recognize Wike as the political leader in that state. You know that the implication of that particular one. And not only that for the candidates of Wike to be recognized for the by-election. And I believe you know what that particular one also means. So it means that everything is just working back in the favor of Wike. So how would you actually, respond to this whole River State political saga?
All right. Thank you very much, Savior. First of all, just like you said, I don't have any personal love for either Wike, Fubara, or even the president himself. No love for them all. But this has to do with my country, and this also has to do with the politicians, which we are paying through the taxes that we pay, to represent us well. So what they do is our business, and we will try to say what we have to say about it. The last time we talked, I told you that, yes, that Wike is losing in both sides. And that is why he needed to come back to Rivers State to do what he was doing, to show that Tinubu that he's still in charge. Remember, I said that too. And you see, seems like the impact of what he did, he's saying enough, that the president had to say what he said. But you have to understand that what the president said is just word, just like so many things that he has been saying. The president has said so many things, and which you and I can either agree if it is right or wrong. But you need to understand that Wike played a very essential role for the APC during the last election, and which is what? Destabilizing PDP and then causing confusion in Rivers State that made APC had the upper hand in Rivers State. And of course, Tinubu wants that kind of person, so he will have to do anything possible, to make sure that kind of person is still active. Sorry about that. But just like I told you, Tinubu is the owner of APC. This is not just to recognize his candidates. Yes, recognize his candidates. That's a win, but not a total win, because at the end of it all, at the end of 2027, we decide who wins and who loses. But the game is on. Tinubu, who knows who is the master of the game, needs to keep playing the game. Both of them are winning. Fubara also, the impeachment that was going on that made his government shaking. Tinubu also told Wike to stop the impeachment. So you see, he didn't actually did anything. He just allowed them to keep on fighting, keep on dragging. And that is what is going to happen. You recognize Wike as the political leader. That doesn't mean anything. It's just showing a former governor a respect that he deserves as a former governor. It's a normal thing to me. So it doesn't really mean that Wike had the upper hand, because at the end of it all, Fubara is still not being impeached. So Fubara still has time to, gather his feet strong and do whatever he needs to do to maintain his seat. So at the end of it all, everybody is winning. Tinubu is winning. He has Wike under control. He gave him what he wants. He still have him under control. Fubara is winning. He gave him what he wants. He still have him under control. So you see, the master player, who is the godfather of them all, is still winning, and that's just the what I need to say about that. But now, which is the main point, is the people of Rivers State, because whatever that is going on in Rivers State, they should know that they are the one losing. Whether Fubara wins, or whether Wike wins, or whether Tinubu wins, they are the one losing. For the past 2 years, their elected governor has not been able to work, or have not been able to do anything meaningful in their state because of one man. I don't know how you guys want to see it, but Wike has no reason whatsoever to be dragging or fighting anything with the elected governor of Rivers State. He was once a governor. He has done what he needed to do, and then it's not that he doesn't have any job. He's for crying out loud, the minister of FCT. He needs to focus on his job, but instead, he's dragging with your governor, making your state unstable. So you people, the people of Rivers State, has to decide whether you need to keep allowing these people to keep messing up with your state, or you need to make your stand and tell them what to do, because you elect these people to work for you and not the other way around. The Wike is not supposed to be telling you people what you're supposed to do. You're the one losing. Your future is at stake. His two sons are graduate in abroad, and he's setting them up. His life is set. His two sons' life are set. He's driving a Rolls Royce, and he also bought a Mercedes, living a good life. And you people are the ones suffering. So wake up and decide that you should stop allowing these politicians. Stop allowing them to keep playing politics with your life. Thank you.
Chijoke,
yes.
If I may ask you, I understand the fact that you're calling on the people of Rivers State, and of course, they are the one on the receiving end, whatsoever that happens with the political gladiators. Of course, it is Rivers' economy that would also face it, because so much has not been done in the state for
nothing
how
has
long
been
now.
done, nothing.
So, but
nothing.
if you're actually calling on the people of Rivers State, what are you asking them to do exactly at this time? Because if you look at the whole situation now, the same person that you feel is their governor presently is also looking for a way. What would they be doing at this moment?
First of all, you need to understand that Fubara wasn't supposed to be in this position, if not that the people of Rivers State left him alone on the battlefield when this struggle started.
What would they have done?
If they had come out in masses, you see, The numbers, how many are they? Wike is just one person with few persons. If they had come out in numbers in solidarity with their governor, we support you, our governor. When the federal government sent declared a state of emergency in their state, if they had come out in numbers and stand against it, how many? What is the worst that could happen? That has not happened. This is what it means to have the people recognizing their power. When you come out and tell the government that we don't want this.
Chijoke,
I can hear you.
When you are using the statement, you say when they come out in numbers, don't forget that the same Wike has the same numbers, or if not even more. You saw what happened over the weekend. You saw the rally Wike had again. Wike was in River State.
Now,
you saw the crowd.
These
are also people of River State.
That is the point. So who is losing at the end of it all? It's still the same people. The people need to know what they want. If they want Wike to keep deciding what is the fate of their future and the future of their kids, that's their business. But they need to understand that Wike has no right. If I'm not going to sound biased, I'm not going to sound disrespectful. Wike is supposed to serve them, not them serving Wike. And Wike has done it 8 years. They're supposed to know that this man has nothing to offer them other than to control them and then do away with him. But Fubara is not doing his own part. I don't know if he's just relaxing, but he needs to also ginger the people, because River State, and this brings us to the big problem that we have in Nigeria, which is poor education. Our people are not educated, because if the people are educated, I don't think they will be following Wike or Fubara the way they will be following. They will just have to come out and decide on themselves. But of course, we are in a state, in a country where we allow these leaders who of course they are smarter than us, decide our fate, and we're not doing anything, and we're all losing. So that is why I am saying this to the people of River State. If they will listen to me, Wike has nothing to offer them. Wike is there to serve them, to serve their interests. They should tell Wike what to do, and which is to allow the elected democratic governor, Fubara, to work for them. Fubara has not been able to work for them because Wike is dragging his seat with him. Why?
Okay.
Wike wants a share. He wants a share in their budget. Why? Wike is not the owner of River State. He is not the founder of River State. He is not the father of River State. He's just a politician. Okay. I don't want to use the word here.
All right.
And he's there to serve the people. So let him focus on his ministry position and being the minister of FCT. At least if he was doing his job as the minister of FCT, we shouldn't have had protests. We had people asking him to pay them what he owed them. It's not even that he's going to pay them from his own pocket, but to pay them from the government's pocket. But no, he's focused on dragging. The people of River State needs to decide: are we going to allow Wike to keep playing with our future, not just their future, the future of their kids, their grandkids, their entire generation? Wike has earned a lot and possibly has stolen a lot in being the governor to set up his family and his next generation. So he doesn't care about those people he carried around. He doesn't care about them. And why is he carrying them around? Because they are not educated. They are not enlightened. They don't even know what they want. Sit these people down.
All right, thank you so much, Chijoke.
They don't know what they want.
All right,
so that's
thank you. Thank you so much, Chijoke. But just a disclaimer there. That was allegedly. You wouldn't just call someone out on national TV and say they have stolen a lot without you having evidence.
It's allegedly. Sorry for that.
No problem. But please, I think that particular statement should not even make it to the media. All right,
I
quickly.
I take it back.
All right, no problem. Thank you very much for your hot submission. You are even sounding more like a River State person, as if you are from that place. But it's okay.
That these leaders do, it just pisses you off and makes you say
no problem. Let me come to Honorable. Honorable, are you there? I'd like to get your concluding thoughts. Hello, Honorable, are you there?
I'm with you.
All right, Honorable, you heard Chijoke venting as regards to a Wike situation. But don't forget that I actually said I was going to talk about, the exploitation that APC is actually doing with the opposition party presently. And of course, to also ask you, what are the structures put in place, by the opposition party to go head-to-head with the ruling party? Because if you look at the whole situation, if you look at the whole ball game, you would agree with me that every major political opposition party as we speak are having internal issues, and it is not really making sense. It is not looking good for the 2027 general elections. I don't also know what your own party has been doing, but if they continue like this, I don't know. So, but you have to actually, mention one or two, and of course, also propose some solutions that you feel that should be the right structures to go against the APC. I would just want to take this in 1 minute as wrap up the show. Please go ahead.
No, it is not something that we should really be freaked about, because there is no political party in Nigeria at the moment that is not factionalized. And I think those that are top-notch politicians can read in between the lines. And that is why some of them are just jumping that boat to go into another political party that can save their mandate for them. You saw what happened in Osun State, even as an incumbent governor under PDP. The man, Adeleke, Senator Adeleke, had to go to accord to keep his hope alive. And it is a deliberate action by those who know politics that there is no way there is no fifth columnist that is representing the interest of somebody that has a political interest in 2027 to keep up the destabilization, so that at the end of the day, it will be an easy win eventually. Else, it will be very, very difficult for them to stay straight through with what they are been able to do so at the moment. Because at the moment, they can't point to anything that they can talk about. What they have done to the masses to deserve a second term. So it is something that is glaring, that you can't take that away from that some people are involved with the ruling party to cause what we have presently. If you look at many of the political parties, like 17 or 18 that we have presently, it is only APC that cannot have what you call faction or problem with their structure. All of that is having problems with their structure at the moment.
Honorable.
So, and this is something that has to be looked into deliberately. So, for me, I believe all those people that are top-notch politicians, they have seen this, and they are going to work it out. I am part of people that have been clamoring for coalition, and in some days or months' time, you will see me becoming very vociferous about what the coalition should do and what they should be working, and we will be doing it, some of them practically, so that it can eventually spread.
All right,
and
thank you so much.
We can go headlong to fight the status quo for the masses' interest.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable, for being part of the show today. And thank you so much, Chijioke, for being part. We'll press for time. This is how far we can actually go on the show. Thank you so much for being part. I just hope that we would actually have another time out here on air again soon, all right? This is how far we can actually go on the show. Don't forget that the views and opinion expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. If you love the world of sport, I'd like you to stay put to enjoy Locker Room coming up next. Of course, you would enjoy more programs from them. And don't give up, because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough do last. Whatsoever your face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, Live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The Oluwo Fish Market, also known as the Ekpe Fish Market, is the biggest fish market in Lagos State. It's located in Ekpe, Lagos State, Nigeria. The Oluwo Fish Market traders are mostly women because of the chain of distribution, which allows the fishermen to catch the fish and deliver them to the traders, who in turn sell them to the retailers. This strategically located fish market is the biggest in Lagos and reported to be as old as the city of Ekpe, even though the date of the official commissioning of the market is dated 10th November 1989. The name of the market is derived from the name of the family that sold the land it occupies to the state government, the Oluwo family, while chief that most locals call it is the traditional title of the Oluwos. The market is said to have been initially located at the marina front, a short distance from the present abode, before it became too small to accommodate the number of traders' influx. For anyone that have heard of the Ekpe town being referred to as the fish basket of the state, the root of the name lies in the significance of this fish market as a major producer and exporter of fish to various parts of its parent state, Lagos, and Nigeria at large. The category of most food items sold at the market makes it fall into the category of wet market. Fish, as well as wildlife, typically known as bushmeat, are common sights at the Oluwo fish market. The animals are rather brought in alive or dead, and are also sold in the best form that the buyers prefers. However, the COVID-19 virus outbreak created another dimension to the existence of Oluwo fish market in Lagos, as there are high concerns about wet markets being the hotspot for zoonotic diseases that causes virus like COVID-19. This led to the brief closure of the fish market by the Lagos State Ministry of Health in order to reduce the possibility of another zoonotic disease outbreak in the state. In 2021, the federal government of Nigeria started the rehabilitation of the Ekpe fish market to meet international standard. The improvement of the market was designed to meet international standards, improve earnings, and encourage commercial activities.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
in a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Trick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayana the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now. 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching, don't change it down.
Yeah, it's a lot of football over the weekend. It never stops the action, and of course, it is going to continue today as the Gunners Arsenal play host to the Blues of Chelsea, this time at the Emirates Stadium for the second leg of the Carabao Cup 25-26 season. Good evening and welcome. It's your favorite football show, The Locker Room, of course, on Voice of the People Television. I am Afiz Ogubanjo, and you know how we do it for the next 15 minutes thereabouts. We'll be discussing everything, breaking down everything behind the scene and even on the pitch, of course, as it surrounds that beautiful game, the Jogo Bonito, as we like to call it. And of course, I won't be doing this alone. But before I introduce my guest, please, not even a guest, he's a big man, he's a big name. But before I introduce him, yes, please do well to follow us on all our social media handles. Yes, like, comment, and subscribe. We are on YouTube at Voice of the People TV, and of course at VOP TV Plus. Yes, where you can follow us live. And of course, like, comment, subscribe to the channels, and of course, turn on your notification bells so you won't miss any of the exciting episodes of The Locker Room and also of other programs we have on both platforms. And of course, Jerry Apelohai, the man, the big man, is here with me as we break down everything football. Of course, Jerry, are you looking forward to the game? Yes, that's talking about Arsenal against Chelsea in the Carabao Cup tonight.
Yeah, it's a big game for both sides. Arsenal is on form this season. Runaway Premier League champions, if things go well. And against the Chelsea side, who changed the manager, who a lot of Chelsea fans and likes have called him the ChatGPT coach. But
a PE coach, right?
Yeah, inexperienced.
A young manager.
A very young man, and a point to prove against another manager who has been trying to prove points for the past 4, 5, 6 seasons.
6 years,
and it has not come close. Talking about the Arsenal course. But, it's going to be a very big game for two London sides. Rich history, so much rivalry among the two teams. And the fact that it's home and away.
Yeah, it's home and away, and the home leg has been played.
So we're going to see two classic games from these two sides.
Oh, all right. And of course, Maiwa, Oluwa Maiwa Alao will also be joining us. Yes, we'll be letting you know when he joins us, of course. And, well, a lot has been happening in the football world. And, of course, we are going to start the show and break it down because the WAFCON, of course, is getting really close. We have just less than 50 days or thereabouts, of course, to the start of the WAFCON. And there is controversy. There has been controversy over the past week, and it's still going on about who is going to be the host of the WAFCON. Where will the Super Falcons, potentially win their 11th WAFCON title? Who is going to host the tournament? Is it going to be Morocco or is it going to be South Africa? And of course, yes, Maiwa, yes, he is here with us. Maiwa, I just asked a question before I go into that. Of course, Arsenal will be up against Chelsea at the Carabao Cup. Arsenal, they are trying to, end a long wait for a trophy. And of course, maybe Carabao Cup might not be considered as one of the big ones, but of course, it is a trophy regardless. But Chelsea, they know everything about winning trophies and they'll be standing in their way. Arsenal won the first leg. Do you see a tight affair in the second leg, or do you see Arsenal going through? Good evening and welcome to the show, Maiwa. Sorry.
I think this is a good opportunity for, Arteta and his boys to be able to, break the jinx. Yeah.
All right. Maiwa, we are still waiting for him to join us. Of course, maybe we have some technical issues there. But of course, when he joins us, we will be engaging him. But let's start the show and let's tell you about, like I mentioned, the host of the WAFCON is in controversy. We don't know who is going to host this coming AFCON. Of course, it's due to be Morocco, but it's looking like there's some cloud over it because South Africa's Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Gayton McKenzie, has contradicted Deputy Minister Peace Mabe's announcement that South Africa would host the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations WAFCON after Morocco are about to withdraw or they are looking to withdraw. Mabe claimed that South Africa had the infrastructure and support to host, but McKenzie stated that discussions were still ongoing and no formal decision had been made. And of course, McKenzie emphasized that South Africa had expressed willingness to support CAF if needed, but no official confirmation of hosting rights had been received, and the Confederation of African Football CAF has not yet issued an update on Morocco's withdrawal or new hosting arrangements. And Mabe's comments were made at an award ceremony, suggesting that South Africa was ready to host, given its experience with major events like the 2010 Men's World Cup and the recent G20 summits. However, McKenzie clarified that any hosting decision will require formal confirmation from CAF and approval through government processes. This is looking like a clash of statements because, it's looking like, the deputy minister, she was trying to give like a here we go. Like, look, we are ready to host anytime we are called upon. And now, in fact, it's not even like we are ready to host. We are going to host. That's like the statement she's making. And of course, the minister himself, Gayton McKenzie, is saying that, look, even if we are going to host, if there's any need for us to host, we are going to go through the formal processes. Is there something we are missing here, Jerry? Because it's looking like a clash of statements.
Yeah, the sports minister and the man that made the announcement, the woman that made the announcement.
Yeah, Peace Mabe, the deputy minister.
She was trying to do the Fabrizio Romano.
She was trying to do the here we go. Yes. Trying to do the transfer.
Forget it, this has to go through official quarters before you make an official statement.
Yeah.
And being the personality you are, your statement should be guarded because they've not officially, CAF has not officially made an announcement that Morocco has pulled out.
Yeah.
But let it be said here on local room that there's no smoke without fire. So if this information is already out and South Africa is already making comments, whether guarded or unguarded, it shows that Morocco has already told CAF they're not willing to host the WAFCON due to the bad relationship. Even brothers do fight.
Yeah.
And of course, we've seen musicians who were twins and they went their separate ways. What more CAF and Morocco?
Yeah.
They are not related by blood. They are just related by affiliation and based on hosting the football.
Yeah.
And the fact that the vice president of CAF is from Morocco, I think this is a slap. You should be able to calm the nerves of whoever is sending you. These things are football matters. Let's not take it too harshly.
Yeah.
But of course, Morocco is not a country that is run by democracy. We have a king whose word is final and whose word is law.
But are we not suspecting some foul play here? Because, just like you mentioned, there's no smoke without fire. Do you think Mabe will just make that statement out of our own context?
That's what I'm saying.
There's something going on that we are not
it's already on. It's just for the official statement, because anything CAF does, we all know how it goes.
Yeah.
It's not like back, it goes on. Anyway, all these things take procedures.
Yeah.
Can you just wake up one morning because Morocco said they don't want to host, then you just come and make announcements, Africa goes ahead to host it? No.
Yeah.
At least you still try and do some appealing, because 60 days is short a time to start looking for a replacement.
Yeah.
Yes, but if that is the case, the best thing a leader can do in terms of a CAF president is to immediately the threat comes in, the information comes in that, okay, officially we don't want to host this competition.
Yeah.
Already make plans towards replacement. And the fact that Patrice Motsepe is a big boy when it comes to South Africa.
Yeah, of course.
He has the direct line of the president. You can easily call him and say, these people are trying to mess me up, I'm your son. Save me. And of course, South Africa will come to the aid of Motsepe.
Of course.
And try to show Morocco, oh, your vice is trying to mess you up because he's from Morocco. Don't worry. Why did you even take it there before? But we all know how the world would have seen it if South Africa was hosting 3 consecutive WAFCON.
Yeah.
Everybody will say, because Motsepe is from South Africa.
Yeah,
that's why they are
they'll be having such opinions.
But at least they looked at, okay, Morocco had the facilities.
Yeah.
Let's just take advantage of it instead of looking for hosts every time. And we know how difficult it is. CAF will have to start buttering presidents and so on to try and convince them on reason why they should host competitions.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's no longer attractive because some of the countries look at, why am I hosting a WAFCON? What do I get from it?
Yeah.
Financially, they don't make a lot. And that is why you will not blame Morocco too. They've looked at it. All the times we hosted that, we thought that CAF president, even though we didn't tell him directly, he should have understood the message. We are hosting to win this time.
Yes.
But you have not been able to deliver on the pitch. So you don't expect him to go on the pitch and start scoring the goals for you.
Okay.
And he went ahead at the AFCON and he was laughing with the king, assuring, don't worry, this is already done.
The tournament is yours until
it's yours. Go and take it.
Unfortunately,
Gaye said, no, that was not the plan. Brahim Dia said, I was not in the meeting when you had that conversation. I decided to play Panenka. So,
I didn't know. I just want to do
so
it.
I think next time they want to have such meetings, they should invite Brahim Diaz, invite Gaye, invite all the federations in Africa.
You shouldn't leave anybody out.
Don't leave anybody out. And share the information. Come, be aware. Yes, play group stage. Do well. Nigeria, do well. Get to semi-final and humble yourself. We don't worry. We'll settle you. We'll know how we settle. That's when the meeting will make sense at the end of the day, because it's really not a nice one.
Yeah.
Because the way things are going, it's obvious that Morocco has decided that they're not going to host the WAFCON, except maybe, I don't know, maybe they can use FIFA influence to twist Morocco. And you can't just decide to host a competition and 60 days to the competition without any. You are not facing war, for instance.
Yeah.
You are not facing economic crunch. Because there are certain situations where a country may decide not to host a competition.
Of course.
Or be stripped of hosting a competition.
You just want to pull out.
Nothing of such is happening in Morocco. Them pulling out is a total embarrassment for African football. And it's a total embarrassment for world football. They started with the way the AFCON final ended, and they are crowning it out with the WAFCON.
But Jerry, sorry, we can't claim that they've pulled out because it is not officially said. And we work with what is officially said.
You want me to write it down. Okay. Morocco has already pulled out. We have official information.
All right, we have Maiwa back. And Maiwa, I want to ask you this one. Where does this leave Patrice Motsepe? I mean, look at what Jerry said earlier. There's no smoke without fire. There's definitely something we are missing. But where does this leave Motsepe? Because number one, this is something happening under his own roof now among the South Africans. That's talking about the deputy minister and of course the minister himself. The minister trying to say, look, come on, you don't have to rush the news. Maybe we can still be given the hosting rights, but we have to go through the formal route. But Morocco is also there trying to pinch him and say, look, we just want to leave you. Maybe you didn't submit to what we wanted, because there's that rumor that they actually wanted Senegal to be stripped of the AFCON title. Where does this leave Motsepe? How does it strike a balance between Morocco and hosting tournaments in the future, and of course South Africa with what is happening internally?
Well, there's one thing apart from camaraderie that the sport minister wants to show, saying if Morocco decides to pull out, we are ready. I think things need to be done. Things need to be done properly. And that is the reason why you are seeing conflicting information. Obviously, if Morocco is pulling out, I think with the South Africans coming out to say that there is an inside information that Morocco probably pull out. Maybe we are just waiting for it to be announced officially. And even if South Africa wants to save Musepe, it has to go through the official channel. The deputy minister and the minister cannot just wake up one morning and say, yes, CAF, bring your tournament here. It has to go through the proper channel. And that is the reason why you are seeing this conflicting information. If Morocco finally pulls out, I think definitely South Africa would want to, take charge because they would not want their man to be disgraced.
Okay.
For the Moroccans, I think you will not blame them since CAF had decided to sow their birthright to Morocco. CAF awards in the last 3-4 years have been held in Morocco. All the tournaments that comes to Africa, even the under-17, was held in Morocco. So they decided to sell their birthright to Morocco, and that's the reason why Morocco has CAF on a chokehold. Jay said something the other time that most of this country they think what are they gaining and the rest of that. However, the upside of opening up your country to host events is the tourism that it attracts. I will take you back to Cote d'Ivoire hosting the Nations Cup. They spent about, I think, if I'm not mistaken, they spent about $2 billion in terms of the hosting and the rest of that, and they made over $3 billion in terms of revenue. That's another $1 billion added to their economy. So I think what is missing is because we have African countries that are so plagued with corruption that they don't care about development of football, and that is the reason for that. And let me take you back to the Cote d'Ivoire thing. The Cote d'Ivoire thing happened because they've been on this issue for about 3-4 years. They had to put a whole lot of things in place, fire brigade approach, to ensure that the competition was held. And that's the reason why Cote d'Ivoire was able to host it. If other African country can invest where Morocco has invested, we will not have this issue of Morocco holding CAF on a chokehold. Other African countries, they need to step up. In as much as you want to blame CAF for allowing Morocco to put them on a chokehold, other African countries, they have to step up. If we do not step up, we'll continue to have this kind of situation.
Okay, but what if Mosepe did eventually, give the hosting rights to South Africa and it still maintains it with Morocco? What would that be letting us know in African football? Are we still trying to say that Morocco still has him in a chokehold? Is it still submitting to what they need, or he's just doing it for the sake of look? Let this thing just slide. Maybe consequent tournaments will give it to somebody else.
However, the moment to announce this officially, this is more of a back channel discussion. Until Morocco comes out officially, CAF should assume that Morocco is hosting. Definitely, we know there are other things going on inside or whatever it is. No matter the discussion it is, if Morocco accepts to host, CAF should not say anything. However, this should be a going forward thing. I think there should be protocols in place. When a particular country wants to disgrace you, you have an option ready. Let me give a typical example. The FIFA World Cup that is going to be held in Saudi Arabia in 2030. If Saudi Arabia decides to pull a fast round on FIFA, FIFA already has a plan B that they can quickly put in place, and they will host that particular tournament. I think CAF should be able to have that kind of a plan B in place. Yes, and I think going forward, when you are giving the hosting right, you also have a plan B. So you are giving the hosting right to Morocco to host, but there's a plan B maybe in Nigeria in case something happens. God forbid, what if natural disaster happens and Morocco cannot host? Will football not go on? I think CAF needs to think long time and not just put their eggs in one basket to avoid this kind of disgrace.
Absolutely. Jerry, let me ask you, Maiwa mentioned something. He said if Morocco is not coming officially to say they are not hosting, that, they are still the host now, for now. Should CAF allow that one to continue? Because what if it's now 2 to 3 days before the tournament and they are now saying they don't want to host anymore? Don't you think CAF should actually start looking for the plan B now, because it's less than 50-something days to the tournament?
Well, what is it about Morocco? Everybody is talking about Morocco as if people have not hosted the competition. How many editions of WAFCON have we had before Morocco decided to step in?
Yeah, but they took the last two.
The hosting of the WAFCON was between Nigeria and South Africa for the first 5 editions.
Yeah.
and nobody complained. Nigeria and South Africa were just exchanging baton. This one hosts this year.
Yes.
2 years time, South Africa will host. Nigeria will come back again. Until Equatorial Guinea stepped in and decided to do the big fish, and they hosted twice, and they won one out of those 2 editions. Maybe they felt that since the time Nigeria and South Africa were hosting it, Nigeria was winning all the edition, then they will give it to South Africa. Maybe they thought that was how the arrangement was. They didn't know that Nigeria put in the work. They have the quality. That is why they were able to win. And I think Cameroon also at a point hosted. That was in 2016. And I think, I would say for Ghana as well. So when Ghana hosted in 2018, they should have won as well because they hosted. But that is not the case. Maybe, I don't know, the arrangement that Patrice Motsepe had with them, it was clearly obvious that Morocco were planning that since they were going to host, they wanted to win. And that is the agenda, the mindset we should all be talking about.
So this is
Morocco,
like a call
Morocco is not Eldorado. People have been, how many editions have been held in Africa? And we didn't hear any complaint. Nobody talked about that, okay, all the editions Nigeria won. Would you say the days of the likes of Perpetua Okocha, when she was dominating, even the recent times of Asisa Doshoala, which player in Africa was better than those players back in their days? The Messi Akide days and so on and so forth. Nigeria was number one. That is why they were winning all the titles. Morocco needs to work on their football. It's not when you go and arrange some players from different nationals. Maybe one day when we start checking their citizenship. Thank God they didn't play Nigeria in the playoffs. Well, maybe tomorrow we would have had a situation where they didn't change their citizenship correctly. Because nobody is talking now.
Jerry, don't do
anyway,
that.
they are lucky they didn't play Nigeria.
Jerry, don't do that. Jerry, don't do that. We have players. We don't want to go to Super Eagles.
How many of their players, head to head? It's not recently Morocco started playing football that people are. In time past, we could pick one player out of Morocco for the past 10 years who have done well. Marou Shamak, that's one out of how many years? Mustafa Haji, that's one out of how many years? Since then, what have we been seeing?
But you can't they were developing their football.
Developing football, you don't have the stars. And Russia is developing football. They should win World Cup now when they hosted in 2018. I mean, is their league better than the Russian league? Saudi League has been spending a lot of money bringing Ronaldo and co. Yes, if they host the World Cup, they should win it too because they are developing their league. They are spending on football. Same thing with USA. USA is co-hosting the next World Cup. Among the 3 teams, at least Mexico is also co-hosting. Mexico should win the World Cup too.
So Maiwa, do you think Morocco, they are suffering from this,
win at all cost syndrome?
Hosting cost thing? Because, I mean, look at the last 2 editions of the AFCON. They hosted, they went to the final and they didn't get to win. Do you think that's what's bothering them? And now they're not looking at saying, look, if you're not guaranteed to win this one, maybe we should just pull out. Okay, we are still looking for Maiwa to be with us.
Yeah,
let me put that to you.
What if?
Do you think they're
let me play the devil's advocate. What if? Okay,
Maiwa, yeah, good to have you back.
So I mean, the thing is, yes, Jerry is making a outside Africa. Remember some tournaments, FIFA night tournaments, 8-game competition was held in Morocco. What happened to other African countries? These are the things we should be thinking about. See, the thing is yes, this will be the 28th edition, the 14th edition or 15th edition of the WAFCON. And different countries are hosted and the rest of that. However, we cannot put all the blame on Morocco because if Morocco has been the one bailing out everybody, remember the 2022 edition that they hosted, they literally had to pull Morocco in less than 90 days, and Morocco was ready. They were up and doing, and they were able to host that particular tournament. The country that was supposed to host, decided to pull out. So I mean, we should not put the blame on Morocco. Yes, they are not Eldorado. People have been hosting it before they came, and if they decide not to host, people will continue to host. We understand that. However, other countries are not stepping up. They are not, and that is the reason why everything goes to Morocco. If other countries are stepping up, I mean, look at the next AFCON. The next AFCON will be held by 4 countries, different countries. What is the reason for that? Because one country cannot host it, because they feel they don't have enough capacity to do it. And if 4 countries is trying to host 24 teams, what do you expect? So African countries need to step up if we don't want Morocco to be holding everybody in the neck. And that's just it.
Oh, I've been having I've been making that call for African teams to actually, step up because if they don't, we'll be having things like this in our football. And the situation remains uncertain with CAF yet to trigger alternative hosting arrangements. CAF has not even announced officially that Morocco don't want to do this anymore.
If you are waiting for CAF to make official arrangements today, you are wasting your time.
But they are the governing body.
Yes, that is how they operate, Oga. See, let me even shock you. Do you know that the CAF media channel, they take 90 days to even answer email to fellow journalists, not to even talk about
making official statements.
Journalists that are supposed to come and cover your event, if they send you mail, they will go and get the story from another source before CAF will now officially post and say this is what is actually going on. Is it the same CAF you're waiting for? Other media channels would have posted CAF content. This was the best AFCON where at least on X we were seeing updates from the official handle. Before, other people were doing it on behalf of CAF, and CAF was not making money out of it. This was the first edition I saw that CAF was strategic in terms of media. They understood the job this time. Maybe Morocco taught them something or two, and they decided to take advantage of it, which has not been done before. For the first time, CAF made more money from any of the CAF AFCON competition they've been doing with this competition.
Of course. And this one was
them
actually,
to step up from this model. Morocco has decided that to put Sansan inside the stew because they did not take the larger share of the food. Because in a party, it's because you are the host, you cook the food, you will take the larger share.
Okay.
No, if you invited too many guests, there's no how you eat all the food, the large portion, because you want your guests to be happy.
Jerry, you are the one cooking right now.
At the end of the day, Morocco is the one. I don't understand.
Yeah, the one cooking. Let's leave that. Let's await them because we still have some days to the start of the WAFCON. So let's see what CAF will come out with. Because for me,
let it be on record. I've told you.
Yes, Morocco
backdoor has told Mosepe, if we are going to host this next one,
we have to be guaranteed.
You have to write it on paper. All the referees should be aware that Morocco is going to win it. If not,
I think this one
what happened
to be a tough one.
What happened in last WAFCON and AFCON, we are not going to take it.
This one is going to be a tough one.
So Mosepe say, I can't sign this kind of document. We can't make this kind of agreement.
Maiwa,
South Africa, are you ready? Okay.
Maiwa, go on.
Yeah, if Morocco see, I said this 1 year ago, almost a year ago now. If Morocco wins this particular tournament, they are going to win it. Take this bank, they are going to win it. You saw what happened in the last AFCON final. You saw the protest, the one against Nigeria, the WAFCON. You saw what happened to the officials and the rest of that. If they succeed in hosting this, they are going to win it, whether by hook or by crook or by.
This time, this one they were taking towels. They will take all the players' boots. The other one they will take it away. They will hold their boots and be collecting it.
They'll be
dragging their boots. You must not use boot to play.
No, these are
and they will tell goalkeeper they will remove his hand.
They'll be more gentle on females. I want to feel so.
No problem.
Anyway, from one form of controversy, to another one. I don't know what's going on with controversy these days. This time it concerns a player, an active football player, because one of the legends, in fact, to some people, arguably is the greatest of all time. Cristiano Ronaldo is reportedly on strike at Al Nassr, a Saudi club, due to the club's lack of investment in new players, particularly compared to rivals Al Hilal. And the Portuguese superstar feels the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia, the PIF, is claiming that they are favoring Al Hilal, allocating more funds and signing better players, putting his club Al Nassr at a disadvantage in the title race. And Ronaldo's frustration stems from Al Nassr's minimal spending in the January transfer window, acquiring only one player, and that's 21-year-old Aider Abdul Karim, whereas Al Hilal spent at least about 43 million euros on 4 new players, including former Real Madrid legend himself, Karim Benzema. And this perceived disparity because it has led to speculation about Ronaldo's future at the club, with some suggesting he may leave earlier than expected. Jerry, don't you think this is like a selfish attitude on the part of Cristiano Ronaldo? Because it's looking like the investment led by the PIF. First, PIF has about, let me let you know that PIF has about 75% acquisition, about rights on the 4 clubs, the top 4 clubs of the Saudi League: Al Hilal, Al Ahly, Al Ittihad, and of course, what club? Al Nassr. That's Ronaldo's club. And in Ronaldo's latest contract, he has about 15% stake in his club. He has, in fact, his salary is a lot. don't you think that is looking at it from a point like, look, or let me say the PIF is looking at it from a point like, we spent on your club. You are 50% of our yourself. You are Cristiano Ronaldo. We spent a lot on you. Don't spend on other teams too. And this is a team that last won a league title in 2018-19 before Ronaldo even got there. Al Hilal has won 3 in a row. I think he's doing this because they recently signed Karim Benzema, and it's going to be like, a shot to their own title, ambitions. They are 1 point behind Al Hilal, and they are playing Benzema's former club Al Ittihad next. What do you make of Cristiano Ronaldo's actions?
Yeah, I think it's unfair to say
To who?
that Ronaldo is disrespecting the Saudi league.
Okay.
And the journalist said that this is Saudi Arabian league. It's not Ronaldo Arabian.
A league is a league, Jerry. A league is a league. You are playing there, they are paying you. A league is a league. You saw them there before you went there.
I'm a Nigerian journalist, but let me tell the man, the Saudi Arabia league is Ronaldo Arabian league.
I won't say that.
See,
I won't say that. He's not the only one there. He's not the only big name there.
What were they making in terms of viewership before Ronaldo joined the Saudi league?
So
how many
Jerry,
players? Let me finish now.
Go ahead.
How many players would have gone to the Saudi league if not because Cristiano Ronaldo made the move to the Saudi league? And now, how many seasons has he spent in the Saudi league? He's been unable to win the league title because Al Hilal looks like they have the better option of players.
Really?
Yes. The thing is that there's no smoke without fire.
Okay.
He that wear the shoes know where it pinches the most.
Okay.
Look at Al Hilal. Mid-season, they were able to ship in Benzema just like that. And I think
not just like that.
Wait.
We'll go there, but not just like that.
He protested Benzema.
Yes.
That he doesn't want to take lesser pay. Because
they are not willing to pay him his base salary. They're asking him to take it from his image rights.
And he took and he had his way.
Of course, he wanted a change of scenery.
No,
why did
they insult Benzema? Why did they say why did Benzema go on strike? Because he was to still be earning the same money. Okay. Yes, Benzema did it and he got away with it. Yeah. So now Ronaldo is saying his own. His own is that he's not saying he wants to leave the Saudi league. He's saying that those who are pumping the money, I think I have a problem with the fact that there's a certain body that is in charge of sharing the money on all the teams. Okay. Definitely there will be professional treatment. No matter how, yes, there will be professional treatment.
Okay.
If the person at Al Hilal has the ears of the accountant who is doling out the money, they will surely make sure and find a way that Al Hilal will also get professional treatment in terms of this option of players. Yeah. And Nassau also have good players, whether you like it or not. Okay. They need to work on the pitch and maybe give more. Okay. But if Ronaldo is saying that he feels that his club side is unduly cheated in terms of the sharing formula of the funds to buy players, I think Ronaldo is making a point. He should be taken seriously.
So let me give you the players.
How much? They're making about 40 million, but now they're making up to $240 million.
See,
it's a lot of money.
Where I would say Ronaldo has a point is this. Fine. If you look at their net spend, they have about 369 million euros in net spend, while for Al Hilal is about 560 million euros.
That's a lot.
Yes, there's a huge disparity. But would you agree with me that Cristiano Ronaldo himself is like 4 players in Al Hilal? Because the money they will be spending on 4 players in Al Hilal, they will be spending on Ronaldo alone. He's the biggest name, just like you claimed.
Who sent them?
Even in the Saudi league.
Yeah, if you
and he has players. He has Sadio Mane. They signed Sadio Mane. They signed Otavio. I remember they signed Seko Fofana. Amery Laporte, who was actually one of the finest defenders in Europe, he joined them. They have Inigo Martinez now. They have Bento, a Brazilian international goalkeeper. There's still likes of Kingsley Coman. Marcelo Brozovic is there. Are you telling me they are not enough for you to win the league title? And they actually took the coach that led Al Hilal to their last title, Jorge Jesus, is also with them. So are you telling me they are not ready to win the league now? Why is he saying that they are being unfair?
He still feels it's not enough. Let's not forget Ronaldo is a winner. He likes to win. And it's unfortunate that he's been putting a lot of effort.
So should you be concerned about what your rivals are doing if you want to win the title?
Let them spend equal money first. Then they can now say they are competing on a level playing field. Because Ronaldo is no longer in his 30s and so. Okay. So and in his 40s, he's still doing his best for the team. But he feels that he's unduly cheated when his club side is not getting the same amount of funding that Al Hilal is getting. Let Al Hilal and Al Nassr get the same funding. Then we can have a conversation.
All right, Maiwa, I mean, last big player I could say Al Hilal actually signed was Neymar. You remember when they brought him in. But then, since that, from PSG, since that time, Neymar didn't really deliver and they let him go. and I think the books has been balanced at Al Hilal, but they have good players like of Darwin Nunez, Malcolm. I mean, they have Serge Milinkovic-Savic. They also signed likes of Ruben Neves, and of course, do you think Ronaldo is right about Al Nassr being unfairly treated?
Saudi, they are the Saudi prince,
PIF,
the Saudi crown, the PIF. They are the one funding those clubs. So Ronaldo should not complain. That's number one. Number two, Ronaldo knew what was going on before he joined. Number three, the money spent on Ronaldo alone, you know, it's enough for him to not complain because he's taking a whole lot of resources from the PIF. He's only saying this because of his own selfish interest. He has been there for over 4 years. He has not been able to win the league, and that is the reason why he's speaking. However, you don't come out publicly to attack your employers. That is a wrong move entirely. You don't attack the structures that be. You knew before you joined. Now, coming to, you know, what was spent and what is not spent. There's a João Felix, there's an array of stars in that particular team. The only reason why they've not been able to deliver is because the players have not lived up to expectations. Other players around Ronaldo, they are letting him down. So I think they should look inward and stop blaming the PIF. Even as much as I disagree that you know the government is running the PIF and sadly we literally collapse. There is no. I do not support it, but I mean that is on ground at the point there. So Ronaldo has no right to complain. He should get with the program, get with his team, and ensure that he still do their best to win the league. How do you complain when you have a Sadio Mane and the list goes?
That's like the network is really dealing with us on the Mayowa side. But Jerry, I mean, I was going to ask you, Al Hilal, they won the league just before Al Ittihad. Al Ittihad are defending champions. The league was last won by Al Hilal. Al Ahly are the current champions of the AFC Champions League. Ronaldo's team are not in the Champions League. They last won the title in 2018-19 season. So if you spend more money on those other clubs, I mean, you are okay.
Spend money, but they don't have Ronaldo. One.
But what has Ronaldo done for Al Nassr?
Yes, and if you have Ronaldo alone cannot do it. He needs the players. Imagine, I thought they would have been giving. Okay, Mayowa is back.
Mayowa.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah,
what I'm saying is this. I said Ronaldo is not serious. Yeah, Ronaldo is not serious. You have a Bento, you have a João Felix, you have a Sadio Mane, a Nations Cup winner. You have a whole lot of players, a whole lot of started players that are doing so well in Europe. They are in that particular club. I think Ronaldo is speaking out of selfishness, and this is becoming a pattern. You don't attack your employers because you are angry. To be honest with you, he's a professional. You should not do that. The same thing he did with Manchester United when he was going. Yes, the system might not be perfect for you, but you don't attack your employers. You knew what you were getting. You knew what you were getting into before you got into it. Now you are coming publicly to attack your employers. I think what he's doing is inappropriate, and it should be cautioned.
Jerry, what are your final thoughts on that one? Don't you think that Ronaldo is taking it a bit too far? Because for me, I think with those quality of players around him, they should still be trying to win, and they also have a title-winning coach too. Don't you think they should be looking? And they're just 1 point behind that.
Your Felix was virtually finished before he left.
But he's been one of their best players since he joined.
How will you be the best player when you are playing the Saudi League? A flop in Europe at his age. Ronaldo is already aging out. The Brozovic you mentioned.
Yeah.
You know, the thing is that these players are being paid a lot of money, mostly the players in Al Nassr, for instance.
Yeah.
And when they came over to Saudi League and found that it's not competitive, they decided to slow the pace down. Which is no fault of the PIF. At least the players should be able to know that you are playing in Saudi League doesn't mean that you have to reduce the tempo. Maybe they need to get the managers who will bring out the best out of the Al Nassr side, and they can virtually win the title. Then for Ronaldo, I heard he's just recently touched down in Portugal.
Yeah.
And there's already speculation that he might be making a move to the MLS ahead of the World Cup, which is also might be that there may be there's me fire there.
On that one, do you think the league will suffer without him?
The Saudi League?
Yeah.
They will go into comatose. They will go into comatose. If the day Ronaldo leaves the Saudi League, a lot of people will forget that the Saudi League exists.
You think?
That's the truth.
Why?
Which other player is
No,
big?
they signed him, but I think the league has been attractive since then.
Yes, because they signed Ronaldo.
Okay, so do you think him leaving will make the league less
what happened to
attractive?
the Russian league will happen to the Saudi league gradually.
Myra, do you agree with that? Do you think if Ronaldo leaves the Saudi league, it's going to be less attractive to players?
I don't think so. The reason why the league is attractive is because of the money. Let me take you back to the days of China. Remember when China was spending money like Saudi Arabia was spending money when they wanted to launder their image with football? The same thing Saudi Arabia is doing at the moment. A whole lot of stars left England and went to Saudi Arabia. Oscar was one of them. Ramirez was one of them.
Yes.
They left England and they went to Saudi Arabia. And they went to China.
Yeah.
So the same thing would happen here. Provided the money is still flowing, until China cut off that money, that is when people are no longer going there. Until Saudi Arabia cuts off the money, you will still see players leaving Europe to Saudi Arabia, whether Ronaldo is there or not. Yes, you might say he brings viewership in and just for that. However, let's note that the Saudi Arabian league is not making profit. They are just trying to launder their image. That's just it. They are not after profit. They just want to launder their image against the World Cup that is coming there. So that's what they are doing. Provided that money is flowing, people will continue to go there, whether Ronaldo leaves or not.
Now, you should be happy. They're also linking him to Manchester United.
I don't think he's going to come back for the third time.
Yeah, he's coming back at least to play with Michael Carrick. He has made. Let's not forget, he made comments about Carrick that he's impressed with his managerial skills. It might be that Man United is willing to pay that money to bring him to.
I think Manchester United are on a good trajectory now. I don't think they want a Ronaldo who cares more about scoring about. I think he cares more about getting to 1,000 goals. I don't think he's.
Yes, he can do it at Man United.
I mean, you just said that. I don't think Manchester United.
You are not allowed to decide.
I don't think Manchester United.
Ratcliffe wants him.
No, of course. If Ratcliffe wants him, no, we are just saying
because
it.
He will attract a lot of. He will bring a lot of attention to the Manchester United squad.
Did you hear that? Maybe you should go to.
He's not a Liverpool legend, so
he doesn't have to be a legend.
He has to be at that age to.
It's about where he can get his 1,000 goals.
That means Gerrard should come back too. Gerrard should go back.
Anyway, his contract runs until 2027, but this public spat is uncharacterized for the star player, leading to speculation about a potential change of plans. I don't know how many times Cristiano Ronaldo wants to actually move to a club. For me, I think he's more interested in getting that personal record of 1,000 goals. Because right now, making these kind of statements, why are you even concerned about what your opponent is doing? You can still win the league. You were top of the table. They were top of the table at some point. He didn't come out to say the other teams were less strengthened. When they were leading the table, he didn't care about them. Now that Benzema is at Al Hilal, he feels that they are now fueled for them to challenge their team. Yeah. What if they go on to win the league title with even with Benzema at Al Hilal? What is he going to say by then? I mean,
Al-Nassr doesn't have the number of goals that Benzema will bring.
And they squandered 6 points. They squandered 6 points.
I mean, Al Hilal has not even signed Benzema at the time, and they still lost 6 points.
Don't worry.
No. I think for me, I think
it's coming to Manchester.
It's bigger than that.
Yeah.
It's coming home.
Okay.
Ronaldo is coming home.
Anyway, let's move on. And time is fast spent on the show, but let's tell you about John Obi Mikel, who has revealed that Manchester United were unable to sign him due to eligibility rules for young African players. He spent a month on trial at Old Trafford at 16, training with the first team players like Keane and Paul Scholes. And also, Mikel says that Sir Alex Ferguson was impressed with him, but the Premier League rule requiring players to have represented their national team in 75% of matches before signing blocked the move, as he hadn't played for Nigeria's national team at the time. And Mikel explained that because he was 16, he wasn't permitted to play for the first team, preventing United from completing the move. And the strategy was to get him in and out before he turned 18, but that wasn't possible in his case. And he eventually joined Chelsea in 2006. I think the Chelsea move, was the best for all parties. Jerry, quickly, don't you think so?
Yeah, controversial. I think that was the most controversial transfer ever. I think he still has the record because unveiled by Manchester United.
Yeah,
by
even putting on the jersey. Yeah,
he was already sitting with Ferguson and co, and the negotiation was done and dusted.
Yeah,
and something comes up. I don't think we've seen any of that. I think the one that came close was Azel Demige waiting at Queen's Park Rangers.
Yeah,
we went back something about Nigerian players involved in controversial moves.
Yeah,
and Mikel stands out as far as controversy is concerned. Yeah, making the Chelsea move eventually turned out to be a great move for him.
Yeah,
and because a lot of us were worried about whether he was going to get playing time under Sir Alex Ferguson with his age and the disparity of the fact that African players don't do well at Manchester United, which was a thing back then because there was an evidence of Jemba, the Cameroonian.
Yeah.
Under Salis Fagos, injuries didn't allow him play, and he wasn't getting playing time as well.
Yeah.
So
eventually
making the move to Chelsea, playing under Jose Mourinho, though Nigerians were not happy that they didn't really see the number 10 attacking footballer they saw that was given to them. It's just like what you ordered versus what you got. What Mourinho later gave us as Mikel was different from what he was given.
Yeah.
But with that being said, he still had a successful
I think he made him a better
Chelsea.
player too.
Yeah, and better defender, which I see. And of course, winning the Champions League, the Premier League titles, he saw it all at Chelsea and he had a lot of playing time, a lot of matches under his belt, which somehow, arguably, would have maybe got at Manchester United. So eventually it paid out. But the controversy was just too much.
I think it paid out for Mikel. And let's use the opportunity to tell you about Nigerian players that actually made big moves during this recently concluded January transfer window. Chief of them is Ademola Lookman. He has made a huge move to Atletico Madrid, leaving Atalanta, the Italian club, for a 4-year deal. I mean, 5 years, some are even saying this is considered one of the best transfers of the window. I mean, good one for Ademola Lookman. But Maiwa, let me ask you. I was very happy for Ademola Lookman, when he made this move and finally leaving Atalanta. You know everything about the controversy and all of that. But are you not concerned about the team player of Atletico Madrid? I mean, we know their coach El Cholo Diego Simeone and their style of play. Yes, a lot of people will argue that it has changed over the course of this season. We could see that he has fantastic attackers, Alex Baena, he has Nico Gonzalez, Thiago Almada. I mean, a certain Griezmann is also there, and of course, Julian Alvarez and Alexander Sørloth. Adding Ademola Lookman, what do you see for the Nigerian player into this team? Do you see him pairing Julian Alvarez or Sørloth at the front, and where do you think his game will be brought out the best for Atletico Madrid?
I think this move is well suited for him. If you see Atletico Madrid as transformed, remember they are a team that usually scores a goal or even draws. Now they are scoring goals for fun. Yes, a lot of people I say over the weekend they drew 0-0 and just for that. Yes, it happens sometimes. However, if you look at how they play right now, they are more attacking minded, and that suits and Ademola Lookman. The same job he did so well at the AFCON. The passes and also even going for goals himself. He will continue to do the same thing for Atletico Madrid. Remember, a Griezmann, is beginning to age out, and that do that particular job. So the move for Ademola Lookman is well suited. We saw what he could do in the AFCON. He continues doing the same thing with with Atletico Madrid based on the ideology shift of Diego Simeone. The way Diego Simeone is going, I think he wants to be much more competitive, more better. So I think it's going to. That's such a question that needs to be answered by Ademola Lookman.
All right. Do you think that's the best move? I know you can't wait to see him, donning the Atletico jersey, either in La Liga or in the UEFA Champions League. The move, it was touted to go to Fenerbahce in the Turkey League, to play alongside, Victor Osimhen, who is actually playing for Galatasaray. That would be a good Nigerian connection in the Turkish League, and also with Paulo Onuachu at Trabzonspor. But eventually opted for Atletico Madrid. Do you think that's a fantastic move for Ademola Lookman?
That's not the connection I was praying for. And we're already tired of our players going to Turkey, the best of our players. He did it very well at the last AFCON. Yeah. He deserves a big move. And Atletico Madrid is a great improvement from Atalanta.
Yeah.
Champions League football consistency, and the Spanish League exposure.
Yeah.
And of course, who says he might still have a go at the AFCON. Talking about the CAF Player of the Year. Playing for a big side like Atletico Madrid and still doing well for the Super Eagles. If the Super Eagles eventually makes it to the World Cup, who says? Playing for Atletico Madrid will give him a lot of exposure and give him more playing time to really showcase what he has. So I think it's a big move for Ademola Lookman. Kudos to him. Though Atlanta did everything to score to that move, they wanted him to move to Fenerbahce because Fenerbahce brought bigger money. Yeah. But at least Atletico Madrid proved that they really needed him and equaled that transfer fee. And of course, he's playing in the club side where he's going to be well seen. Not in Turkey, where the real Victor is struggling to be seen.
All right, we have other notable transfers. We have the likes of Rafiu Durosimi, who went to Pisa, of course, from Victoria Plzen. We have the likes of Philippe Otele, who joined Hamburg. We also have Tochukwu Nadi, who was eventually snapped up by Olympique Marseille. I think that's also a big move for a player who didn't really get minutes at the AFCON, but he still went on to join a big club in Olympique Marseille. And also Chibuke Nwai, who has also gone to Turkey to join Trabzonspor. He'll be playing with Paul Onuachu there. And of course, the one we've been saying here on the show, Frank Onyeka, eventually getting snapped up by Coventry City and to play under Frank Lampard. And of course, the midfielder who has struggled for regular playing time at Brentford. He has only made 6 Premier League appearances, but of course, he should have more game time in the Championship, and hopefully they are going to get promoted to the Premier League. He's going to do that with them. Of course, Fisayo Dele Bashiru was also trying to get a move. It didn't materialize eventually, but I think good one generally for Nigerian players, in the January transfer window. Sani Suleiman also joined the RB Leipzig and Uchenna Ogundu to Augsburg. I think this is good to be seeing the players in the top 5 league, Nigerian players in the top 5 league. Hopefully, this is going to give Eric Chell a bigger scope, to get more players, going forward for the Super Eagles. Of course, let's end the show by telling you about the big game tonight. Arsenal up against Chelsea in the Carabao Cup. Wow. I mean, Arsenal, they were touted to, try to sign Sandro Tonali of Newcastle in the deadline day of the January transfer window. It didn't materialize. Chelsea, of course, they were, trying to bring players in. Jeremy Jake eventually joined at Liverpool, but they recalled Mamadou Sarr from Strasbourg, the AFCON winner for Senegal. This game, 3-2 in the first leg in favor of Arsenal. Maybe there are no away goals rules. For the Carabao Cup. A draw will lead them into extra time, though, and eventual penalties. Who do you think is going to get into the Carabao Cup final? Arsenal or Chelsea?
Yeah, Chelsea has proven to be a cup-winning side, and that's very dangerous for Arsenal at the moment. So, because of that, we want to give it to Chelsea. But because the fact that they have a ChatGPT coach,
PE coach,
it's going to be difficult to really
to
really say. But Arsenal winning 3-2 already puts them at an advantage. But at Stamford Bridge, it's going to be a difficult one. It's going to be a difficult one to pick. Yeah, I think Arsenal should pick this one, but I don't know. Chelsea might do.
But in that first leg, Jerry, it was a tight affair. Chelsea came at Arsenal. They played their best game, but Arsenal defensively, they're one of the best sides in Europe. Do you think Mikel Arteta is going to try to challenge, come out and say, look, we don't want that result of 3-2 in the first leg. We want to come outside and try to dismantle you. Yeah. But put in mind that Liam Buzynio's Chelsea, they've only lost 6 in 7 games. His first 7 games, they've lost 1, they've won 6, and that loss was against Arsenal. Do you think they want to repeat the same thing, or they want to do better than the first?
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult game. You should not underrate the PE coach, like you said. He should take it seriously.
He's a coach.
But it's going to be a difficult game for the both sides. Yeah, definitely.
All right, Maiwa, who do you see making it to Wembley, Arsenal or Chelsea tonight?
I want to caution you guys from underrating that coach. He was a coach of Strasbourg.
Yeah.
He was doing so well in Strasbourg, and you are calling him PE coach. As somebody that turned the fortune.
It's better than the one he called him now.
Butler FC, can they do it? That's the question we should be asking. But I think the momentum is with Arsenal. I think this is an opportunity for them to be able to get something nailed down. And they led 3-2, and for them, they just defend and probably get the early goals. But if they are not careful, Rosner is doing something fantastic with Chelsea, and they might just do it against a bottling Arsenal if Arsenal decided to bottle it tonight. So I will not write off Chelsea tonight.
All right. Thank you so much, Maiwa, for being with us on the show today. Big thanks also to Jerry Abeloye for joining on the show. And of course, up next will be Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned. I'm Afizo Gubanjo, and I'm saying have a wonderful day today. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television, Now you have more than a voice.
When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me sef go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your light meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Naija change for you. My brother, my sister, you sef change.
Oh yeah, see that Naija pikin wey pack dirty wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Abba, Naija pikin, make we dey care for our environment.
Gen Z is no one work. Now quick cash them they find.
Just like that, boys don't turn Pablo. And girls?
Hablets.
Wetin dey happen?
We dey argue online, spread fake news with our full chest, divide ourselves on top religion, tribe, and politics matter.
But we go dey shout, no unity for Naija.
My brother, my sister, unity begins with you.
Someone japa, nobody wants stay. But who go fix Naija if no be you?
Omo, you go stay o.
Naija dey wait for us same way we dey wait for Naija. That's why National Orientation Agency don bring this better ogbonge plan wey go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda. 7 promises from leaders and 7 citizen codes.
Equality, democracy, entrepreneurship, employment, peace and security, inclusivity, justice, meritocracy. Now the Naija promises.
But without our own discipline, duty of care and tolerance, respect and true leadership, transparency we all need, environmental awareness, resilience in no go walk.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija.
Leave bribery, wash your hands. Come out from mago ways.
Talk true when you see am. Security concern now all of us.
No dey complain about Naija, complaining no dey change am o. If you be true Nigerian, if you be ogbonge Naija. If we want better tomorrow, now we go make am work today.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija. Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers. Oh, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers. Oh, 7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija.
If we be true Nigerians, we go rise hand in hand.
Uphold
the 7 for 7 agenda
for Naija,
our home,
our pride, and our strength.
Powered by
by National Orientation Agency.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening.
Nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories. Vision. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight On Voice of the People Television, let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news.
Hello there, good evening, and thanks for joining us. I am Cubana, and I welcome you to Political Lens. This is Voice of the People Television, and in case you don't know, we are streaming live on SLTV channel 264, and on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. You can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number scrolling on your screen. On our menu today, former APC chairman heads ADC Policy and Manifesto Committee. And away from that, Peter Obi declares for presidency. And finally, Wike Bloc fixes March 28 for PDP convention following cancellation of the Ibadan exercise. Well, let's bring in our guests. We've been joined in the studio here by Dele Fadimo. Dele is a reporter and political affairs analyst. Good evening to you, Dele, and thanks for joining me on Political Lens.
It's my pleasure to be here.
Okay. And from our Benin outstation, thank you very much, Dele. From our Benin outstation, we've been joined by Comrade Bobby Obayowana. Bobby is a human rights activist as well as a political affairs analyst. Good evening to you, Bobby, and thanks for being on Political Lens. I appreciate your presence.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Nigerians. Thank you very much, Chukuma, for having me here.
Happy New Year, Bobby. Good to see you. We've not seen this year. How have you been?
I have been fine.
I can see.
I've been good.
I can see you are good. Oh, well, thanks for joining me on Political Lens. I appreciate your presence. We'll be joined shortly by Comrade Emmanuel Abogun from Abuja virtually. Emmanuel is a member of the coalition of civil society organizations. He's a freedom fighter as well as a political affairs analyst. Now, let's kick into it. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has inaugurated a 50-member policy and manifesto committee in Abuja, charging it to develop practical, people-oriented policies that directly address Nigeria's economic and social hardships. Speaking at the event, National Chairman of ADC, Senator David Mark, urged members to focus on solutions that ease citizens' daily struggles, rather than producing complex but ineffective policy documents detached from real-life conditions. Curiously, many members of the 50-man committee are made up of former members of the All Progressives Congress, APC, including the chairman of the policy committee, John Odigie Oyegun, former governor of Edo State and pioneer national chairman of the APC. That's the chairman of the 50-member committee. Now, the deputy chairman is Salihu Lukman, former APC vice chairman for the Northwest. Now, the secretary is Professor Patrick Utomi, founding member of the APC and former Goba candidate of the APC in Delta State. We also have as a member Simon Achoba, former deputy governor of Kogi State under Yaya Bello. He was a member of the APC. We also have JJ Akpan Udoedehe, former APC member, among many others. However, Dr. Otive Ibuzo, who was listed, publicly rejected his inclusion, stating he was not consulted and remains in the APC. Well, committee chairman Chief John Odigie Oyegun said the ADC's policy direction will mark a clear break from decades of failed governance, describing the manifesto as a binding social contract with Nigerians. Party leaders stressed accountability, internal discipline, and faithful implementation of policies, insisting that any ADC-led government must remain answerable to the people and committed to improving living standards. Mr. Dele Fadimo, let me start with you. A gathering of former APC members in the ADC, let's interrogate their intentions. Are they altruistic in saving Nigeria, or is it because they lost in the power bid? I mean, we have a situation where we have the ADC set up a 50-member committee, and the principal officers of this committee talk about the national secretary, the national chairman, the deputy chairman, the secretary, and other key members were all former members of the APC at one time. In fact, recently. So what do you see? What in all of this? What are their intentions? Is it because, well, some of them couldn't make it back to government and all of that? Are they disgruntled or what? As the APC has described some of the people that led the party at one point or the other. What do you see? What do you know?
You see, there is a saying that you don't fight your enemy with your two eyes closed. Because at the end of the day, you don't even know where the
the dart is coming from, the arrow is as the preponderance of disgruntled elements who feel they have been shortchanged or they have removed feeding bottle from their mouths.
Okay, so you concur with APC when they say ADC members are disgruntled?
Yes, okay. ADC. And so I am not surprised. And this is why I ask questions. If you are in your prime and you couldn't effect change, and you are not even on the sideline in your prime, Odige Oyegu was a very active. After Baba Akonde, who was the interim chairman of APC when it was newly formed, stepped down because they were not the actual leadership of the party, but they needed an interim team to midwife the APC. The first person that came on board as national chairman of APC was this Odige Oyegu. Odige Oyegu was in PDP briefly. He was also a governor in Edo State. And suddenly at 87, he just found his rhythm. He just found out that everything that he has done in the past, let's even discountenance those periods of 1979 to 83, then 1991 when there was Diaki, and now let's focus on the last 26, 27 years. So he just discovered that Nigeria had been in a mess in the last 26 years. And at 87, he wants to drive the process of re-engineering Nigeria. It doesn't happen. 2, is it, even Senator David Mark, he was in government right from when he was in his late 30s. He was governor, he was a minister of communication, and by that, he was member of the Federal Armed Forces Ruling Council.
No, the telephones are not meant for the poor people.
When he said phones are not meant for poor people. And he was Senate president in Nigeria during this dispensation. What meaningful impact can he point to that he wrought on Nigerians?
He had a stable Senate. He ran a stable Senate.
He did what?
He ran a stable Senate.
He ran a stable Senate.
Yes.
Okay. If that is if that is the trump card, if that is what is flying, well, the Nigerians are there to judge. Now, Professor Patu told me, sometimes when I see him obnobbing with these people, I sympathize with him.
I like it because I know you are close to Pat, so you understand his
I sympathize with him
very well.
You see, Professor Patu told me is somebody that comes across as somebody who genuinely wants a Nigeria of his dream to materialize while he's still alive. By the grace of God, Patu told me he will be 70 next month. This month. This is February. In a matter of days, it will be 70. Patu told me had been pioneers of revolution in party politics in Nigeria. As soon as they want to do any Jankara thing, for legitimacy, they bring him on board. But at the end of the day, they drop him before they reach the bus stop and they leave him stranded. And that is what is going to happen in ADC again to him.
Okay.
Initially, when APC was to be formed, you saw him dancing behind the current president.
Yes.
And the video went viral. And as soon as APC got its reading and got into government, where was his place? And people that are straightforward like him can never be allowed to be
in government.
The inner caucus.
All right, now Dele, we have a lot on our menu, so we need to move on fast.
Okay.
Now, in all of this, I would like for you to briefly tell us, when you say that, when you concur with the APC that people in the ADC are disgruntled, are they disgruntled because they couldn't make it into government, like you just mentioned, or because
they have clearly seen that before. Which of them
How
will it be for you?
strong can Nigerians be to challenge these people when they get into the government? That this is what you promise and you are doing the other thing. When APC came, they said change. Unfortunately, we didn't ask if it's positive change or negative change.
Okay.
So whatever change they gave us, we must accept.
Okay, because that's what we got.
That's what we got.
We didn't
now,
ask questions.
ADC, whoever is talking about change in ADC now, that they want to turn Nigeria to Eldorado, is just selling politics to us so that they can get into office.
We'll talk about the change because Odigio Oyegu said something like about change again when he got into ADC. Now let's go to Benin City where we have Bob Obayuana. Bob, you are in Benin City there, and the current chairman of the Policy and Manifesto Committee of the ADC, Chief John Odigio, former governor of Edo State, pioneer chairman of the APC, and now the chairman of the Policy and Manifesto Committee, when he collected his ADC membership card in Benin City, he said, well, we have a nesting of PDP and APC members, former APC and PDP members in the PDP. Does it look good for Nigeria? I mean, these two political parties run Nigeria for 26 years. And Nigerians are asking, if we have people in those two political parties, people from those two political parties gather in one and make promises for us, what hopes do we have? Should we take them seriously? Bobby, I'm asking you, what do you think? Should Nigerians take these people seriously?
Well, Nigerians at this point in time should begin to study the political class, whether from the ADC or from the APC or from whichever political party wishes to contest in the 2027 general elections. They should study them closely. Political parties, let us not forget, are mere vessels or avenues where political actors use to propagate their interests. Bringing all these promises upon promises upon promises upon promises upon promises and now policy is something that Nigerians do not necessarily want to hear. The only thing that they want to see is that these mass defections from APC and PDP culminates into tangible socio-political reality that they can connect their minds to, that they can connect their lives to, and they can say will give dividends of democracy positively going forward. For now, what these political actors are doing is that they are invariably making Nigerians know the true character of average Nigerian politicians. When these persons moved to the ADC, some of us that belong to the court of public opinion began to ask questions. What are these old people that could not give tangible service to Nigerians when they were in their prime? What are they still doing in Nigerian politics? You see, what were their policies and programs? How many projects did they carry out to the benefit of Nigerians? When they were in the PDP, what did they do? How many policies, programs, projects did they carry out to the benefit of Nigerians? And that is why I want to use this medium to advise each and every well-meaning Nigerian, especially the voting population, that they should study their leaders closely. They should study these politicians closely.
Okay,
It is not about moving to the ADC. I can tell you for free that a lot of Edo people are still very skeptical about the true motive of this current committee that has been set up by the ADC.
All right. Okay. All right, Bobby. All right, Bobby. I get your drift. Now, you are prescribing for Nigerians that, well, it is time for us to get into what is called politics of personalization. We look at the individuals and not the party as
not
a matter
the
of fact,
no,
because
not
the party is a
the
platform.
individuals.
Now,
do they have questionable character?
Okay.
Do
now,
they
one
have marketable character?
Okay, all right, Bobby. Now,
those are the things they should take into perspective and not just looking at political party.
Okay,
because we saw what happened in 2023. And come in, sir. We saw what happened in 2023 when Labour Party posed to be a relatively better alternative to the two existing political parties, which are the PDP and the APC. But what we later saw from the aftermath of the elections is a result whereby we had a lot of factional leadership tussle at the Labour Party in the national level, the Abure faction, and different other factions. When notable political actors that were propagating the ambition of Peter Obi started having issues of money laundering and alleged political fraud from the electioneering period. In the same vein, we are also using that empirical and classical example to guide the actions, perceptions
of Nigerians, so that they will understand the kind of people we have in the ADC. All right, now, very well noted. Now, Bobby, let me ask you this question. If you are prescribing that we be careful with the kind of people that run into new political parties,
yes.
Say, oh, we have come to form Nigerians. Now, you also said in the course of your intervention, these old politicians, people that have been from the APC at one point or PDP at one point. If we discard all of these people, who should we look up to? Are we going back to the era of new breed politicians like Babangida promised and tried to do that time, when he floated the two political parties, the SDP and the NRC, and there was like new breed politicians. He tried, at some point, he barred 18 presidential aspirants, who were part of the old breed, and we went into the new breed. What did we get? Is that the kind of prescription you are making for Nigerians? Briefly.
Yes, we need a new generation of leadership. We need young people in government.
Young people in government. Okay, young people in government. People like who? Can you name them?
Peter Obi is relatively young.
Peter Obi is in the 60s. Peter Obi is in the 60s.
Of course, when compared to the people in that committee, the lowest age in terms of membership of that committee is 60-something to 70-something years.
No, that's not true. That's not true. We have Sam Amadi. No. Sam Amadi is less than 60.
I agree.
Majority is less than 60.
I agree. I'm coming, Mr. Chukuma. Majority of the members of that committee, if you look at the list closely, majority of the members of that committee, they are old people. If we can have a Peter Obi that is in his early 60s, there is no problem. Not just Peter Obi, we are looking at other areas where we can have young persons contesting for Senate, young people contesting for House of Reps.
All right. But Bobby, I get your drift. Now, let me ask you, Bobby. When we talk about young people, I want to cite instances. Dimeji Bankole, how old was he when he got into the House of Representatives and became Speaker? He was below 40. Yaya Bello, before he became governor, was below 40. What's her name? The lady that became Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, less than 40. I can go on and on. Is that the kind of politicians that we need to take us to?
No, they are not the kind of politicians that we need.
Okay, so can you, apart from P2B, Bobby, apart from P2B, hold on, let me ask the question. Apart from P2B, can you mention like 2 or 3 other prominent Nigerians, that Nigerians could look up to? Say, okay, these are the kind of people we need in government.
Unfortunately, I cannot. Unfortunately, it is so sad that I cannot be able to name 1 or 2 other persons.
Okay.
The rationale behind that is that many young persons that I know of from Edo State, for instance, are afraid to move into that fold because they feel that the fold is being controlled by old wagons, gerontocrats that do not have the kind of character, credibility, and democratic capacity to galvanize the support of Nigerians ahead of 2027.
All right.
And
Thank you, Bobby.
That is why I am using this opportunity to encourage young, passionate Nigerians who have the zeal to serve this country.
To get involved in politics.
They should make efforts.
Okay, beautiful. Good. Now, let's go to Abuja and bring in Comrade Emmanuel Abogu into this conversation. We introduced you earlier on. Good evening to you, Comrade Emmanuel Abogu, and thanks for joining us on Political Lens. I need for you to unmute your mic so that we can have your audio feed. Emmanuel, can you hear me? I need you to unmute your mic so that we can have your audio feed. Okay, we are having problems with his connections. We'll come back to him in the course of the program. Let's come back to the studio where we still have Mr. Adele Fanemo. Now, Adele, you started this conversation. So what kind of politicians do we need at this time to take us to where we need to be as a country? I mean, we have complaints. You said Oyegun is 87 years. What he couldn't offer in his 30s and 40s, is it in his 87 years that he can offer all of those things? I mean, you follow the conversation I had with Bobby. What kind of, are you able to tell us directly, the kind of politicians that we need in 2027 to move this country forward?
You see, unfortunately, because of the political climate that we have found ourselves, it will be very difficult to hazard a guess as to naming some people that can be propped up. Now, when you lose your value, you lose everything. Integrity takes a flight. And selflessness will not find a place. I tell you, for somebody to be able to do something tangible in Nigeria, that person must be ready to sacrifice himself. And sacrificing yourself does not mean you have to go to the altar and be slaughtered. It's not a case of Abraham and Isaac. But what we are saying is, you should be ready to kiss the bullet for others to live. Rawlings decided to kiss the bullet. Lin Kuan Yew decided to kiss the bullet for his people. At the point of taking over in Singapore, he had two choices. Either to amass stupendous wealth for his immediate family, which his predecessors were doing, or turn around the country for the masses to be able to live and be proud that they are Singaporeans. And at a point, he decided to choose the latter. And today, long after this man had left government, he is still a reference point, and he will continue to be a reference point in good leadership. At a point, he decided to be a dictator in democratic garb. People were, you see, there's a difference between a transactional leader or autocratic leader and a transformational leader. The definition I've coined for a transformational leader is somebody who is ready to take you to where you ought to be, but you are resisting, you don't want to go.
Okay.
Lee Kuan Yew knew he was taking them to the promised land, but people revolted because they couldn't see beyond the immediate. But he insisted that, look, either you like it or not, I am taking you towards this direction. Okay. And he lived it. He was not given to flamboyance when he was leading these people to adjust their belts. And so at some point, they saw his vision and they keyed into his vision. Today, the next generation and generations to come will benefit and will remember that somebody passed through this place and made this country what we are proud of today.
Okay, all right.
So that is the kind of leader.
That's the kind of leader we need
in this country.
Okay.
But as long as you are telling me to increase the holes in my belt, and you are getting to a point that the last hole in your belt cannot be held, that you have to throw that belt because you are increasing at geometrical proportion, and I'm also decreasing at geometrical proportion. You cannot lead me.
Okay, so it becomes a problem.
It becomes a problem.
Okay, let's quickly run to Abuja. We've been able to re-establish connection with Comrade Emmanuel Abogun. Comrade Emmanuel, thanks for joining us on Political Lens. We appreciate your presence.
Yes, a warm good evening, viewers here in the studio over there, and a warm good evening to all Nigerians watching across the globe.
All right, beautiful. Now let's get into it. I'm sure you have followed this. I'm sure you have followed this conversation that we are having about, the ADC setting up a 50-member committee, and curiously, majority of the members, or many of the members, especially the principal officers of that committee, were at one point or the other members of the current ruling party, the APC. How do you react to that? Does it look like, it's some kind of, an old skin in an old wine, or what do you see in all of this?
Yeah, moderator, in a very, very clear statement, I want to say that power is not freely given. Power is not freely given. Despite the fact that everybody wants a better Nigeria, the question to ask is, who wants to be the driving force? As far as I'm concerned, what I've seen in DC is that politicians who have benefited from the system feel shortchanged and they want to gang up to get back to power. That is what is glaring. That is what I see. Obi as a factor is that Obi has come to realize that he can no longer defend the votes alone. He needs other old political juggernauts to also be on the same political alignment with him to be able to defend votes and also ensure that their votes are protected. Because whether you like it or not, man by nature is a political animal. Everybody wants power. Even if you get to the market and you promise a market woman who sells crayfish that you are going to make her the Iyaloja or you are going to make her the Iyeki of a market, she will immediately ascribe to it, even if she knows she's not qualified. That is where we find ourselves today in this country. And anybody who is thinking that with the crop of politicians in the ADC, we are going to have a new Nigeria, they should prepare for worse. And they should know that it has always been the trajectory over time, whereby once a new government comes in, we begin to applaud the old one that we have always criticized, that they did better. But however, as Nigerian people and as a Nigerian, my position would be that owing to the fact that we have this system of government that has said there's a multi-political party system, Nigerian youth should be able to rally around youth. Just this morning, I saw on the social media platform, VDM was talking about this. And one thing that shocks me is that young Nigerians like VDM would not want to rally around like somebody like Shobore, who has gone very far ahead to register political party, to also muzzle public opinion by way of getting a very formidable media outfit like Sahara Reporter, and who have also been there from time immemorial during the MKO days. Okay. And it is very, very sad that the Nigerian youth will be hoping for a youth-driven political party when they signed the Not Too Young to Run bill. That didn't see the light of day. Of course, some youths got into power. We mentioned Yaya Bello in the previous discussion. I don't know the antecedent of Yaya Bello why in government. And for me, if we must get it right, we must, as a people, begin to ensure that we follow people who have been able to create a platform and who has also offered themselves to say it is not rocket science.
Okay, it is not rocket science. All right. Comrade Emmanuel, thank you very much. My takeaway from your submission is that, look, well, we need to rally around young people and see how we can promote young people and let them get into government. Now, let's move into our second topic of discussion. You mentioned P2B. We are going to talk about P2B in a bit because it's a major topic of conversation. Now, the PDP faction aligned with FCT Minister Nyesom Wike has fixed March 28 and 29, 2026 for its national convention in Abuja, where a new national working committee and other statutory organs will be elected. Well, the decision was taken at the faction's 105th NEC meeting, which also approved a timetable for ward and local government congresses in February and state congresses in March, prior to the national convention. Well, the NEC reaffirmed the legitimacy of the Abdul Rahman Mohammed and Samuel Anyanwu-led caretaker committee and extended its tenure and directed it to commence full preparations for a transparent and credible convention. He described the committee as the only lawful national administrative organ of the party pending the convention and urged members to remain disciplined and united. The move follows a federal high court ruling in Ibadan that nullified the PDP's November 15, 2025 convention that produced Taminu Turaki as chairman, barring him and others from acting as party officers. While party leaders, including BOT members, said the decision respects judicial processes and marks a defining moment to stabilize and reposition the PDP ahead of future elections, talking about 2027. Let me start with you, Comrade Emmanuel Abogu. Now, PDP is in the news again for some reason. A faction held the next meeting, like I introduced, and fixed March 28-29 for elective national convention after 10 state congresses in February. Looks like the battle for the struggle of the soul of the PDP is not yet over. What do you see in the coming days? Can you let us into what you understand that is going around, or what might be the outcome of the PDP convention slated for March 28-29 by a faction of the PDP, by the way?
Yes, my position on this matter is that Wike and his people have gone deep to show to PDP party faithfuls that are yet to move to one political platform or the other that they have the sagacity to muscle those old juggernauts out of the party. If you could remember earlier when Asiwaju announced President of the Republic and President-elect, Wike called the of his friends and well-wishers to Port Harcourt while he was still governor. And the battle ahead of them is for them to rescue the party from Scandinavians and Buccaneers. Those were his exact words. That he needs to rescue the party from Buccaneers and Scandinavians. People who have come in to take what is not there. People who have left us and decided to take what is not there and they come back. Whereas people who are in the house, looking after the house, have not been entitled to anything. Is that the Wike-led faction have tried to let you understand that we are a force to reckon with. And thus far, Akrafi and other party members across the other divide have also come to reality with those terms. Because whether you like it or not, they have not been able to muscle Wike out of the party. They have read suspensions, they have made up forms of statement, but Wike appears to be still holding the lifeline of the PDP.
Okay.
Because when you look at the caliber of politicians surrounding Wike, and you look at the caliber of politicians surrounding Turaki and their followers, particularly when you talk about the governor of what's it called, the former FCT minister who is
Bauchi
the governor
State,
of
Bala Mohammed, governor of Bauchi
the
State,
state is
Bala Mohammed, yeah.
Bala Mohammed, governor of Bauchi State, and the governor of your state, Sheyi Makinde. When you talk about these two persons, you agree with me that these were people that were running around Wike before the 2023 general elections to ensure that they remain formidable in their states. And these were some of the persons who also, in one way or the other, played the role in the G5.
Okay.
So if you also observe the statement Wike made in the next meeting they had, he said it is without fear or favor. He said, I had interest in Oyo. I'm saying it to the next. My interest in Oyo is not hidden. And you could see the response in that hall of persons representing various states. And for me, there is one factor I have come to realize, even while we talk about young. Our politics is money driven.
Okay.
Money driven in the sense that you can be a big weight to be able to muscle things around.
Okay.
Look at what has happened to the Labour Party.
Okay, Emmanuel, I'd like for you to land on your thought because we are practically out of time. We need to go around and take submissions from other guys. So land on your thoughts before we move on. Go ahead, Emmanuel.
The truth about it is that Nigeria can always become a better place And secondly, again, we are as a people should take that time to ensure that we take a decision in the best interest. Nigerians, we always vote for any candidate that they know is popular and has Nigeria at heart. But the political actors on their own should also know that Nigeria is in their need of good governance.
Okay, Nigeria is in their need of good
offer it.
governance, and they should work towards that. All right, thank you very much, Comrade Emmanuel. Let's go to Benin City, where we still have Bob Obayuanan. Bob, you understand that the other faction is led by a senior advocate of Nigeria. I'm talking about Tanimu Turaki, and he says, well, members of the PDP, calm down. We know what we are doing. We are going to appeal, the judgment of the Ibadan High Court up until the Supreme Court, and up until that moment, we are still in control. Now, that coming from a senior advocate of Nigeria, do you think that it is Uhuru, yet for years of Mwike and his co-travelers, when they say, we are going to fix the convention in fact, we have fixed the convention for March 28 and 29. What do you see between the two factions? Where do you think that the balance of, the weight will tilt? Is it in favor of Mwike or the other faction, based on, if you understand the political calculations of what has happened in the PDP in the past years, 2-3 years ago?
The truth is, the PDP currently in Nigeria is in a state of political intensive care, where actors like Nyesom Wike has been able to muscle out so many political actors in order to prove his political weight and capacity to the president, that he is in charge of the PDP, he is in charge of Rivers State, he is in charge of who gets what, where, when, and how in the party. And what is playing out is that the fact that Turaki is a senior advocate does not invariably mean that he can be able to get victory at the Supreme Court. If you mention the justice system to an average Nigerian in the streets now, they will tell you that they no longer believe that the judiciary has integrity. They will even tell you that Wike and part of some persons in this country control the judiciary. And the truth is, Wike is doing whatever he's doing in the PDP in order to prove to Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu that he has the capacity to decimate the party structure, destroy the fabrics and the political stronghold of the party in order to continue to attract the attention of the president.
So Bobby, apparently,
on the part of Turaki, I'm coming, sir.
Bobby, I need for you to learn. We don't have time. Go ahead, sir.
On the part of Turaki is only trying to pick up the bits and pieces of the party because he knows that most party members are beginning to lose hope. They are beginning to lose patience. They are beginning to lose their cool. And many of them have started mass defecting to the APC and to the ADC, respectively. Most recently, the ADC. So what he is doing is that for the few members left, he wants to see how he feels him and his factional team can be able to use legality and the instruments of the law to take this matter up to the Supreme Court. But I doubt if Turaki can be able to get victory, because Nyesom Wike has a way of bringing a shocker to the political class.
So you believe that Wike has the upper hand? Well, thank you very much.
Course,
Let's come back to the studio. Then Wike says, I'm interested in your PDP. I'm sure you have followed this story. His story with Sheyi Makinde. And when he says, I'm interested in what is going on in PDP Oyo, looks like he's taking the war, to the enemy territory. What do you see coming? Briefly.
Well, what is going to play out between Wike and Makinde is it's just another way of saying that if a state like Bauchi will not toe its line, that he is ready to make the state ungovernable. Now, after the meeting between Tinubu and Makinde, I guess there was a stalemate. From what Fayose said, it appears there was no deal after that meeting. And to make sure that he does the bidding of his principal, which is the president, He needed to back at Makinde. And unfortunately, as we speak, a year or 12 months to the election, if the election is in February next year, there is no clear-cut candidate for PDP in Oyo State as we speak. So if that is happening, there is a kind of restiveness within the PDP fold in Oyo State. Because by now, fingers should be pointing at a particular candidate, but none. But conversely, in APC, we have Adelabu as the leading contender.
Okay, we have a governorship Shitu as well.
No, Shitu is a non-starter.
Okay, Shitu told me that there are 10 of them,
Don't mind Shitu. Okay. I know him very well. He's not even a contender. He's not one of the...
Former minister?
He's not one of the 5 contenders.
Former minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria?
I said I know him.
Okay.
He's from my wife's place, Shaki.
Okay.
So I know him. I've had one-on-one encounters with him.
Okay.
But
so
if you contest today, you cannot win in Shaki.
Okay, so apparently you are of the opinion that Wike can spoil something for Sheyi in Oyo State if Sheyi doesn't take care.
It's not that he can. He will.
Okay, he will.
Because for now, he's the poster boy of APC in PDP.
In PDP.
And whatever he says, it doesn't matter if it resonates with the public
or not.
But if it resonates with his principle, then they're not likely to leech him.
Okay. Now, as we close to him, let's talk a bit about Peter Obi. Peter Obi has declared his intention again to contest the 2027 presidential election, linking his ambition to grassroots political support, particularly in the AMAC elections in Abuja. While campaigning for ADC candidate, Obi told supporters that backing his allies at the local level was crucial to his national project, while dismissing calls for him to run as a vice presidential candidate. He reiterated his resolve to contest as the lead candidate and maintained his pledge to serve only one term if elected. Well, in a separate statement, Peter Obi criticized President Bola Tinubu for spending 23 days abroad in January, arguing that the prolonged absence came amid worsening insecurity, kidnapping, food shortages, and all of that. But let's concentrate on his declaration. Now, Dele, that was very direct, very categorical. I am not angling to deputize anyone. I am running for the presidency. What message do you see in that?
The message
within the context of the ADC.
The message is that he will pull out of ADC in due time.
Okay.
Because
if he doesn't get the ticket.
He is not likely to get the ticket in ADC.
Okay.
Because Atiku will not be spending so much, will not be concentrating on an ADC for him to now hand over the ticket of that party to another person in that fold. So it means we should be expecting when Peter Obi will defect to another party.
Okay, so we're out of time, so I'll take that as a concluding thought.
Yeah.
Now, let's run to Abuja, where we have Comrade Emmanuel Abogun. Comrade, briefly, and I would like for you to wrap it up with your concluding thoughts. Peter Obi says, categorically, I am not angling to deputize for anyone. I want to be president in 2027. What do you see in that message?
For me, as a realist, all I can see in that message is total show of desperation. From a man who could not labor, who could not maintain his bride, and now he's shuttling from one platform to another to see how he can create more value for himself. Obi has over time shown that his movement is to switch at the dime minute to a political party, and you are going to expect them when you expect to be moving to one of these mushroom parties. The ADC is going into is just to gather the usual sympathy. That is his political strategy.
But he's not the only one that has done that. Emmanuel, he's not the only one that did that. Buhari did that from AMPP to APP to CPC to APC. Atiku Abubakar has moved from PDP to ACN to APC to SDP and now to ADC and all of that. So Peter Obi is, when you say it's a show of desperation, are you also saying that Atiku is desperate or that Buhari was desperate?
Most desperate politician you have in Africa.
Who?
Not just Nigeria. Atiku is the most desperate politician you have in Africa.
Okay,
he has been contesting elections.
So Peter Obi is not alone. If you see the desperation in his move.
No, but Peter Obi, do you know where Peter Obi has lost it?
Okay.
Peter Obi lost it because he could not manage the Labour Party.
Okay.
If Wike can be working in an APC government and is still holding strong to PDP, that tells you Wike is a formidable leader.
Okay.
The people in both PDP and APC in the state, he's pulling them together for a mission.
All right. Unfortunately, Emmanuel, we're out of time. I just hope and that we can talk about it some other time. We need to take concluding thoughts from your co-discussant, Bobby Obayowana, who joined us from Benin City. Bobby, can we have your concluding thoughts, like in 1 minute, if you can?
For me, Peter Obi's move to the ADC is never a show of desperation. Politicians camp, recamp, and decamp to whichever political parties they choose to. What is most important is the willingness to sacrifice and give the best of utmost service to Nigerians. If Peter Obi believes that he can be able to give Nigerians reasons to smile again, and if he believes moving to the...
Appreciate your presence. We also had Comrade Bobby Obayowana, a human rights activist and political affairs analyst, who joined us from our Benin outstation. And from Abuja, we had Comrade Emmanuel Abogun, member of Coalition of Civil Society Organization, freedom fighter and political affairs analyst. Gentlemen, I must say a very big thank you to you. I appreciate your presence on my show, Political Lens. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, the technical director, bus manager, sound engineer, and ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Ndemduto, on top of the hour of 7 o'clock. Stay with us and don't go away. From me, bye for now. I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock in the morning on The Morning Show. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The Ariaria International Market is an open-air market located in Aba, a city in Abia State in southwest Nigeria. The market is one of the largest markets in West Africa and nicknamed China of Africa because of its versatility in the making of wares and leatherworks. Ariaria International Market was established in 1976 following a fire outbreak that destroyed the old Ekeoha market in Aba. The market was originally sited in a swampy area. The market is known for its shoemaking and leatherworks, thus making it one of the largest leather shoemaking markets in West Africa, with an estimated 2 million traders. For more than 2 decades, the market has serviced clients home and abroad. Manufacturers in the market boast that their clientele base extends beyond the shores of Africa. The market cuts across 3 local government areas: the Aba North, Aba South, and Osisioma. Ariaria International Market, with an annual turnover of over $3 billion as recorded in 2018, is a reseller's market where you can buy wholesale cheaply and even have your desired products designed and produced to your own exact specifications. There are a variety of businesses across the market, which includes sales of fabrics, shoemaking and sales, pharmaceutical supplies, hair salon materials, salons, general household goods, and so many others. The Ariaria market has a total of 37,000 shops. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the issues on Voice of the People Television, and we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from Senate pushing for anti-venom in all hospitals, to DSS arraigning Malami and Son on terrorism financing charges. Also, NLC and TUC suspend protest and ask FCTA workers to resume work. And finally, Lagos Assembly meets with Makoko residents, urges ministries to stop demolition. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into what we have today. The Senate has asked the Federal Ministry of Health to enforce existing guidelines, ensuring that critical antidotes, including anti-snake venom and other essential life-saving medicines, are available in hospitals across the country. Senators argue that the absence of such medicines in primary and secondary healthcare facilities has led to preventable death especially in rural areas. They say guidelines must be backed with accountability and funding to protect citizens. Meanwhile, medical expert Dr. Sahid Kende has criticized government's neglect of primary health care, emphasizing that anti-snake venom should be stocked in primary health centers where bite incidents are common. He said Nigeria's primary health care system is neglecting essential needs, urging governments to ensure that frontline facilities are stocked with critical supplies, including anti-snake venom. These calls are coming on the heels of the reported death of Ms. Ifunanya Wangene, who passed on following a snake bite in Abuja. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two esteemed guests here in the studio. We have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, also joining us virtually, we have Kinane Sam. He's an instrumentation and control engineer. He's also the deputy governorship candidate of the Labour Party, Rivers State, in the 2023 governorship election. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Good evening, and good evening, Nigeria.
Good evening. Glad to have you be a part of this. Let me start with you. You know, it's I don't know what you make of it. We had someone, I'm sure you've been following the story. We had someone die over the weekend, a young lady, a rising star who was part of The Voice at some point, and you know, she died as a result of snake bite. And now we are seeing the Senate, we're seeing different reactions, and of course now we're seeing the Senate say that there's a need for life-saving antidotes in all hospitals. Meanwhile, it's been, according to reports, we have 2,000 deaths annually from snake bites, and we've not seen the Senate move for something like this. And now just someone who is like a star has come up, and then now we're seeing this. What do you make of this?
Yeah, good evening once more. For me, it's pathetic the way things occur in Nigeria. Just last month, we were talking about the death of a young baby because of a medical situation, which took national interest because of the prominence of the parents. This, a few days back, yesterday, again, another story of the death of a prominent Nigerian, a young, talented Nigerian, because of poor medical situation in the country. It is not just in the medical field, like we discussed some time ago. It is in almost every professional field in Nigeria. There has been a lot of negligence. The people who are supposed to regulate the activities of these institutions have not done enough. And that is because the level of greed in this country has increased. Greed in the sense of everybody is seeking after money, money that will not buy you life. For the fact that you are supposed to regulate and you are paid a small sum of money, you will oversee and, in fact, of those things that were supposed to be put on ground before establishment of those institutions. Like in the medical field, I keep saying that those of us who are close to the people at the grassroots in our localities, we will tell you more about what is happening. There are no hospitals or medical or healthcare centers in the villages that you can run to and get medical attention easily. For the fact that, one, we have talked about quacks in the sense that those people who are not medically qualified to be caregivers are the ones that you see in such places. And because they are not qualified, they have not gone through the requisite trainings that is supposed to give them a better understanding of the requirements in the medical sector, you'll find out that they are acting out of ignorance. Otherwise, how will you say a medical center in somewhere like Abuja do not have antidotes to venoms? So you will see if it could happen in Abuja, just imagine what is happening in the rural areas where we all come from. And that is because when it happens there, nobody takes cognizance of it. It is not reported. It is not recorded. And because it is not reported, you see, it goes that so many deaths. You can see that with their own number, about 200 deaths in a year, is far, far less than what happens. I remember even when we were young, growing up in the villages, as at then, the medical knowledge was not as high as it is today. But those traditional medicine men in the villages, they have this antidote readily available within them that in a matter of minutes, once someone is bitten by snake or any of these dangerous insects, you'll see they will administer that already prepared concoction for the person. But imagine the kind of country we live in today in Nigeria, where someone will be beaten from what we hear from morning till evening time or afternoon time. She was not able to receive the antidotes that was supposed to keep her, or rather neutralize the venom of the type of snake. Secondly, we live in a very poor state in this our country, in the sense that there are basic trainings that we are supposed to know. This is a matter of medical. When you are bitten, for instance, by a snake, these are the things you have to do pending when to receive medical attention, so as not to allow this situation to the area where the venom was being impacted by the snake bite. But when people do not have these trainings, the national agency is supposed to carry out this training and ensure that the schools teach them in the schools, the teachers teach them in the school, the healthcare givers and all these primary healthcare organizations supports also teach, go into the villages, go into the streets and teach people that when you are bitten by either a snake, a scorpion, or any other venomous insect, these are the kind of first aid you first of all apply to yourself. If you are conscious enough, or the people around you supports you with those first aids until you get medical attention. But those things are actually not practiced in this country. And that is why when she was beaten, she drove herself, or whichever way, got to the hospital. And even right there at the hospital where they were supposed to administer those first aids, without the anti-venom drugs, they are supposed to register, administer certain first aid, but those things are absent. You can see this is just snake. What about when flood will come, water? People are not given those kind of trainings, how you can be able to survive flood. And that has killed quite a lot of people. So the government needs to do a lot. And other organizations, human rights organizations, also need to do a lot for Nigeria to grow beyond where we are now. I am telling you, we are far below the standard of normal living in this country because corruption has taken over everything that has to do with us here in this country. Corruption by way of people's desire to make quick money and not to practice and ensure the etiquettes of every profession that we take over.
Okay, so you are saying that there's a need, aside from the infrastructural development that our hospitals need, you're saying that there's a need for every Nigerian, both old and young, to have an idea, to have the requisite knowledge when it comes to first aid and how to, just administer first aid treatments to others and, of course, to ourselves when things like this occur, right?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Because if you are talking about the primary health care system, how many villages has a primary health care hospital? Many of the villages do not have, and it takes them hours sometimes to get to where they will get those first aid in the hospital. So they need to understand what you need to do immediately. And that's where the training needs to come up, where people will be taught, in case of snake bite, you tie up this place, you cover up this place, you scrape up this place. Those were the kind of trainings that we were given in those days when we were growing up in the primary school. Those things are lacking now. Beside the fact that, yes, you can get to the hospital and the hospital do not have the drug. And now that you are in the hospital and the hospital do not have the drug, the question we should be asking ourselves, the health caregivers in that hospital, do they even know what to do? If they had known what to do, I think they would have minimized the spread of that venom before it gets to the point of death or before she gets to FMC in Abuja.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's get to hear the view of our guest in the studio. Dr. Peter Nosike, today we're talking about anti-snake venom. We're talking about antidote. But we know that our hospitals lack so many basic equipment. And what would you say is actually the cause of this? Is it a result of funding? Is it a government failure? Is it, poor enforcement of existing guidelines? Why are we where we are today?
Well, to start with, it simply shows that what is important in Nigeria is who and not want. Understand? What is important in Nigeria is who and not what. It is who something happened to and not what happened. Understand me? Because every day by day, people have been dying of snake bites, but it never made news until it happened to a popular person. That's how even all the Senate now knows that snake bites do kill people, and they are now sitting to talk over it. Imagine they had no chamber of the country sitting down that to talk over snake bites. This shows you how unproductive that they have been. Again, trainers have been killing people in Auchi and Bini Road, in Auchi, Sapende Road, until it happened to a renation of Big Brother Niger Star. Then it became, it now made a headline. So it shows you that what happened is not important, but who it happened to. And that is very, very shameful. And for Senate to now sit and issue a statement that hospitals should equip themselves with anti-poison or understand me things. Senate don't need to talk about this. Every hospital should know that they should have this. And for me, what killed her was what? Negligence. Understand? What killed her? Because if the first hospital that she went to know the ABC of first aid, understand me? Even what my friend in Port Harcourt was saying, we were taught that far back in secondary school. How to, that or the first treatment you should give to yourself if you are bitten by a scorpion, by a snake, any reptile at all. You were told just tie that's above that thing so that there will be no passage of this thing from that point up to the heart. Understand? So once that is done, the poison, the venom will not spread. So any hospital at all should know that. Any hospital at all should know that. Assuming I'm in Abuja, an FCT minister, I will withdraw the license of that hospital. Understand? Once the lady was able to get there within 30 minutes to an hour of when that happened, she's not supposed to have died. Understand me? So, Senate is just being reactionary instead of being proactive. Understand? Why can you wait for until something has happened before you come and begin to issue a press statement, begin to hold a meeting? So for me, it doesn't make meaning. It doesn't make sense. But I keep on saying it until a law is passed that will make it mandatory that our public office holders should be patronizing our public facilities, which is hospitals and schools. The poor funding, the negligence will continue. Because once a public officer knows that maybe a minister of education, his children are schooling abroad, so that ASU is on strike is none of his business. Understand me? That ASU is on strike is none of his business. But if his children are schooling here and ASU is on strike, his children go back to stay with him in the house. As he's coming out of the house, he's seeing them. As he's coming in, he's seeing them. He will make sure that the lecturers are well paid, that the educational institutions are well funded. That is the only way to get it right. Until when the Minister of Education knows that if he has headache or ear pain, he has nowhere to go than to Federal Medical Center Abuja. Understand? He will make sure that public health is well funded. Once that is not done, every other thing is story. Understand? So, what killed the lady is negligence of our medical facilities. Because it's only in a third world country that you will hear that snake beats somebody and the person dies. Now, to start with, those preventive measures should have been taught in the school. Because when I was going down to primary and secondary school, we had the first aid everywhere. And our HPE teachers, that should be what or they are called then, health and physical education teachers, come out and teach students how to use the first aid. And if the lady knew about that, I know there could be fear. Understand? And when something happens, fear would remove what you already knew. Just like when somebody is in a house and the fire is burning, he or she will not remember where the door is. And this is a house that has been living for 10 years. It happens. But assuming that she has an idea of first aid, she will have at least tied there before trying to get to the hospital. Understand me?
Okay, you know, in all of this, we've actually not had the health ministry come out to say anything. What does this entire incident say about the effectiveness of the health ministry's regulatory role?
One, America talk about government of kicking cans. That's what the health ministry would do. They will begin that to look who that to push the problem to. Understand? They will not admit responsibility. And once you don't admit responsibility, you will not seek for solution. Understand me? You will not seek for solution. But if there's a law that binds all of us in this country, whatever happens, you must find solution in this country. This nonsense that is happening will not continue to happen.
Okay, before we move on to our next conversation, Kinane, let me come to you. You know, who should be held accountable, in your own opinion, when hospitals lack basic life-saving medicines? Is it the federal government, is it the state, or would you say it's the hospital managers?
I think we cannot say it's the federal government alone, nor can we say it's the state government alone, and down to the local government also shares the blame. Because when we are talking about primary health care centers, It is supposed to be one of the fundamental points of healthcare in the life of every community. And so the question we should be asking is, which of these tiers of government is closer to the people? It starts from the local government. And if the local government cares about its people, they should be able to provide these amenities in the localities where they govern as a local government council. Secondly, the states also needs to support the local government and ensure that primary health care centers are properly equipped so that in times of emergencies like this, every necessary drugs are made available for emergency situations. Same thing goes to the federal government. It is not enough for the federal government to budget or put a budget out there for FMC, for example. And the truth is, how many of our Nigerians have access to FMC? For instance, this is a special case that they were able to run to FMC. For me, it is an all-inclusive blame to the state governments, the federal government, and the local government, and particularly the regulators of the healthcare services. Because even if government is negligent on issues like this, the regulators should have been able to know that, yes, we need to put up certain drugs that are very key to survival in the hospitals. Now, you even see as this, what you call vehicle, these people that
VIO.
Yeah, VIO on the road. They even request that drivers should have a first aid box in their vehicle, and they have refused, or rather out of ignorance, they just want you to have those drugs that are not even relevant to survive in times of emergency in your first aid box. These are some of those things that should have been necessary for us to have in our first aid boxes, and if possible, to have it in the closest health center to every community. So it is a blame on us as Nigerians. I don't want to put it on just one set of people, but we are all involved. Because for those of us who know about it, how have we been able to spread the news to people to know? And even if we talk about it, how is the government ready to implement it in the lives of our people as Nigerians? So it is a very bad situation. I keep saying it, that Nigeria, we are living below the standard of living. We are living below standard of life. In fact, everything in this country is just about money. People who wants to make money. Hospitals open up to make money. Institutions open up to make money and not to deliver services to people. If you call a craftsman on the street to ask them to come and do a little job for you, the first thing they will present to you is money. Even when you are ready to pay the money, do you get services for the money that you have paid? And so that is what happens in this country. Everything is about money. And I just wish we can change our ways and turn around to be professionals in our daily endeavors.
Okay, thank you very
I
much.
want to just in a minute. Those to be held responsible for this are one, those who are supposed to fund these hospitals. Are they properly funded? Then the regulators, understand? Funding is one. Just sending, making a budget, sending money, it is not all. Are people going to these hospitals that to make sure that that the facilities are up to date? That what are supposed to be there are there. Understand me? If nobody is coming, then anything can go on. Understand me? So the regulators should be held responsible for this. Are they doing their oversight function? Because if they are doing, they will have known that this hospital lacks so and so things. And I don't like a situation when something will happen and there will be no consequences. Because when there's no consequences, there will be no deterrent.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Anosike. Let's move on to our next conversation for tonight. The Department of State Services, DSS, has arraigned a former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, and his son, Abdulaziz, on a 5-count charge bordering an alleged terrorism and illegal firearms possession. Malami is also accused of refusing to prosecute suspected terrorism financiers whose case files were handed to him while he served as the AGF and Minister of Justice. Malami and Abdulaziz are equally accused of warehousing firearms in the residence at Gese Phase 2 area, Birian Kebbi local government area, Kebbi State, without lawful authority. They both pleaded not guilty, and the judge ordered that the defendant be remanded in the custody of the DSS and adjourned to February 20 for the commencement of trial. Dr. Anosike, let me come to you first. We've been following this particular story and we've even talked about it here. You know, there was the back and forth. At first, it was the EFCC. At first, Malami came out. He was giving updates on how he was in the EFCC custody and everything. Eventually, he said it is like there's a background or there's a back-end issue or there's like something that happened between he and the EFCC chairman, and that's why the man is doing what he's doing. And then we saw how he went on bail, and then, of course, no, he didn't go on bail. I think the bail was, he wasn't released. DSS came and took him, and now we are hearing this from the DSS. You know, what do you make of this entire situation?
This firearms is a national security issue and not the issue of EFCC.
Yes, I know. I'll just give you about how he has come from that end to this point.
Yes. For me, right from time, I have never believed all these people. I have never believed EFCC. I have never DSS. I've told you of our experience when I was in the Sun newspaper, when Nuhu Rebadu was the chairman of EFCC. Understand me? That time, Obasanjo and Orji Ozokando, the owner of Sun newspaper, were not in good terms. So they want to use Sun newspaper that is to incriminate Orji Ozokando. Nuhu Rebadu said that Kando is using Sun newspaper for money laundering, and that 7 billion naira was found in Sun newspaper account. At that time, we did not have up to 1 billion in our account. But he said that 7 billion was found in our account. So these guys, they can just make a mountain out of a molehill. Understand? And that's why when you go there to court, everything will begin there to fall like a pack of cards. That's when court was caught. Understand me? Because right now, judges write their opinions outside of the court and come and deliver it as a judgment. So for me, it is still an allegation, and they are still innocent until proven otherwise.
Okay, are you saying that, though I know that you've said they are still innocent until proven otherwise, but are you saying that you don't believe that any of these actually happened, all of these allegations, and none of this, that there might not be any truth in any of this?
I'm talking from my personal experience. Okay. I say until they are proven guilty in a very transparent manner, understand? Not when opinions are written, judgments are written outside, and a judge will be reading like a 100-year-old woman. That shows you that he wasn't the one that authored the judgment. We have seen it over and over in this country.
Okay, let me come to you, Kinane. Let me get to hear from you what you think about this development and all of these allegations on our former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami. Do you think, like Dr. Anosike is saying, that you feel it's that he's been politically that there's
I say it's allegation until found guilty.
An allegation until found guilty. Is that what you think as well?
Well, the reality of it is that it remains an allegation. We've had several allegations And we've had also several denials of allegations which turn out otherwise. So what we want to see is justice. What do I mean by we want to see justice? Malami is facing it today, but I'm sure it is not only Malami that is involved in this arms deal. There are so many of them that are involved. In the times of Malami, I've said it here before, he enjoyed it when he was prosecuting an innocent man and pushing an innocent man into prison. What goes around comes around, and it is now his own turn, whether there will be judgment or there will not be judgment. We want to see judgment, and not just for Malami here, also other supporters of terrorism. Malami is just a person, and we are sure that there are quite a dozen of them out there from the north who has been supporting terrorism, who also have these arms in their residences. Now, I remember sometime in my state where we were made to understand that some lorry loads of guns were seized in this country, in Nigeria here. Some containers were also seized or found in the Port Harcourt seaport. Now, after that, we did not hear any information about those ammunition, those guns. So are you telling me that those guns are just the ones they saw in Malami's house, or they disappeared into the thin air? There are still a lot of them. So what I expected the DSS to do was to investigate deeply and come up with a list of people who have these guns, these ammunitions, in these weapons in their houses. It's not just Malami. So if they want to work, let them come out to tell us where all those container loads of ammunitions that were seized by the custom, and those of them that were also found to have escaped, where are they? So until they do that, we will not see sincerity in what they are doing. And that's why I said, let there be a judgment before we'll be able to believe them. We've seen situations when they come out with these allegations at the end of it, nothing comes out of it. Where the worst will happen, you will just hear about plea bargain and the person goes scot-free. So in a country of this nature, where everything goes as much as you have the money, becomes difficult to believe, even when it is real.
And I'm actually going to ask you if you think that this, the judge actually said she said she postponed or she tried to adjourn. She adjourned the case till February 20. And now I was going to ask you if you think that trial, if this case will actually get to the end, but I think you spoke a bit about it when you were speaking. But I want to ask you, in this case of terrorism financing, how can the DSS actually make these things transparency to ensure that, to ensure public trust, actually? Because it is, like you said, it's not about Malami. We have other people who have been alleged to be financing terrorism, but we've not heard about any of them. How can they ensure that there's transparency in all of these cases?
It is very easy. Like we are aware, there have been some international media that has published names. Let DSS come out to tell us that these names that were published, this is what we found out about them. That is transparency. And not just to select the names of the people that you want to put forth, maybe because they have some issues with the present administration. Every names that has been published by international media as financiers of terrorism, those names should be brought forth with all their findings about them. I'll put it in black and white, and we'll read about it and we'll compare with whether they are working right or not.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Anosike. You want to say something before we move on?
We all know how laws works in this country, that's the court process. For you to charge a case to court, it means you have concluded with your investigations, understand me? before a case is charged to court, it means that every investigation has been concluded, because you cannot charge a case to court and still be bringing evidences. No. So in this case of terrorism financing, that's warehousing arms and ammunition, do you think that Madami and his son will act alone? Just reason it. How can two of them act alone? So they went to China or to Turkey and bring those arms to their house. No driver brought it, understand? So the terrorism financing, who were the people who got the money? Understand? Who were the money given to? So there's no way that two of them can stand alone, can unquote commit this crime.
So are you saying that there's a need for the DSS to also bring out those people?
Some people are being shielded.
Okay.
Some people are being shielded. There's no way just a father and their son can run this deal.
What would be the reason for the DSS wanting to shield some persons?
It depends on the book that's you are. Understand me? It depends on whose book you are, whether you are politically correct or politically incorrect. Right now, Madami is politically incorrect. Understand? So if there are people who are politically correct, their names wouldn't come out.
But should that be the case? Should that be the case in, because Nigerians need transparency. Should that be the case that some persons should be shielded and others should now be brought to the fore and being used as
It's the DSS that you should ask that question, not me.
That should be. What do you say?
Whatever was discussed and salary is not being paid, it's just making yourself look foolish. Understand me? Protest, strike is the last option. Understand me? And it happens when every negotiations has failed. Understand? Then you can now say, let us go on strike, let us go on protest. Then when you are on protest, you are called for negotiation. Fine, you go for negotiation. Negotiation shouldn't be I will. Understand me? Because you embarked on that strike for one reason, you are being owed salaries. So had that salaries been paid? That's the question that I would have wanted them to answer. Understand? So if the salary is not being paid, it means that all the days of protest, strike is a waste. Understand me? It's a waste. And even labor union can even sanction them. Government can even sanction them for embarking on exercise that ended in futility. And that's what the National Association of Resident Doctors in Abuja is facing now. They'll call for strike, Senate will come mediate, they will go back, and the salary will not be paid. Tomorrow, they'll come out again. It makes them look weak and stupid.
Okay, Kinane, let me hear your opinion on this. You know, we've seen the court injunctions coming up, especially in this particular case. We saw the court injunction that the workers should stop their protest and go back to work. And of course, we also saw an injunction asking the NLC not to embark on protest. Would you say that injunctions or court injunctions are becoming a routine tool to neutralize labor actions?
Yeah. The court has been a routine way of neutralizing the actions of the Nigerian Labor Union. Besides, Nigerian labor unions have become a toothless bulldog. For strikes, and will never see the outcome of those strikes. For them to have gone on strike, there was a grievance, and that grievance has not been resolved. And then you are calling off the strike. In the days of Kokori, when people of the Nigerian Labour Congress go on strike, or rather announce that they want to go on strike, the government used to shake. But nowadays, when they go on strike, be rest assured, or make announcement of strike, be rest assured as well that what they are waiting for is a negotiation for the officers of the Nigerian Labour Union. So it's, to us, to most of us, it's not worth it. It's not worth for it for the Nigerian workers to even go on strike, because at the end of the day, it is what government wants to do that the government will do. It may shock you that some of these court injunctions are even initiated by members of the Nigerian Labour Congress after they have been settled, so that it will appear as if, yes, they wanted to do something. And so because the court has stopped them, they cannot continue the strike. But in the days of Kokori, like I said, and even this Adam Oshomole that we know about today, if they mention strike, the government shakes, and be rest assured no court can stop them, because even the court is a member of the Nigerian Labour Congress. So why will you stop your members from taking part in a strike that will affect you tomorrow? So most of the things we are seeing are just negotiations for their pocket, and not negotiations for the workers. So for me, well, they have asked them to stop the strike, and what will the workers do? Because now that they have been settled, if the workers refuse to go to work, of course, they will face the consequences, because there's no other person that is fighting for them anymore. Okay. Rather, those people are fighting for their pocket.
Okay, thank you very much. This is actually where we get to draw the curtains on the issues tonight. Thank you, Kinane-san, for being a part of the issues tonight. And thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Dr. Anosike, for being a part of the issues.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. That's all we have for today's episode of the issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria and its electoral governance. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. Remember that the views and opinions expressed by our analysts are solely their own, like that of VOP Media. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto. This has been the issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 2012, please, the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech.